Chapter 51. Lu Yin looked at the awakening stone in front of him curiously. The stone was completely black and opaque. If the whole stone was polished into a spherical shape, Lu Yin would have thought he was holding a piece of coal. On the outer surface facing him, 9 concentric circles of different sizes are carved. It doesn't seem to have any technical content. At a glance, you can tell that it is directly polished into a sphere from a large rough stone. The surface of the sphere is not deeply scored and is painted with red paint. The strange thing is that these 9 concentric circles are not equally divided. The diameter difference between the 2 circles is decreasing. Lu Yin roughly estimated that the circles should be drawn in proportional increments of volume. Stretch out your right hand to cover the ball, and you can clearly feel a suction force coming from the contact point. After releasing the restraint on the spiritual power in his body, Lu Yin could clearly feel a stream of spiritual power slowly being absorbed by the awakening stone along the palm of his hand. Then, Lu Yin saw that the center of the stone in front of him suddenly began to emit light, and the bright spots quickly spread to the surroundings. Before Lu Yin could take a closer look, the light instantly filled the entire awakening stone. I go. Lu Yin quickly retracted his hand and blocked it in front of his eyes. Blind my eyes. In the past few seconds, Lu Yin saw through his fingers that the light in the awakening stone began to slowly dissipate and return to its original state in less than 10 seconds. Lu Yin rubbed his eyes. The light was so dazzling. It was almost like electric welding. You can't do this. Su Yangyang also rubbed her eyes and walked over from behind Lu Yin. Apparently, the dazzling light just now also affected her. The size of the awakening stone was determined after precise calculations. Such a head-sized awakening stone can absorb the spiritual power of a first-grade superpower. First grade is not divided into grades, and the full scale is calculated as 100% of first grade. There are 9 scales here. The 5th scale and onwards are considered first grade. The first 5 scales are unawakened. Of course, this will happen if you, a second grade, don't control the spiritual power output. As he spoke, Su Yangyang stretched out a hand to cover the awakening stone. As Su Yangyang transferred spiritual power, the awakening stone glowed slightly, and the area within the first scale line began to glow. After 2 seconds, the aperture expanded to the second scale line. After another 2 seconds of pause, it expanded to the third scale line, and then expanded to the 6th scale line, and the aperture stopped. Lu Yin stared at the awakening stone intently, nodding from time to time to express his wonder. A smirk appeared at the corner of Su Yangyang's mouth, and her eyes narrowed slightly. In the blink of an eye, the light within the awakening stone shone brightly, filling the entire boulder instantly. I chow you. Lu Yan's eyes stung, and he hurriedly covered his eyes with his hands again, rubbing his eyes and lowering his head, not daring to look directly at Xingshi. This is so sour. Lu Yin regained his composure and looked resentfully at Su Yangyang, who couldn't help but chuckle. Feeling Lu Yan's gaze, Su Yangyang stuck out her lilac tongue at him and made a face. Lu Yin shook his head speechlessly, turned back silently, and continued to study the awakening stone. So, if the awakening stone is big enough, it can find out the levels of all superpowers? Lu Yin asked, pretending not to care. Su Yangyang thought for a while before replying. It's unrealistic. The spiritual power absorbed by the awakening stone increases according to the volume, and the accumulation of spiritual power in our body increases exponentially. To test first grade, such a large awakening stone is needed. Testing the volume of the second grade awakening stone, it is estimated that it will increase more than 10 times. Let alone the volume going up, it is completely meaningless. Lu Yin looked at the head-sized awakening stone in front of him and imagined that it was 10 times the size. It was indeed quite large. Starting from second grade, breakthroughs in small realms are felt, so there is no situation where you don't know your breakthrough, and there is no need to test. That means there is no large awakening stone. What are you thinking about? How many awakening stones do you think there are? There are not many mines dug out of the entire mine. We can barely equip 5 power bureaus across the country. There is no excess. At most, there are some spares. Su Yangyang glanced at Lu Yin angrily. Lu Yin smiled stupidly, lowered his head, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they don't need to test their cultivation before joining the company, he has concealed his cultivation before joining the company. If it is exposed, there will be a lot of troubles that will follow. It's getting late, let's go. We should go to school. Su Yangyang took out her phone to check and found that it was past 9 o'clock. Today is the day for the unified physical examination of colleges and universities in the city. The first batch will start at 10 o'clock and will last for several days. The testing sites are located at 3 universities in Montreal. 6 people are divided into groups of 2. Su Yangyang and Lu Yin are in a group and are in charge of Montreal University. The schools the other two groups were responsible for were far away, so they had already set off early. Lu Yin picked up a book on the table, followed Su Yangyang's pace, and walked in the direction of Mengxing University. Yangyang, do you think we really want to be teachers? Lu Yin patted the book in his hand and felt a little headache when he thought that the students screened today would need to be taught by themselves in the future. I don't know what the superiors thought, but they actually let them become the first batch of university professors. I haven't understood it yet, but I want to teach others how to practice. Look at the name of this book. What is a superpower? He has read it 2 or 3 times since he got the book, and he still hasn't figured out what a superpower is. Can't you speak more plainly? It's all just convoluted words repeated over and over again, and I still don't understand the meaning. And what should they be taught? All Lu Yin could think of was to teach them meditation. Then it was gone. I feel like I can finish this kind of thing in a week, but I have no idea what to talk about after that. None of them have a mature education system. I always feel that the general administration is not handling the matter well enough. At least it has come up with a complete charter, which results in each special ability bureau being allowed to develop freely. I really don't know what kind of superpowers I will teach in the end. The two discussed the future of teaching, but they didn't come up with anything until the school. A few minutes after 10 o'clock, the two people waiting in the department welcomed their first guest. Hello, teacher, is Internal Medicine 5 here for examination? A girl knocked on the door of the room and walked in after receiving Lu Yan's approval. Teacher, may I ask what is being inspected here? Handing the test report to the eldest sister, the girl looked at the strange black stones on the table with some curiosity. Ever since I was a kid, I haven't had physical examinations just once or twice, and I've never seen this kind of examination. Lu Yin smiled slightly. Yes, this is the 5th examination department of internal medicine. Based on the principles of pulse diagnosis in traditional Huxiao medicine, we have recently developed a new type of testing equipment. It was put into practice for the first time today. It is actually similar to a blood test, except that we need keep a record of your pulse for subsequent testing. Pointing at the awakening stone in front of him, Lu Yan's face turned red and his heart stopped beating. He opened his eyes and told lies. Maybe Lu Yan's smile was too sincere, but the girl actually looked at the awakening stone with admiration, as if she really believed Lu Yan's lies. Just put your palms on the stone. That's it. As soon as Lu Yan finished speaking, the girl put her palm up without hesitation. Under the girl's surprised gaze, the center of the stone actually lit up, and the light continued to expand, finally stopping between the 3rd and 2nd scale lines. The girl looked up at Lu Yan in surprise. The stone actually glowed. She didn't know if this was a normal phenomenon. Lu Yin and Su Yangyang stared at the glowing awakening stone in surprise. They did not expect that the first person in this test would be a person with hidden powers. Isn't it just a 1% ratio? This is really good luck. It's a good start. Ahem. Don't worry. This is a normal reaction. Lu Yin took the girl's checklist from Su Yangyang, glanced at the basic information on it, and looked at Su Yangyang. Su Yangyang immediately dragged the girl's information into another form on the computer, marking it in red and bold. Lu Yin took the small seal and stamped it on the checklist before handing it back to the girl. Ding Xian, right? This is your checklist. Okay, thanks. Ding Xian took the order and glanced at Lu Yin quietly. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that Lu Yin looked at her with enthusiasm. But don't tell me that this teacher looks quite young, and I don't know how old he is. He is also quite handsome. Ding Xian blushed and quickly left the examination room with the examination sheet in hand. Lu Yin touched his face, but he was a little overwhelmed by the girl's reaction. Su Yangyang next to her looked at Lu Yin, who was a little embarrassed and couldn't help but smile like an ant. Ding Xian's arrival was like turning on a switch, and people began to enter the room continuously. However, there was no such luck after that. He checked nearly 100 people in a row, but no more ideas appeared. It was not until noon that several seedlings were discovered one after another. It is estimated that about 70 or 80 people will detect one. Most of the spiritual power content is 1 or 2 scales. It is estimated that it will take a long time to awaken. Teacher, I'm here to check Internal Medicine 5. Put your hands. Lu Yin, who was busy taking notes, raised his head slightly and spoke mechanically, but halfway through, he realized that the seat in front of him was empty. Frowning slightly, he turned around and found that the other party was still standing at the entrance. Come in, just sit here. Su Yangyang noticed the other party's nervousness first and spoke first, pointing to the seat gently. The boy looked a little shy, and his uneasiness could be felt with the naked eye. Don't be nervous, it's nothing. It's very simple. You just need to put your hand on this instrument. It will be quick. Seeing that the other party was nervous, Lu Yin couldn't help but say a few more words. This child's personality is a little too introverted. He is probably either a transparent person in the class or the target of bullying. The young man raised his head carefully, first carefully looked at the stone in front of him, grabbed the corner of his clothes, and carefully stretched out a hand and placed it on the awakening stone. Lu Yin stared at the awakening stone, and when he habitually asked the other party to get out, the awakening stone suddenly shone brightly. Lu Yin, who was not checking for a while, was blinded for the third time today. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to curse, but when he thought about a child sitting in front of him, he swallowed the curse words on his lips. What's going on with him? Did I commit the awakening stone today, or something? It's such bad luck. Hiss, when Lu Yin opened his eyes again and looked through the gaps between his fingers, he saw that the boy was also covering his eyes with one hand, but his other hand was still pressing on the awakening stone, so the awakening stone was still shining. Lu Yin looked at the awakening stone in front of him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and found that the light actually covered the 8th scale line. A proper first-grade superpower. Okay, you can take your hands away. Hearing Lu Yin's words, the young man took his hands away and grabbed the corners of his clothes with both hands in confusion. He shrank his neck and looked at Lu Yin carefully, as if he had made some mistake, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. Lu Yin waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. Looking at Su Yangyang, both of them were a little surprised, but they didn't expect to detect a fish that slipped through the net. Lu Yin took the test form from Su Yangyang. Mengxing number 3 middle school, grade 2, class 3, Kong Shueming. Yes, teacher, what's the problem? Kong Shueming clasped his fingernails nervously. It's nothing. Don't be nervous. I just want to find out something from you. Kong Shueming's look made Lu Yin a little nervous. Lu Yin stood up and got out of the way, handed the awakening stone to Su Yangyang, asked her to take over his work, and waved to Kong Shueming. I have something to talk to you about alone. It's not convenient here. How about we talk somewhere else? Okay. Kong Shueming stiffened. It was obvious that he wanted to reject Lu Yin, but in the end he refused. He followed Lu Yin towards the door with great difficulty. Lu Yin looked back, a little speechless. This was the first time he encountered this situation. He was crawling like a turtle. Taking a step back, Lu Yin put his arm around Kong Shueming's shoulders and let him out. Don't be nervous. You didn't make any mistakes. You don't need to be like this. Keep your head up, your chest out, and be brave. With a little force on his hands, he lifted Kong Shueming up. He was still a little hunched, but now he straightened his back immediately. Kong Shueming's face changed slightly, and he looked around in panic, trying to break free, but Lu Yin's grip was tight, and he could only be led forward. Lu Yin found an empty classroom, took him in, closed the door, and sat directly on the podium. Looking at Kong Shueming, who stood carefully in front of him, looking down at his toes, their toes constantly stirring each other, Lu Yin couldn't help but sigh. There is a seat nearby. Sit down and talk. No. Teacher, I just need to stand. Faced with Lu Yin's invitation, Kong Shueming shook his head slightly. Okay, since that's the case, let me stop talking and go straight to the topic. Lu Yin sighed slightly. When did you wake up? Hearing Lu Yin's words, Kong Shueming subconsciously raised his head and couldn't hide the panic in Lu Yin's eyes. Teacher, what are you talking about? What awakening? I don't know what you were talking about. You really don't know what I'm talking about. Lu Yin looked at Kong Shueming with squinted eyes and quickly withdrew his smile when he saw that the other man kept grabbing at the corners of his clothes, which looked like they were about to be torn. Ahem, it's an occupational disease. Classmate, don't be nervous. It's not a big deal. You just need to answer my questions. However, Kong Shueming remained tense and had no intention of relaxing. Facing Lu Yin's questions, he opened his mouth several times, but didn't say anything. In the end, he just kept silent. He behaves like a problem child, which gives people a headache and makes him unable to communicate. Chapter 52. Kong Shueming just stood in front of Lu Yin, his head lowered. Lu Yin saw that he wanted to speak several times, but he couldn't hold back 2 words, and nothing happened. Looking at Kong Shueming like this, Lu Yin felt like he was dreaming back to junior high school. In junior high school, I made a mistake and was caught in front of the teacher. It was the same for me. I didn't say anything when the teacher asked me. I just stood and listened to the lecture. It was good not to say anything. Let me think about what to say. Lu Yin scratched his scalp. Have you felt any changes in your body recently? Kong Shueming shook his head. Then let me put it another way. Have you discovered that you have acquired any extraordinary abilities recently? Lu Yin kept staring at Kong Shueming. When faced with this question, he found that he hesitated for a moment before shaking his head in denial. Lu Yin was amused in his heart. This child was really timid and stubborn. He would not shed tears until he saw the coffin. Keep your head up. Lu Yin's tone was more serious. For this kind of person, speaking softly is of no use. The tone needs to be stronger. There are many magical things in this world, and there are also many kinds of people. Some people are born special than others. I can tell you that the physical examination arranged today is to screen out these special people, and you are one of them. So you don't need to be afraid. After hearing Lu Yan's words, Kong Xueming slowly raised his head and pursed his lips, as if he wanted to speak but hesitated. Teacher, I know that you must have discovered your differences. You don't need to worry too much about what we will do to you. You must know that you are not the only one. Like you, we are all special beings among the crowd. Lu Yan was good at tempting and tried his best to make Kong Xueming relax. With his fingers slightly hooked, the blackboard eraser on the podium slowly flew up, circled around the classroom, passed by Kong Xueming's eyes, and fell into Lu Yan's hands. Seeing such an unscientific vision, Kong Xueming could not conceal his surprise and envy, and his whole body relaxed unconsciously. Lu Yan struck while the iron was hot. Tell me what your ability is. It should be controlling objects. Just like you. Teacher, you can control some lighter objects to float. Probably influenced by Lu Yan's momentum, Kong Xueming gradually became fluent in speaking. Control objects? Psychic system. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment, and then turned around after a while, feeling a little surprised. Didn't Shi Liangfeng tell himself that the spiritual system is unique among 10,000, so he encountered it now? Let me see it. After Kong Xueming opened his mouth, he seemed to have resigned himself to his fate, or he was very obedient and walked to the podium, picked up a piece of chalk, and put it in the palm of his hand. His brows were furrowed and his eyes were fixed on the chalk. In the past 5 seconds, the chalk on his hand slowly floated up, and it seemed to be flying precariously. Lu Yan frowned slightly. How heavy could this piece of chalk be? It was so difficult for Kong Xueming to control it. Lu Yan did not forget that during the test, Kong Xueming's spiritual power reached the 8th mark. The 5th mark was the standard for just awakening, which meant that Kong Xueming must have been awakened for some time. The results show that's it. He wouldn't have used his abilities after awakening, right? You should be a psychic power user like me. You can think of it as the telekinesis mentioned in the novel. By the way, how long did it take for you to awaken your ability? Lu Yan flicked his finger in the air, and the chalk escaped from Kong Xueming's control and flew straight back into the chalk box. He was so controlling that he really couldn't stand it. Kong Xueming followed the trajectory of the chalk with his eyes for a long time, his eyes filled with envy. Teacher, I discovered that I have this ability 4 months ago. Kong Xueming looked back and looked at Lu Yan with a slightly fiery look. 4 months ago? Lu Yan touched his chin. Have you never studied your abilities in private? Kong Xueming shook his head in embarrassment. He was originally timid, but when he suddenly gained this ability, what he was thinking about was not how great he was, but whether he had a physical problem or was hallucinating. In his heart, he was only afraid of panic. Not to mention in front of others, he did not dare to use his abilities casually in private, for fear of being regarded as an alien. Lu Yan looked slightly sideways at Kong Xueming. Young man has a bright future, he's better than me. After all, I don't hesitate to use my abilities in private. The young man seems to be very talented. According to the internal data of the Superpower Bureau, most of the newly awakened superpowers need to practice independently for more than a year if they want to break through to the 2nd grade. The 8th mark means that Kong Xueming has completed 60% of his 1st grade practice. In 4 months, he is considered a little genius. I didn't expect to find a treasure this time. That teacher, what should I do next? Kong Xueming asked carefully. Originally, he had hidden himself well, and he could even hide it like this for a lifetime. However, a physical examination exposed him, and he really didn't know what to do about the future. What will the other party do to him? Should I follow the other person? Questions kept popping up in Kong Xueming's mind. The excitement he had just cooled down instantly, and he fell into panic again. Don't worry, don't be nervous. Lu Yan didn't know how many times he said these words today. Originally, it will take some time for the notice to be announced, but since you have awakened in advance, I will tell you in advance that this physical examination is to identify all special talents like you. We will set up relevant institutions in Mengqing University. After the college entrance examination, you can directly apply to school, and the university will teach you relevant knowledge and help you quickly master your own strength. I will give you an address. If you encounter any problems, you can go directly to us there. We are an organization that specializes in solving the problems of supernatural beings in Montreal. Lu Yan jumped down from the table, walked to Kong Xueming, took out a business card from his pocket, and handed it to Kong Xueming, patting his shoulder at the same time. Don't worry, we won't force you to do anything. Go to the Superpower Bureau, and you will know. Our existence is only to prevent you from doing irrational things because you suddenly gain power. you still have all social power. Society is very complex, and it is impossible to completely restrain them. What the Superpower Bureau needs to do is to guide them and prevent them from going astray. After the establishment of the school, as long as they receive formal education, they will see the power of high-level superpowers, the richness of the country's resources, and be edified by the sentiment of protecting their home and country. I believe most people will take the right path. Okay, I've told you everything I need to say. You can go back first. But remember to keep today's matters a secret. Remember to come to the Superpower Bureau over the weekend to check your personal information. This needs to be filed, and it will just let you know. One time, Liu Yin patted Kong Xiuming's shoulder, handed him the checklist, and signaled that he could leave. Good teacher. Kong Xiuming quickly left the classroom with his thoughts on his mind, walked around the corner, and then breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that his whole head was a little confused. Although Liu Yin gave an explanation, he was still confused about his future and didn't know what would happen. Liu Yin talked for a long time, and he only remembered one thing. That is, he was not the only special one. Shaking his head, he carefully put the business card in his hand into his pocket. Kong Xiuming's cowardly character makes him a little prone to persecution and paranoia, and he often feels that there is danger everywhere. He also knew that this was wrong, but he just couldn't control it. However, he also summed up a set of his own coping methods, diverting his attention and using another thing to temporarily forget about it. Although it is shameful to escape, it is useful. Looking at the checklist in hand, there are still many items that have not been checked. Talking wastes a lot of time. The time for gathering is not far away, so we need to speed up. After Kong Xiuming left, Liu Yin did not rush back, but sat back on the table. The minimum age for a person with supernatural powers is 18 years old. Most teenagers of this age in Tianxian Kingdom are in their second year of high school. According to official statistics, more than 90% of superpower users need to accumulate more than a year in the first grade realm. In the first grade state, it is almost impossible to cause harm to others, so the higher-ups decided to build a university for superpowers. A situation like Kong Xiuming's is a special case among special cases. It takes 4 months to reach the 8th mark, and it is estimated that it will take 4 months to advance to second grade. You must know that it is only October, and the first half of the second grade of high school has only begun. Such a genius, who is still in the spiritual department, will most likely end up in his own class. I don't know whether he is happy or sad. He is really a troubled boy through and through. Liu Yin rubbed his eyebrows. It was really giving him a headache. Chapter 53. It took 3 days to complete the physical examination. Montreal has a population of 2 million, with about 63,000 high school students. A total of 604 people were detected at 3 physical examination points, 3 of whom were people with awakened powers. However, except for Kong Xiuming, the other 2 people have just awakened in the past few days. They are the kind of people who have awakened themselves but haven't discovered it yet. After testing, one is a water type and the other is a fire type. The concentration of spiritual power in other people's bodies is at different levels, and many are not far from awakening. It's actually very simple for second-grade superpowers to develop their combat power. The fire type needs to master the ability to change temperature in a short period of time, and the metal, water, and earth types need to practice the speed and weight of moving corresponding objects. When Lin stood in the training room on the second underground floor, lecturing the 5 people standing in front of him, these 5 people are the candidates selected to expand the manpower in the past few days. Considering the balance, the 5 people are basic 5 attribute superpowers. 3 of them are in the early stages of second grade, and 2 are in the middle stage of second grade. They are all young people in their 20s, but they have less combat experience, so they have not yet been able to form effective combat capabilities. This was their first training session, with Wen Lin as the chief training officer and Liu Yin as his assistant. The cultivation of superpowers mainly relies on 2 directions. One is, as you all know, by absorbing spiritual power to increase the spiritual power reserve in the body, so as to advance. In addition, physical exercise and a strong body are also indispensable, and they can also increase our abilities. To give a simple example, 2 people who are both second-grade peak metal power users can theoretically control a metal weighing 100 kilograms, but many people cannot reach this level in the second-grade category. The reason for this is because of the physical body, caused by insufficient strength. The meditation method has been given to you. You can go back and practice at night. Your main tasks now are 2. One is to train the strength of the physical body, and the other is to train the ability to control the attributes of your life. Yes. The 5 people stood at attention and shouted in unison. When Yushuan arrived, a girl with short hair and beautiful hair came out timidly and looked at Wen Lin carefully. You have a water attribute and need to strengthen your control and cohesion over water. There is a water tank over there. I want you to be able to control a liter of water today and change 2 shapes in 5 seconds. Yes. When Yuxuan agreed and ran away immediately. Shay. Arrive. A short-haired man quickly stepped forward, stood at attention, and responded loudly with some excitement. He used to work in the public security agency, and he had a serious work attitude. He had been applying for a transfer to the Superpower Bureau, but his cultivation was a bit low and he didn't agree until now. You are a firepower user. Your task today is to boil a glass of water in half a minute. As soon as Wen Lin finished speaking, Lu Yin thought lightly, and a glass with a capacity of 500 milliliters flew in front of Sha Yi. Yes, Captain. After giving Lu Yin a slightly envious look, Sha Yi took the cup and ran towards Wen Yuxuan. Gu Nani. Arrive. The shorter of the 2 remaining men took 2 steps forward. You are an earth element user. Your goal today, forget it. Go play with earth by yourself and make an earth puppet with sound limbs in 10 seconds. Lu Yan's thoughts moved, and a box fell 10 meters away with 5 kilograms of soil in it. Gu Nani is one of the 2 mid-level second graders, but the current members of the Superpower Bureau do not have earth elements, so they can only provide some experience and cannot guide him much. Yes. Gu Nan ran a few steps quickly and obediently went aside to train. Jiang Shaoli. Arrive. A woman with a high ponytail and smart clothes stepped forward. She was another mid-second grade student. You are a metal superpower. Your goal today is to control a 2-kilogram flying knife with an average speed of 5 meters per second. Lu Yin casually summoned 2 throwing knives from the weapons rack on the other side of the training ground, put some weight on them, put back the smaller one, and handed the other one to Jiang Shaoli. Jiang Shaoli held the handle of the knife with one hand, waved it a few times, and walked to the open space aside. The 3 people who stayed behind couldn't help but look at her a few more times. It was not easy for a woman to wield a 4-pound knife with one hand and do it gracefully. Shuesong Tao. Arrive. This is the last person. You are a wood-type user. Before 3rd grade, you only had the ability to heal. You don't need to train too much. You just need to get close to plants. Your next goal is mainly physical exercise. First, run 5 laps and do 50 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, 20 pull-ups, warm up. Oh. Shuesong Tao's originally casual expression was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. Captain, is this intensity too high? He was an ordinary person before, but this level of training seemed a bit too high for him to complete. I believe you are fine. I will leave the follow-up supervision to you. Ignoring Shuesong Tao, who still wanted to resist, Wen Lin told Lu Yin and walked straight towards the elevator. Lu Yin spread his hands and said, "Don't look at me like that. You'd better go for a run quickly." After Shuesong Tao stretched out his hand, he could only slowly retract it as Wen Lin left and walked towards the runway dejectedly. The track in the training ground is not like a playground track, but is irregular. 1 lap is about 600 meters, and 5 laps is 3,000 meters. It can be said to be long or short, but it was enough for Shuesong Tao to run away. Lu Yin stretched out and glanced at the people who were actively exercising. He walked aside boredly and took out his textbook to read. Hey, there is about a week left. When the training of the 5 of them has achieved basic results, the construction of the first university for supernatural beings in Montreal will begin. There are about 121 people in a class, which is definitely not enough for one person to manage, not to mention that they also have to take care of the tasks of the Superpower Bureau. It would be easier to have 5 people as assistants. But, my relaxing and enjoyable job, you died so miserably. In the past, the days when I had tasks to do and when I didn't have rest were completely gone. In the future, it would be okay if I didn't clock into work. Senior. Just when Lu Yin was concentrating on studying how to teach students, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, it turned out to be Sister Yu Jiang Shaoli. What's the matter? Lu Yin put down the textbook in his hand and asked doubtfully. I should have met the standards. What do I need to do next? After speaking, without waiting for Lu Yin to reply, the long sword in Jiang Shaoli's hand flew up. Under her control, she stabbed forward in midair 3 meters above the ground. After advancing 10 meters, she drew an arc without losing speed, leaped back, and then continued to intersperse in midair. Lu Yin touched his chin and made a simple guess. Yes, it does reach a speed of 5 meters per second. Lu Yin looked down at the time and couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Shaoli. Only half an hour had passed since Wen Lin assigned the task. Was this something you could do before, or is it because of your strong learning ability? Then let's practice the next ability to resist hitting. Lu Yin closed the book and stood up from the ground. He raised his hand, and a long sword fell into his control. Next, I will attack you with my sword. All you have to do is dodge or resist, and try not to be knocked away by me. Lu Yin smiled slightly. When the flying sword flew out between the lightning and flint, hitting the side of the sword that was still in midair, knocking it down. The sound of gold and iron clashing attracted the attention of the other 4 people present, and they all looked over. Don't be distracted. Jiang Shaoli pursed her lips slightly, took a few steps forward, raised her hand, and waved. The flying knife jumped up and shot diagonally towards the flying sword. Huh. As a reminder, Lu Yin, who was waiting for Jiang Shaoli to adjust his condition, was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to attack. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and with a thought, the flying sword came forward. The tip of the sword pressed down slightly, and when it was about to make contact, he hooked slightly, and the flying sword was lifted up under the action of inertia, spinning several times in midair. Fei Jian turned around. The tip of the sword changed direction and chased after the flying knife. Jiang Shaoli's face was serious, and she did not dare to be distracted. She controlled the rotating flying knife to speed up and narrowly avoided the pursuing flying sword. After dodging the flying sword, Jiang Shaoli had time to control the flying sword to stop spinning. Lu Yin pulled back hard with his right hand, and the flying sword flew backwards in midair, and the hilt hit the blade hard. The flying knife that had just stopped flew out again. Under Jiang Shaoli's control, it barely stopped within 10 meters of her control. If it was further away, it would be out of her control. Good, continue. Seeing this, Lu Yin nodded in affirmation. The ability to resist and control is actually the ability to offset the impact. People with metal superpowers mostly use metal weapons to fight enemies. If their own abilities are insufficient, the weapons can easily be knocked away and fly out of their control range. A person with metal powers who loses his weapon is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered and is prone to accidents. Therefore, you need to master the ability to remove the impact of weapons to ensure your own life. Chapter 54. The training mission of the 5 people was completed smoothly. At the end of the day, everyone was on the right track. After that, there won't be much of a problem if you gradually strengthen the training step by step. In addition, some necessary subjects must be added, especially the firearms training. Except for Sha Yi, the other 4 of the 5 people have never touched a gun before, and the requirements are not high. They only need to have basic accuracy after the training cycle. After all, in daily tasks, you will not encounter many powerful people, and firearms can still play an effective role, especially the firearms used by people with superpowers. During today's training, Sha Yi and Jiang Shaoli performed best and adapted quickly. Fire and metal are the more aggressive among the 5 attributes, so they deserve to be cultivated. Captain, a message has just been sent from Cloud Mountain City, requesting a joint defense mission. Fang Mo entered Wen Lin's office and placed a document in front of him. The Cloud Mountain City Police Department discovered a smuggling case some time ago. According to internal information, they are planning to take advantage of the gaps in border defense during our war with the Lingjiang Kingdom to smuggle in a batch of supplies. Whenever there is a national crisis, any cat or dog can pop out. How strong is the opponent? Currently known information is that there are 6 people with superpowers, 1 mid-3rd grade, 1 peak 2nd grade, 2 2nd grade late stage, and 2 mid-2nd grade. The Cloud Mountain City Superpower Bureau does not have enough manpower for defense. I hope we can be able to mobilize people to help. Wen Lin carefully read through the information in his hand and frowned slightly. I was careless. I don't know if it's too late to take back what I just said. He is also in the early stages of 3rd grade. If I remember correctly, the captain of the Cloud Mountain City Superpower Bureau is Senior Xing Shi. He is a 3rd grade late stage. There should be no need to find foreign aid to deal with the opponent. But the other side has a lot of manpower. Just in case, I hope we can send a few capable people there. Where will the Cloud Mountain Superpower Bureau plan to intercept the opponent? The other party is planning to enter the country by sea. However, according to the intelligence, the 3rd grade of the other party is a water-based superpower, so the criminal captain is planning to arrest the other party by land. However, if we capture the opponent by land, it is very likely that we will need to divide our troops. So we need to provide support. When Lin kept tapping the table with his fingers, let's call them in for a meeting. After everyone, including the interns, entered the conference room, when Lin explained the situation. Has anyone volunteered? After when Lin finished speaking, everyone fell into silence, weighing the pros and cons. There is a risk in this 3rd grade late stage during the punishment period, but it is not big. Xia Hoqian looked around and saw that no one was taking the lead, so she immediately raised her hand excitedly. Captain, me. When Lin looked at Xia Hoqian and thought for a while before nodding. Although Xia Hoqian is a fire element user and is restrained by the water element, Her weapons are mainly firearms, which is not incompetent. There are still people who take the initiative. If no one takes the initiative, I will call them by name. Wenlin smiled slightly and glanced at everyone. Su Yangyang hesitated for a while before raising her hand. She was a little worried because her best friend was very irritable. Wenlin didn't object, but was a little relieved. Cloud Mountain City came to them just to divide the troops and block people. They only had one wet nurse. Wenlin could not expect the wet nurse in Cloud Mountain City to ensure the safety of his personnel. Luyan looked at the remaining people, Fong Mo and Wenlin, a brain worker, and Mengqing's Dinghai Shenzhen. It was impossible for them to participate in this event. The only official members were himself and Shi Liangfeng. Shi Liangfeng, second grade, was still a little weak in the middle, so he asked him to follow him. To be honest, Luyan was not very relieved. He probably thought Wenlin had the same idea as him, so it was obvious who he wanted to go. Helpless, Luyan could only raise his hand silently. Wenlin nodded happily to Luyan. The trio was in line with his expectations. Zhang Shaoli and Sha Yi. Exist. Arrive. The two looked up at Wenlin with some confusion, thinking that this matter should have nothing to do with them. You two will go on this mission together. The two were stunned for a moment, and then replied excitedly, yes. The 5-person team was confirmed, with Su Yangyang as the captain and the team members being Lu Yin, Xia Hoqian, Sha Yi, and Zhang Shaoli. In order to cooperate with this arrest operation in Cloud Mountain City, the Mengqing Supernatural Power Bureau sent out most of its combat power. Cloud Mountain City, although its name contains the word mountain, is actually a seaside city. It's just that it gets its name because of the constant fog that occurs all year round, making it look like a high mountain from a distance. When the 5 men from Mengqing arrived at Cloud Mountain City, it was already the afternoon of the next day, and the smuggling ship would arrive at the port tonight. According to internal information shared by Cloud Mountain City, the person who responded has prepared a total of 2 trucks. It is basically certain that the other party will split into 2 groups after receiving the goods. However, after investigation, it was discovered that there were 3 routes from the other party's landing point to the urban area of Cloud Mountain. There was no way to confirm which 2 routes the other party would take. In order to ensure that no fish would slip through the net, Xing Shi finally decided to divide his troops into 4 groups. 5 people from Luyan were responsible for 1 road, and 8 people from the Cloud Mountain City Superpower Bureau were divided into 2 teams to take charge of the remaining 2 roads. After the war, those who have not encountered the enemy need to rush to the rescue. As for the execution time, he works alone in a team. He will ambush near the landing point in advance to determine which route the opponent 3rd grade will take, and then follow up after getting the information. Soldiers versus soldiers, adversaries versus generals, kings versus kings. If the opponent cannot be stopped in time during the execution, anyone else along the way will suffer heavy losses. This is something no one wants to see. 1 o'clock in the morning, near the harbor on the outskirts of Cloud Mountain City. Ha Wu, hiding in the darkness of the grass on the roadside, Lu Yin couldn't help but cheer. Sleepy? Su Yangyang asked with concern. It's a little bit. It's already 1 o'clock in the morning and no one is here yet? We don't have anyone here yet, so we are the lucky ones, right? What's the rush? They won't dock for another half an hour. If we hurry up, it'll be 2 o'clock before we get here. Wu. As soon as Xia Hoqian finished speaking, she couldn't help but let out a breath and hurriedly covered her mouth with a bit of embarrassment on her face. If someone goes our way later and starts a fight, you two can just help. I remind you not to get too excited and hurt your own people. Noticing the 2 nervous interns behind him, Lu Yin couldn't help but remind him again. Sometimes we are not afraid of opponents who are like gods, but we are afraid of teammates who are like pigs. Especially Sha Yi. I know you were in the police department before, so you may be familiar with guns, but the guns in our Special Abilities Bureau are all specially made. You have also tried it. It is extremely powerful when combined with special abilities. Don't hit your teammates. That's enough. I've told you twice. Shay is my disciple, so there's nothing to worry about. Xia Hoqian patted Sha Yi on the shoulder, as if something happened would happen to me. Lu Yin shook his head and ignored it, turned back to look in the direction where the truck was coming, and cheered up again. Staying up late is not terrible, but just staring in boredom is terrible. Near the wharf of Cloud Mountain City, the only place where Cloud Mountain City can dock and disembark is near the port. Other areas are covered with cliffs, so smuggling can only be disembarked from near the port. The sea surface at night is like a huge mouth of an abyss that can swallow everything. No one knows what is hidden in the darkness. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared above the sea in the invisible darkness, flashed 3 times in a row and then went out again. Half a minute later, there were many rocks on the shore. A man slowly walked out from the shadow of the rocks. He took out a flashlight from his pocket and turned it on, pointing the light source in the direction where the light just came from. Looking from a distance, this light is very weak and cannot illuminate the vast sea at all. Although he couldn't see anything, the man still held his flashlight towards the sea. Time passed slowly for more than 10 minutes in this strange silence. Amidst the sound of waves, a speedboat suddenly broke through the darkness and broke into the man's field of vision. When the man on the shore saw the yacht, he was not surprised. Instead, he stretched out his other hand and quickly blocked the light of the flashlight. Then he released it and repeated the operation, flashing 3 times before turning off the flashlight and putting it in his pocket. The man took out a telescope from the other pocket and pointed it at the speedboat's defense line. When he saw the people on the boat clearly, he clapped his hands gently. The applause did not spread far before being drowned by the sound of the waves on the bottom of the sea. As the tide on the shore receded again, the moonlight slowly peeked out from behind the clouds. The weak moonlight illuminated the beach. 5 men and women slowly walked out from the shadow of the reef and stood behind the man. Xing Shi, who was hiding in the bushes in the distance and also holding a telescope to check the situation here, used the moonlight to check the appearance of the 5 people one by one. It was indeed consistent with the information. These 6 people are exactly the targets of his mission this time. The one who was the first to give the signal was the 3rd-grade water superpower who needed to keep an eye on him during the execution. Chapter 55. Where's the goods? It's on the boat. Where's the car I asked you to prepare? Soon, the yacht docked at the shore. 5 people got off the yacht, and 11 people were divided into 2 sides to confront each other. The car is on the side of the road. What do you mean by asking me to drive another car over? Mu Chun, the leader of the 3rd-grade water type, pointed to the roadside not far away. With the help of the moonlight, he could vaguely see 2 identical trucks parked on the roadside. I have a few brothers here who want to enter the country. Mu Chun frowned slightly, looking a little displeased. This is against the rules. Don't worry, they don't need you to be responsible. Just give them a car, and they will take care of the rest. Everything that happens after entry has nothing to do with you. You'd better keep your word and start trading. After Mu Chun signaled, a young man came up from behind him and handed him a suitcase. Mu Chun opened the suitcase and found 10 gold bricks neatly placed inside. According to the market price, their value should be around 10 million. When the other seller saw the gold, he nodded with satisfaction and also signaled to the younger brothers standing behind him. One of them turned around and hurried back to the yacht. Then he brought 5 more people down from the yacht, and 6 people carried 3 wooden boxes together. Get off the yacht. Place the wooden box in front of the boss and open it one by one. 1 box of Ling Yuan stone is 100 kilograms. There are 3 boxes in total. 1 box costs you 10 million. Let's inspect the goods. The 3rd box contains 10 more kilograms for you. It is considered as the reward for asking you to help smuggle it this time. A woman walked out from behind Mu Chun, stood in front of one of the boxes, reached out to touch the stone in the box, closed her eyes, and sensed it carefully. After carefully checking the other 2 boxes, he nodded to Mu Chun and walked back behind him. Well, I wish us happy cooperation. After inspecting the goods, Mu Chun showed a smile and handed the box in his hand to the other party with a bold look. 1 truck was exchanged for 10 kilograms of raw stone. No matter how you look at it, this transaction is a profit. 2 more people walked out from behind Mu Chun, handed the 2 suitcases in their hands to each other, and carried back 3 wooden boxes. Apparently, the 2 suitcases also contained gold, worth exactly 30 million. Both parties open their own goods and conduct detailed inspections. 5 minutes later, after confirming the quality and weight, the 2 parties relaxed their vigilance. Wish us happy cooperation. The 2 parties completed the exchange of money and goods, and the atmosphere between them gradually became harmonious, and there was no longer any tension. Ha ha, who are the ones who want to enter the country? There are 5 of us in total, please, Brother Mo. After saying that, 5 people walked out from behind him. They were the 5 people who had just helped carry the boxes off the ship. They were 2 men and 3 women. They all lowered their heads and looked timid. It's okay, it's just these 5 people. Can you drive? Without waiting for the other party to answer, Mu Chun directly took out a car key and threw it to one of the 5 men. The other party hurriedly caught the key and replied hurriedly, I will. This time I will trouble Brother Mu. Seeing the other party's look, Mu Chun smiled disdainfully, greeted the leader, and led his younger brother to carry the box toward the truck parked on the roadside. The 5 stowaways did not dare to neglect and walked a few steps quickly to keep up with them from a distance. Mu Chun directed 5 people to lift the wooden box onto one of the trucks. 3 people entered the cargo box, and 3 people entered the cab. The group drove directly along the road and left, without even bothering to say a polite word to the 5 people who were smuggling. 5 people were smuggled in, and 3 women got into the cargo box, while the 2 men drove away in the other direction. Seeing the 2 trucks disappearing around the corner of the intersection, the few people staying on the shore immediately turned around and walked towards the speedboat. Finally sent away these plague gods. Boss, who are these 5 people that make you so worried? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The leader had a serious look on his face and scolded his younger brother sternly. He looked left and right and saw no one around him. He breathed a sigh of relief, but his steps unconsciously accelerated a bit. Xingshi, who was hiding in the bushes not far away, put away his binoculars, quickly pushed a motorcycle out of the grass, put on his earphones, dialed the phone, turned off the accelerator, and chased Mu Chun in the direction he left. Boss, the transaction has been completed and the target has left. Mu Chun went in the direction where you are. There are 5 illegal immigrants in the other car, heading towards Mengqing. You call them to inform them and ask them to help. Intercept. After 5 minutes, let people from the other side return to support. As for the Navy at sea, let the Navy attack and don't let anyone run away. Receive. After quickly handing over the information, Xingshi hung up the phone and turned the accelerator to the bottom. The specially made motorcycle did not make much sound, but the speed exceeded 120 kilometers in a very short time. I just received news that the 6 people on the other side were not separated. They were in the same car and retreated from Route 2. In addition, 5 people entered the country illegally and drove another truck towards us. The criminal captain asked, "Let's stop it." Su Yangyang hung up the communicator and said to the other people, "Then it seems we have nothing to do tonight." Xia Hoqian hugged Su Yangyang and sounded a little disappointed. Lu Yin looked at the exaggerated Xia Hoqian and shook his head speechlessly. "Okay, cheer up. There are still 5 people sneaking across, so don't be careless." Su Yangyang pressed Xia Hoqian's forehead, trying to get out of her arms. I know. It was 1:51 in the morning without keeping the 5 people waiting. Coming." Lu Yin reached into his pocket, took out 2 steel needles, and spoke softly. As Lu Yin finished speaking, the others braced themselves. Xia Hoqian raised her 2 guns, Sha Yi held a rifle with both hands, and Jiang Shaoli drew the same long knife as when Lin's from behind. Unfortunately, there was no good sniper spot nearby. Su Yangyang also held a pistol on guard and stood at the back of the team. In the tense atmosphere, another 30 seconds passed before a truck drove out from the end of the intersection. Everyone was nervous, especially Jiang Shaoli and Sha Yi. This was their first time participating in a Superpower Bureau mission, and it was such an exciting smuggling case. To say they were not nervous would be a lie. Just when the truck was still 10 meters away from where everyone was hiding, Lu Yin made a thought, and the 2 steel needles began to rotate quietly, drawing 2 beautiful silver lines in the air. Puff! 2 soft noises were heard one after another, and the front and rear wheels on one side of the truck exploded one after another. The high-speed vehicle lost control instantly. From the window, the driver clutched the steering wheel and tried to save it, but it was not that easy to control the high-speed truck. The truck started to move around on the road and managed to slip out for more than 20 meters. Due to the imbalance on both sides, the truck overturned on the road and relied on inertia to row another dozen meters before finally stopping. Thick smoke kept rising from the front of the truck, and the truck should not be far from being scrapped. The 5 people walked out of the dark grass one after another. Lu Yin and Xia Hoqian took the lead, Jiang Shaoli and Sha Yi followed to assist, and Su Yangyang was the last to join the group, maintaining their formation and approaching the wreckage of the truck carefully. But a few people haven't walked out a few meters. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud noises came in succession. Under the surprised gazes of the 5 people, the rear door and cab door on one side of the truck flew up one after another, and then quickly landed on the ground, stirring up dust on the ground. Grass, what's the situation? 3 people walked out of the cargo box, and 2 people jumped out of the overturned cab, waving their hands to disperse the turbulent dust in front of them, with unlucky looks on their faces. 5 people, 2 men and 3 women. Lu Yin stared at the 5 people with an ugly expression. In such a serious car accident, the 5 people were unhurt, but they just looked a little embarrassed. This is not normal. Be careful, these people are not simple. Lu Yin stopped and warned the 4 people in a low voice. 10 flying swords flew out from Lu Yan's left pocket and floated around to protect him. Damn it! You guys are the ones who punctured our tires? Do you know how far it is from the city center and how long it takes to walk there? It's up to you. The 5 stowaways noticed at a glance the 5 Lu Yans who were approaching dozens of meters away. One of them was the first to lose his composure and couldn't help but come up and curse. The voice was so loud that Lu Yan even thought it was too loud, even though he was nearly 50 meters away. Shut up. Judging from his position, he should be the eldest among the 5. He picked his ears, turned around, and yelled at him. The one who cursed immediately shut up and took a step back silently, not daring to say anything. Who are you? We should have no grudges against you. Yang Long, the leader, glanced at the smoking truck behind him with a dark face and spoke in a bad tone. Xiahou Qian, who had just been scolded and had a hot temper, took a step forward and wanted to retaliate, but Lu Yin raised his hand to stop him. The Mengqing Supernatural Abilities Bureau is handling the case. The 5 of you are suspected of illegal entry. I hope you will cooperate with the arrest. Lu Yin stepped forward and took the initiative to assume the responsibility of negotiation. Damn, he's actually from the Superpower Bureau. Bai Ying, a woman behind Yang Long, couldn't help but curse in a low voice. This Mu Chun is really a loser. He didn't even know he was being targeted by the Supernatural Power Bureau, and it caused us to be discovered. He is a person who fails to succeed, but only fails to succeed. Su Run, the man who cursed at the beginning, couldn't help but curse too, but his voice was lowered consciously. It's okay. The Superpower Bureau probably doesn't know it's us entering the country. As long as we kill all 5 of them, it won't be a big problem. Another woman, Yu Jing, rubbed her wrist casually, as if she was saying a very simple thing. Then deal with them. Yang Long turned his head and gave the order lightly. Chapter 56. Vampire. Xiahou Qian has sharp eyes, and she can actually see the fangs of the other 5 people when she is more than a few dozen meters away at night. Although fangs are not unique to vampires, it is rare for 5 people to have fangs. Yang Long chuckled lightly and raised his right hand upwards. The surrounding air flowed rapidly. In less than 5 seconds, a ball of water with a diameter of half a meter quickly condensed on the palm of his hand. Bai Ying raised her hand and made a move, and 10 flying knives flew out from behind her. With a shake of one hand, they all floated around her body, faintly facing Lu Yan's flying sword. Su Rin grinned, made fists with both hands, and punched the void twice. Flames spontaneously ignited out of thin air and wrapped around his fists. The fists touched each other, and sparks flew everywhere. Yu Jing shook her hands and stamped her feet. A layer of fine lightning quickly spread from the soles of her feet, covering her entire body in an instant. The last woman, Yao Hui, stepped hard on the ground, and the soil under her feet immediately melted into mud, which climbed up along the soles of her shoes, and finally covered her whole body, as if she was wearing a layer of earth armor. Seeing the enemy's actions, Lu Yin and the others' moods instantly hit rock bottom. Condensing water and making fire are the hallmarks of 3rd grade. 2 are 3rd grade, and the other 3 are at least 2nd grade peaks, depending on the situation. The key is that the opponent is still a vampire, and his recovery ability is 1st rate. How to fight this? What to do? Xiahou Qian swallowed quietly. She was just bellicose, but not arrogant. It was difficult for people not to panic with this level of fighting power. Cold sweat instantly covered the foreheads of several people, and a sense of suffocation quietly spread among them. Before everyone could react from the panic, the 5 people on the opposite side rushed forward under Yang Long's instructions. The first ones to bear the brunt were Su Ron, whose fists were on fire, and Yao Hui, who was fully armed. Shaoli and Sha Yi, you 2 protect Yang Yang's retreat and call for help immediately. This is no longer a battle that you 2 can get involved in. You can go as far as you want. Sister Qian, you and I will resist for a while and buy time for them to retreat. Faced with the crisis, Lu Yan's mind turned wildly. He made a quick judgment and took over Su Yangyang's command without hesitation. Shay, I'll stay. As a man, Sha Yi couldn't possibly leave the 2 of them behind and run away. No matter how scared he was, he still wanted to stay and fight with the 2 of them. Su Yangyang also wanted to say something else, but Lu Yan didn't give them a chance and shouted sternly, "Go away, don't stay and cause us trouble, leave the gun for me, and run away if you want to help us." Lu Yan scolded, and it was too late to care whether the 3 of them stayed or stayed. A distance of several dozen meters was nothing to a vampire. In just a moment, the opponent's first attack was already approaching. Lu Yan pointed with one hand, and the 10 flying swords turned quietly. Ding 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 ding. With 10 sounds in a row, the 10 flying swords accurately intercepted the 10 flying knives that were piercing through the air. Xiahou Qian was awakened by Lu Yan's scolding. When she saw Su Run, who was already within 10 meters, she subconsciously raised her gun and shot him twice. With a thought, Sha Ye's rifle fell out of his grasp and fell straight into Lu Yan's hands. Lu Yan didn't even look. He held the rifle and flicked it with one hand. The bullet flew out and pointed directly at Yu Jing. Yu Jing didn't know when she came from behind and was already on par with Su Rin. Yao Hui, who was a few steps behind, was well prepared. The moment he saw Xiahou Qian making a move to shoot, he punched the ground with his fists. A 5-centimeter thick earth wall quickly rose in front of Su Ren and Yu Jing, blocking the trajectory of the three guns. However, the bullets fired by Xiahou Qian were not so easy to catch. With the blessing of firepower, the bullets were fully fired and successfully penetrated the earth wall and shot Su Ren in the abdomen. However, the earthen wall still played some role, weakening the potential energy of the bullet and causing no penetrating injury to Su Ren. Surprisingly, the bullets fired by Lu Yan also penetrated the earth wall, but the remaining bullets were knocked away by Yu Jing's protective lightning and failed to cause any effective damage. Su Ren touched the wound on his abdomen with one hand, and the sparks burned the wound and successfully stopped the bleeding. Yu Jing and Su Ren did not stop. They rushed forward unabated. They stepped on the earth wall with one foot, crossed a distance of nearly 5 meters, and successfully reached the front. Retreat! Lu Yan shouted loudly and glared hard, but instead of retreating, he stepped forward and punched Su Ren. He took the initiative to take on this third-grade opponent. But what Lu Yan didn't expect was that Xiahou Qian also didn't listen to the order and retreated. She put her right pistol back into the holster and took out a dagger from her back waist. With a dagger in one hand and a pistol in the other, they headed towards Yu Jing. In the flash of lightning, four people fought together. Seeing this scene, Su Yangyang gritted her teeth and felt cruel. She raised her hand to call Sha Yi and the two of them to turn around and go back to the original road. Unfortunately, before the three of them had taken a few steps, a wall of water fell from the sky not far in front of them, blocking the way of the three of them. Although there was a thin wall of water blocking the way, no one dared to just break through. Shay turned around and saw Yang Long standing in the distance with the corners of his mouth raised. Damn it, the retreat was blocked. Lu Yan glanced at this place with the corner of his eye, and when he saw the three people being blocked, he thought to himself that it was terrible. You dare to be distracted when you fight with me? Who gave you the courage? Noticing the distracted Lu Yan, Su Ren was instantly furious. Feeling the opponent's humiliation, he punched straight out. Lu Yan remained unmoved by Su Ren's roar. He slipped his foot and ducked sideways to avoid Su Ren's fist. He leaned forward and punched Su Ren's abdominal wound with his left hand. Ugh! Su Ren looked at Lu Yan in disbelief and spit out a mouthful of bitter water. He felt like his stomach acid was about to be knocked out. He turned his head slightly and looked at Lu Yan's side face, his eyes a little dazed. When have there been people with such physical strength among superpowers? The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly, and now is not the time to waste time. Lu Yan applied more force to his hand and knocked Su Ren into the air. He grabbed the rifle floating in his hand, raised it, and fired 5 shots at Su Ren in the air. The gun hit the vital part of Su Ren's heart. Unfortunately, things happened suddenly, and there was no time to prepare a silver bullet. However, such an injury should allow him to rest for a while. Ah, Siren, are you okay? Seeing Su Ren flying backwards, Yao Hui exclaimed, quickly reached out to catch him, and put him down to the ground, only to find that his heart was already a bloody mess. Fortunately, although the injury seemed serious, Su Ren was still alive. With the recovery speed of a vampire, he was a good man again in 20 minutes. Without enough time to notice the surprised expressions of others, Lu Yan quickly shook the 5 fingers of his left hand, and the 10 flying swords in the air changed their positions many times, accurately knocking away the flying knives that were attacking Su Yangyang and the others. Taking the time to look in Xiahou Qian's direction, I found that she was actually able to fight Yu Jing back and forth. The two of them should not be able to hurt each other for the time being. Interesting. I didn't expect to meet such an interesting opponent as soon as I landed. Taking a few steps forward and taking a look at Su Ren's injury, Yang Long held his hands together, snapped his fingers a few times, and made a move with one hand. In a few seconds, another water ball with a diameter of 0.5 meter floated above his head. This place is very close to the seaside. Not only is the wind strong, but the humidity in the air is also very high. Third-grade water-type users have a great advantage. I didn't expect you, a metal-type superpower, to be able to develop your physical strength to this level. It's really rare. Su Ren was caught off guard by you, but you want to use this to fight against me, but it's a bit whimsical. I don't know. Can you bring me any other surprises? Before Yang Long finished speaking, 10 water arrows shot out from the water ball above his head. Under Lu Yan's watchful eyes, 10 water arrows joined in the confrontation between flying knives and flying swords. Lu Yan deliberately wanted to dodge, but was held back by Ying's flying knives. Ding! The sound of gold and iron knocking sounded, and 10 flying swords were knocked away at the same time. Depend on. Lu Yan cursed secretly when he saw the flying knives getting rid of the entanglement and killing the two who were waiting to guard Su Yangyang. The rifle in his right hand touched the right pocket, and 10 steel balls flew out, catching up with the flying knife at an extremely fast speed and knocking it away from the side. Liu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he caught up in time. After controlling the flying sword and fighting with the flying knife for a few minutes, he knew that Bai Ying was so powerful that 2 newcomers could not fight against him. Liu Yin pulled back hard with his left hand, and the force on the flying sword was successfully released when it was about to escape Liu Yan's control. The flying sword flew back and guarded in front of the 3 people together with 10 steel balls. The idea is a little too tricky. Yao Hui didn't know when he joined Xia Hoqian's battle group. At this time, Xia Hoqian was 1-on-2, and the situation was already in danger. Looking at Yang Long, who was smiling silently in front of him, and Bai Ying, who was 20 meters away, Liu Yin felt extremely stressed. The brain is constantly working, thinking of all possible strategies to deal with the enemy. Chapter 57. What is the difference between mental control objects and other physical control objects? Speaking of the mental system, it may be a bit abstract, and telekinesis is a relatively conceptual thing, but in a non-vacuum environment, it can be said that the mental system controls the air. It does not really control the air. Compared with the metal type ability that directly controls the movement of metal, the mental type can control metal indirectly. Therefore, with the same strength, the mental type is relatively poor in controlling the movement speed of metal and the transmission speed of superpowers. After Liu Yan's detailed test, the overall power was probably about 9% weaker. Liu Yan's current official strength is that he is a second-grade peak spiritual superpower. However, in order to resist the attacks of several people, Liu Yan had to expose some of his own strength. He now controls the flying swords and steel balls using the metal-type superpower. Liu Yan and Yang Long temporarily entered into a confrontation, but no one took the lead. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at the water curtain raised by Yang Long behind him, and then glanced at Xia Hoqian, who had been retreating continuously. Sister Qian, please come back first. 5 flying swords and 10 steel balls suddenly flew out. After the steel balls hit the 10 flying knives that were trying to block them, the remaining 5 flying swords broke through the encirclement and attacked the 2 people in front of Xia Hoqian. Oh, how could Yang Long just watch like this? With a wave of one hand, a water shield suddenly jumped up from the ground and suddenly appeared above Yu Jing and Yao Hui, protecting them from Liu Yan's attack. In the flash of lightning, Liu Yan raised his rifle and fired several shots at Yang Long's location, emptying the magazine. When everyone's attention was drawn to Yang Long by the sound of gunfire, Liu Yan pressed down heavily with his left hand. Facing the bullet attack, Yang Long did not dare to be careless. The water ball above his head shrank inward, quickly forming a shield and falling in front of him. The 6 bullets were shot into the water shield one after another, and when they encountered resistance, they slowly lost kinetic energy in the water flow, slowly stopped, and were finally discharged by the water flow. Ah! An exclamation suddenly sounded, and everyone hurriedly looked in the direction from which the sound came. Yu Jing and Yao Hui didn't know when they stopped attacking and distanced themselves from Xia Hoqian. Yu Jing was covering her left arm with her right hand, and blood could be seen seeping out from between her fingers. It was she who had just exclaimed. Several people quickly scanned the battlefield and found that the water shield set up by Yang Long in midair had turned into water and fell to the ground for some unknown reason. On the ground between Xia Hoqian and Yu Jing's battlefield, 5 flying swords were nailed, and a few drops of blood could be seen on one of them. No one expected that Liu Yan's attack not only broke through Yang Long's defense, but also successfully injured Yu Jing. Come back soon. Just when everyone was surprised, Liu Yan woke up Xia Hoqian again. Xia Hoqian came back to her senses, hurriedly took a few steps back, returned behind Liu Yan, and joined Su Yangyang and the others. She looked warily at the flying knives and steel balls that were still fighting in the air. After being injured, Yu Jing was very angry and wanted to chase Xia Hoqian, but was stopped by Yao Hui, who took her and Yang Long to join him. Liu Yan and Bai Ying coincidentally waved their hands at the same time. The steel balls and flying knives collided again and flew back to each camp by the reaction force. Liu Yan took advantage of the situation and recalled the 5 flying swords stuck on the ground. What's the situation? Yang Long frowned slightly and looked at the wound on Yu Jing's arm. He was in the middle of 3rd grade. Is his shield so easy to break through? At this time, Yu Jing had released her hand covering the wound. The wound was about 1 centimeter deep, not deep, and the bleeding had stopped. Brother Yang, I noticed that the flying sword that just attacked suddenly increased in speed and directly broke through your defense. Sister Jing was caught off guard and was successfully attacked. Yao Hui answered Yang Long's question for Yu Jing and touched her chest. I hadn't noticed it just now, but now I realized that the armor covering Yao Hui's body had a 5-centimeter-long gap on his chest. If she didn't have this layer of earth armor defense, she might have been injured more seriously than Yu Jing. Yang Long looked at Lu Yin, who was confronting him in disbelief. His eyes were full of disbelief. The opponent's flying sword was still so powerful after breaking through his own defense. The communication between them was not loud, so except for Lu Yin, no one else heard it. Otherwise, they would be surprised by Lu Yan's ability. What's more, they themselves have no time to care about him at this time. Sister Yang Yang, how about asking for help? Lu Yin didn't look sideways, took a step back, and asked softly. I just contacted him, but no one answered. He must have been in contact with Mu Chen's gang and didn't have time to receive information. Su Yangyang replied solemnly, her tone full of disappointment. Hearing Su Yangyang's answer, everyone's faces darkened. They knew what it meant without support. Especially, everyone noticed that Su Ren on the other side had already sat up from the ground, and it was estimated that he would be able to join the battle in a few minutes. There was a wall of water behind them, and they couldn't escape. It seemed that the only outcome they faced was death. Then what should we do? Jiang Shaoli was a little nervous. Although she was a strong woman, she was also an ordinary person. Facing a death threat for the first time, she couldn't help but feel scared. You guys wait a moment. Lu Yin had just finished speaking when something unexpected happened. A water arrow shot out from behind everyone, passed over their heads under the gaze of the four people, and hit Lu Yan's neck directly. The four of them watched what happened in horror, but were powerless to do anything. They watched Lu Yin roll his eyes straight forward and fall to the ground. Xiaoyan. Su Yangyang screamed in fear, trying to push away the two people blocking her, and stepped forward to check Lu Yan's injuries and provide him with treatment. But as soon as she lifted her steps, she saw 3 water arrows shooting out from behind her again, hitting Xia Hoqian and the other 2 people on their necks respectively. Then the 3 of them fell to the ground with their eyes widened. Time seemed to have been pressed on the slowdown button, and the 3 of them slowly fell into the embrace of the earth. This was the last scene Su Yangyang saw. Her neck hurt, her eyes went dark, and she passed out. Bang 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 bang. 4 landing sounds sounded one after another, which was the sound of the face coming into close contact with the ground. Yang Long and the other 5 looked at their opponent, who suddenly fell to the ground in disbelief. There are stupid fruits on the stupid tree. You and me under the stupid tree. A few people looked confused. Su Ren and the other 4 subconsciously turned to look at Yang Long at the same time, their eyes full of doubts. Their positions were facing Lu Yin and the other 5, so they could see the entire process of what happened just now. Just when Lu Yin opened his mouth to say something, the wall of water behind them fluctuated violently, and a water arrow shot out, easily knocking Lu Yin out. Then 4 more water arrows were shot out one after another, knocking out the remaining 4 people. In the eyes of Su Ren and the others, the water wall was a means arranged by Yang Long, so he should be the one who knocked out the 5 people. They just didn't expect that the matter would be solved so easily. Lu Yan's performance just now left a very deep impression on them. He shouldn't be such a bad guy. Faced with the doubts of the 4 people, Yang Long frowned and shook his head in denial. I didn't do it just now. What? X4, the 4 of them exclaimed. If it wasn't Yang Long's hand, then who was it? Is there anyone else present? Several people looked around quickly and even used their ultrasonic waves to check the surrounding situation. However, after the 4 people searched an area of 100 meters, they found nothing. It's too dark. Even if it's a vampire, there's no way to find it no matter how far away it is. May I ask which friend came to help? Please come out and see me. Yang Long also found no trace of others hiding, so in the end, he could only shout loudly. But they waited for 3 minutes and no one showed up, as if no one else was really there. Yang Long frowned deeper, and things started to get weird. You just keep talking. What are you shouting about? You are calling ghosts. Just when a few people were about to give up temporarily and go pick up the body, a voice sounded from not far away. The 5 people's eyes instantly focused and looked towards the direction where the sound came from, and found that it actually came from Lu Yin, who was lying on the ground. Under the gaze of the 5 people, Lu Yin slowly got up from the ground and wiped the water stains on the back of his neck. After standing up and flicking the dust off his clothes, Lu Yin looked back at the 4 people lying on the couch behind him. Oops, he actually landed on his face. He made a mistake, and I don't know if he was disfigured or not. Forget it. These are just small details, don't worry about them. Do you have any last words? Lu Yin took out his mobile phone and operated his fingers quickly, sending out messages one after another. You are really arrogant. Su Ren, who was recovering from his injuries, felt that he had been careless just now, but now he was able to do it again. He jumped up from the ground, ignored the surprise, and directly responded to Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin didn't pay attention and continued to retrieve messages on his phone. Lift your right foot slightly and step down hard. The ground around them suddenly shook. Behind them were 4 people lying on the floor. The ground 5 meters away rose up and gathered in the middle. Finally, an inverted earthen bowl covered the 4 people. At the same time, Lu Yin put his cell phone back into his pocket, raised his head and grinned at Yang Long and the others, with 2 fangs exposed at the corners of his mouth. Now, the second round begins. Chapter 58. Are you a vampire too? Bai Ying covered her mouth with one hand and exclaimed. The expressions of the other 4 people were equally uneasy. The other person seemed to be someone from the Superpower Bureau. Is there a vampire in the Superpower Bureau? This is big news. Which generation of vampires are you from? Who do you belong to? Yang Long took back the water wall that had been maintained with one move with one hand. There was no need for it to exist anymore. Now it seems that the water arrow just now should be the work of this person. Then it is known that the other party has water, metal, and earth elements, 3 types of supernatural vampires, and his identity is at least a vampire within the 5th generation. He has to pay attention to it. How many generations? With whom? Lu Yin opened his mouth and repeated Yang Long's question in his mind. Thinking of Lu Man, he quickly understood the meaning of the other party's question. He should be asking how many generations of vampires he was and who his immediate boss was. However, Lu Yin had no intention of answering the other party, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't. He didn't even know how many generations of vampires he was. Before asking others, you should tell yourself your family name first. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes slightly and answered with a smile. Tisk. Yang Long curled his lips slightly, feeling a little unhappy. If it hadn't been for the huge sense of threat he felt after the other party revealed his identity as a vampire, he wouldn't be chatting with him calmly now. The 8th generation of the Blood Clan under Lord Julie's command, 3rd grade Mizuki, Clan Yang Long. Yang Long raised his head slightly, feeling a little proud. Julie? Yashiro? Bloodlines? Water and wood type? For questions appeared in Lu Yan's mind. The vampire should call himself the vampire internally. Is this to distinguish himself from humans and divide him into the human race and the vampire? But it's quite appropriate. Julie, Lu Yan guessed, should be Yang Long's immediate boss, that is, a vampire of the 1st generation. Water and wood type? Could it be that Yang Long only has water and wood elements? Lu Yan himself has all the basic superpowers, and Lu Man, who was transformed by him, also has all the basic superpowers. Is this ability hereditary, or will it weaken with each generation of vampires? At this time, Lu Yan also remembered a detail. The vampire he met a few months ago only used 1 thunder power during the battle, but he was negligent. Seeing Yang Long looking at him blankly, Lu Yan smiled slightly again and tapped Bai Ying and others one by one with his chin. It's me. Su Run was about to curse on the spot, but Yang Long glared back and collapsed like a deflated ball. 3rd grade fire type Su Run, the 10th generation of the Blood Clan under Master Su Yuan. Seeing this, Bai Ying and the 3 girls spoke one after another without any reminder. The 10th generation of Blood Clan under Lord Chu Shuangfeng, 2nd grade gold type Bai Ying. The 10th generation of vampires under Lord Julie's command, 2nd grade thunder type Yu Jing. The 10th generation of vampires under Lord Julie's command, 2nd grade earth type Yao Hui. The 10th generation vampires only had 1 series of abilities, while the 8th generation vampires had 2 series of abilities. Comparing the 3 people under Julie's command, Lu Yan confirmed the guess that the abilities would be weakened. Julie, Su Yuan, and Chu Shuangfeng, these 4 people should have a high status in the vampire clan. No, it should be said that they have a high status. I don't know what kind of status someone like me has in the vampire clan with all the faculties. But Lu Yan wasn't stupid, so he couldn't ask directly. 7th generation vampire, 3rd grade gold, water and earth element, Shao 1. Lu Yan followed the other person's words and casually made up an identity. He had already used 3 types of powers, so he should be higher than the other person. Tisk. The other party didn't reveal the most important identity, and Yang Long's patience was about to be exhausted. Wait a minute, is there something wrong? Yang Long narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Lu Yan doubtfully. The 6th to 9th generations have 2 series of abilities, and only the 4th and 5th generations have 3 series of abilities. This Xiaowen said he is a 7th generation vampire? Something is wrong, very wrong. There is a problem. There is a big problem. After making eye contact with the other 4 people, Yang Long continued. We want to enter the country. Are you sure you want to stop us? Lu Yan lowered his head and thought for a while. As a vampire, he seems to have no reason to stop people. The road is there. You just have to do it. Lu Yan waved his hand, took 10 steel balls, grabbed them, and rubbed them carefully with one hand behind his back. It's an attitude. Yang Long raised his eyes and looked at the buckled earthen bowl, frowning slightly. Can you make sure they don't leak our information? They entered the country with a mission. If the Superpower Bureau knew about it, things would become very troublesome. No. Lu Yin shook his head, feeling relieved. Then I want to kill them, but you still want to stop us? Yang Long tapped the ground with one foot, and as he finished speaking, one vine after another continued to emerge from the ground. No. Lu Yin shook his head again. Then it seems there's nothing to talk about. The vines around Yang Long grew rapidly and rushed toward where Lu Yin was standing. Lu Yin made a move with one hand, and 10 flying swords flew out, drawing 10 arcs, trying to cut off the vines. The vines suddenly stopped growing and started flying flexibly, constantly knocking flying swords away. Lu Yan's face was solemn. He didn't expect that the wood type could play like this. Lu Yin made a move with one hand, and 10 flying swords flew back. With a flick of his right hand, the 10 flying swords melted quickly and merged with the molten iron that had already melted the steel ball in his palm. With a flick of my right hand, a long knife was shaped. When Lu Yin ran out, the long knife in my hand had solidified. 3rd grade metal power, metal shaping. Dang dang dang. The wrist kept turning, and the long knife flew. The flying knives that hit platinum away one after another. Turning his feet, using his arms hard, he cut through the whipped vines with a knife. On the smooth-cut surface, drops of juice flowed down. Taking a step sideways to avoid Yu Jing who was pursuing him, he took advantage of the situation and kicked Yao Hui away on the other side. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the fire behind him, and a wall of earth rose up behind him. Su Rin punched the earth wall with a fist, causing the earth to fly. It seems that he has regained his fighting strength. Lu Yin somersaulted, dodging the splashing mud and pursuing vines. Fortunately, after joining the Superpower Bureau, Lu Yin actively participated in training and asked Wen Lin for many combat skills. Otherwise, even if he were at the peak of 3rd grade, he wouldn't be able to fight against 5 people now. Lu Yin, who had just stood still, saw Yang Long shooting a barrage, a large swath of water arrows. Can't escape. Lu Yin stabbed the knife into the ground and raised it with force. A half-meter-thick earth wall rose from the ground, blocking Lu Yan's figure behind him. Water arrows continuously shot at the earth wall, stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped the surrounding area. Lu Yin held his breath and clenched his left hand hard. The water flowing on the ground floated up and flew sideways at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Su Rin was about to jump into the smoke and attack Lu Yin. However, he saw a large ball of water jumping out of his sight, directly extinguishing the flames on his body and taking him flying in midair. He retreated nearly 10 meters, and then he was freed from the shackles of the water ball. Before the smoke cleared, Lu Yin rushed out with his knife, aiming directly at Yu Jing. Yu Jing didn't dare to be careless. As a 2nd grade, she didn't dare to let Lu Yin get close. She hurriedly backed away and threw out with one hand. The dense arcs all over her body quickly condensed. A lightning whip formed quickly and was thrown out as she moved, hitting Lu Yan's head. Seeing this, Lu Yin was shocked and hurriedly braked. Metal can conduct electricity. Even though he was physically strong, he did not dare to hold a knife to cut down the thunder and lightning, so he hurriedly raised a shield to resist. With a wave of his left hand, the water flow from the ground flew up again, blocking the other side to prevent the sneak attack of Bai Ying's flying knife. However, as soon as the water flow blocked Bai Ying's attack, it began to fluctuate continuously. It was Yang Long who was fighting for control of the water flow with him. Glancing at Yang Long, Lu Yin clenched his left hand and pulled it back. The water ball was divided into 2 parts, one large and one small. The small ball returned to his side under Yang Long's control, and the big one flew back to Lu Yan's left side. Lu Yin frowned. He was careless. Insert the left hand into the water ball, and the spiritual power in the body flows out and rushes into the water ball. The water vapor in the surrounding air quickly gathered, and the volume of the water group expanded again, and at the same time, Yang Long's remaining spiritual power in the water group was eliminated. Chapter 59. Ha ha ha. Lu Yin took a few breaths. 1-on-1, he is sure to crush anyone present, but 1-on-5, it is still a bit reluctant. He needs to observe the movements of the 5 people to prevent sneak attacks, which is a big test of his mental strength. Before Lu Yin could catch his breath, the ground beneath his feet trembled. Lu Yin hurriedly took a side step and jumped 2 meters away. A vine shot straight up from where he was just standing. After growing to 3 meters long, it came straight towards where he was. The sword flashed, and the vines were cut into pieces. Su Rin didn't know when to adjust and punched again. Probably because he was afraid of the water flowing around Lu Yin, Su Ren did not increase the magic damage. Facing Su Ren's offensive, the fierce look in Liu Yan's eyes flashed away, and he took the initiative to take a step forward, avoiding the vital point and directly facing him. Su Ren punched Liu Yan on the left shoulder. Liu Yan groaned, moved his shoulders slightly to resolve the push on his shoulders, gritted his teeth secretly, released his right hand, and the long knife flew up naturally. Liu Yan took advantage of the close proximity and hit Su Ren's heart with the palm of his right hand. But he didn't use much force, and Su Ren didn't even move. But there was a smile on Liu Yan's lips. Feeling the connection between the palms of his hands, he instantly made a fist with his right hand and pulled it back. Following Liu Yan's movements, Su Ren felt a heartbreaking pain coming from his heart, and his face turned pale. Drink, Liu Yan shouted loudly, kicked Su Ren in the abdomen, used the reaction force to retreat 2 meters, and pulled hard with his right hand. Blood holes suddenly opened in Su Ren's chest. Liu Yan grabbed it, and several streams of light flew backwards as the wounds opened. When he opened his hand, he saw that it was the bullet that had been shot into Su Ren's body not long ago. Su Ren fell to his knees in pain, holding his wound and gasping for air. He looked at Liu Yan with fierce eyes, wishing to eat him alive. But Liu Yan didn't care. His eyes moved. Be careful, being warned. He stood at the end of the team and could see the whole scene. He quickly warned Su Ren, who was seriously injured, but it was still a step too late. The long knife that had just come out of his hand avoided the attacks of others in the air, and then went around behind Su Ren. Under Liu Yan's control, he slashed at Su Ren's left arm. When Su Ren heard the shouting, he looked back in shock, only to see a flash of white light, and subconsciously raised his arms to block it. Poof, pass. A broken arm fell to the ground, and the entire forearm of Su Ren's left arm was completely cut off from the joint. I'm going to kill you. Su Ren had 2 wounds, and he didn't know which one to cover with his remaining hand. He fell to his knees, unable to do anything but rage. Liu Yan didn't have time to care about his howling. With a wave of one hand, he almost controlled the water flow to form a shield, blocking Bai Ying's sneak attack with flying knives and Yu Jing's thunder whip. The water flow oscillated violently, as if boiling, and a large group of bubbles rose up. The water was electrolyzed into gas, and the water shield shrank by a full 2 centimeters, which was able to offset the attack of the lightning whip. Not daring to neglect, he hurriedly recalled the long knife. Liu Yan touched the long knife with his right hand, and the bullet turned into molten iron and melted into the long knife, making the blade thicker. Holding the handle of the knife, he slashed it behind him, successfully forcing Yao Hui back. Liu Yan has now lost a fighting force. Vampires have strong recovery abilities, but they are not yet able to regenerate a severed limb. At most, the broken arm can be reattached without much effort afterwards. But Su Ren, who suffered a second heart injury and lost a section of his arm, had no idea how useful he would be in this battle. Now, 1 against 4. Waste. When Yang Long saw Liu Yan seriously injuring Su Ren, his face turned gloomy and he cursed. A vine broke out from the ground behind Su Ren and wrapped around his arm. A stream of green energy was uploaded from the vine into Su Ren's body. Within a few seconds, Su Ren's broken arm and heart wound had stopped bleeding and were beginning to heal. The vines then let go and dug into the ground again. Xiaowen, who are you? Yang Long looked at Liu Yan with a gloomy face, his eyes fixed on Liu Yan's shoulders. That was where Su Ren attacked just now. He knew Su Ren's strength, but withstanding his full blow, Liu Yan's left arm seemed to be fine and could still move freely. Either his physical strength is ridiculously high, or his self-healing ability is ridiculously strong. As far as he knows, neither of them is what a 3rd-grade vampire should have. Who am I? Didn't I say that I am Xiaowen, a 7th-generation vampire? As Yang Long opened his mouth, Yu Jing and Yao Hui also slowly backed away and distanced themselves from him, and the 2 sides re-entered a confrontation. Taking advantage of Su Ren's previous experience, they did not dare to get closer. Don't you even know this basic information? Yang Long took a deep breath and tried to keep his tone calm. He thought of a possibility. Basic information? Liu Yan's heart skipped a beat, thinking there might be something wrong in his words. The 6th to 9th generation vampires have 2 types of abilities. Only the 4th and 5th generations have 3 types of abilities. If you say you are a 7th generation vampire, you are lying. Buying interrupted at the right time to explain. Forehead. Liu Yan scratched his cheek, feeling a little embarrassed. He didn't know if it was too late to introduce himself as a 5th generation vampire. You don't even know this basic information. I'm really curious about whose subordinate you are. The soil at Yang Long's feet loosened, and a 4-meter-long rattan broke out of the ground. Yang Long grabbed it close to the root. The root of the cane automatically disconnected, and without a single swing, the cane whipped onto the ground, making a crackling sound. TSK, since it's been exposed, I won't hide it anymore. Lu Yin glanced at the cane, flicked his left hand, and the water flowed, forming a 5-meter-long water whip. Since the 4th and 5th generations have 3 series, what about the 2nd and 3rd generations of the 1st generation? Can you please tell me? Don't get me wrong. I was also transformed into a vampire by chance. I don't know who my superior is. I haven't seen him since I woke up. When Lu Yin said this, he spread his hands to show his innocence. And I want to get more information from them. Oh, the 3rd generation has 4 series, the 2nd generation has 5 series, and the 1st generation has all 6 series of basic abilities. This information is considered everyone knows, and it is also available within the Superpower Bureau. Maybe Xiaowen has not been exposed to it, and Yonglong has no need to hide it. Is this a decreasing relationship? The 1st generation has 6 series, while the 2nd generation only has 5 series. As for Lu Yin and Lu Man, Lu Yin has 6 series of powers, and Lu Man also has 6 series. This situation is not right. So is he a vampire of the 1st generation, or is Lu Man a vampire of the 1st generation? Are there higher-level vampires in the previous generation, or is Lu Man a mutant? Lu Yan's mind was spinning rapidly, and he found that after learning more information, he had more doubts. So it seems that I should be considered a 5th-generation vampire. Lu Yin grinned, shook off the water whip in his hand, and whipped away a vine that had just broken through the ground. Do you think I will still believe it? Yonglong winked at the 3 women and took the lead in sprinting towards Lu Yan's position for the first time. To be honest with you, why don't you believe it? Lu Yin swung out his whip and collided with Yonglong's vine whip. Although Yonglong's attack was successfully neutralized, the stability of the water was not as good as the vines, so it was directly scattered. Yonglong waved his hand, and the recondensed water flow came towards Lu Yan's shop, blocking his sight. At the same time, Yao Hui fell a few steps behind, his mud-covered fists hitting the ground continuously, causing the surrounding land to tremble. Lu Yin had just split the water curtain, but before he could figure out what was going on, the ground shook. The ground cracked, and thorns and vines burst out of the ground instantly. Lu Yin wanted to avoid it, but found that there was no place around him to put his foot down. Depend on. Lu Yin wanted to jump to the top of the surrounding soil thorns and stand, but he was attacked by the surrounding vines. There were too many vines to guard against, and he could not stand firmly at all. Lu Yin let go of the long knife and flew up with one foot on the ground. The long knife automatically flew under Lu Yan's feet, supporting him to float at a height of 6 meters. Only then did he avoid the attack from the ground. I'll go and I can fly. Yao Hui opened his mouth in surprise. Lu Yin stepped on the flying knife and leaped more than 10 meters out of the attack range of the ground stab, and then landed. As soon as it landed, Yonglong and Yu Jing arrived and attacked it directly. Lu Yin hurriedly raised an earth wall to block Yonglong's vine whip attack. A layer of mud covered Lu Yan's left hand along his trousers, and he punched Yu Jing, knocking him back. Brush, long-term defense will lead to failure. After such a long battle, Lu Yin still made a mistake. Bai Ying's flying knife took advantage of the gap between Lu Yin to resist the attacks of the 2 men and suddenly came from the blind spot. Although he sensed danger intuitively, it was too late to dodge completely. The flying knife tore through Lu Yan's clothes and pierced Lu Yan's skin, leaving bloody traces clearly visible. There was even a flying knife that stabbed directly into Lu Yan's back, penetrating 1 centimeter deep into his flesh. He grabbed the flying knife behind his back and pulled it out. His own blood was still on the blade. Before he could get angry, Lu Yin hurriedly took a few steps back. Under Yonglong's attack, the earthen wall shattered into pieces of mud, splashing everywhere, with an emerald green vine hidden in it. He held the long knife in front of him and lifted it up. The one on Yonglong's hand was indeed different. It was not cut off like other vines, but was knocked away. Lu Yin felt the pressure. Xiaowen, since you don't know who you were transformed by, do you want to go back with us? After all, you are not the same kind as humans. Yonglong retracted the vines, dispersed the surrounding dust, and extended an invitation to Lu Yin. I think my life is pretty good now, and I have no plans to go abroad for the time being. Once a year moves, the water on the ground gathers, and thousands of water arrows are formed in the air. With Lu Yan's finger, they cover a large area towards the 4 people on the opposite side. Yonglong hurriedly waved the vines to scatter the water arrows flying towards him. Yao Hui took a step back and stood in front of Yu Jing. The earthen helmet on his body quickly thickened to block all attacks. Bai Ying quickly flipped his hands and waved them, and 9 flying knives quickly responded, constantly hitting the water arrows that were shot at him in the air. In this case, we can only take you back and hand you over to the adults. Just when everyone's attention was attracted by the sky full of water arrows, Lu Yin ran quickly to the ground and was in front of Yao Hui in the blink of an eye. Be careful. Yu Jing just finished speaking. Lu Yin turned around and kicked Yao Hui away, who had his back turned to him. The mud covered the handle of the knife. Lu Yin followed the inertia of turning and slashed Yu Jing's chest with the knife. Only then did Yu Jing realize that Lu Yan's real target was her. At the critical moment, the superpowers in the body operate rapidly, and the lightning superpowers are instantly concentrated at the feet and abdomen. But everything she did made little difference. Before she could escape, Lu Yin had already slashed her chest. The clothes were torn, revealing a patch of snow-white skin, leaving a wound more than 10 centimeters long. Through the wound, Yu Jing's sternum could be faintly seen. Ah! A piercing scream came from Yu Jing's mouth, and she hurriedly squatted down to cover the wound. I don't know if it's because of shame and anger or the sting of the wound. Chapter 60. This is not the time to pity the beauty. Lu Yin wiped away the remaining traces of Bai Ying on the flying knife and flew it towards Yu Jing, aiming directly for his heart. A vine broke out in front of Yu Jing, and the flying knife pierced the vine. After it penetrated, it lost power and was easily knocked away by the supporting Bai Ying. Tisk. It's a pity that Yu Jing's ability to resist was not completely cut off. Scanning the watch on his wrist, it was 2:22 in the morning. 20 minutes had passed since Su Yangyang and others fell into coma. Su Yangyang is a wood-type psychic, and her body repair ability is not bad. Even if she exerts too much force, she is expected to wake up in about 40 minutes. Lu Yin knew that there was not much time left for him, and he could not delay it any longer. He reached back with his left hand and found the pistol that he had stuffed into his pants after using it. There are no bullets in the gun. It is just scrap metal in the hands of others, but not in the hands of a metal-type superpower. Lu Yin had some worries before. After all, he could only melt it, and there was no way to restore it. It would be troublesome to think about it later and find an excuse to explain why the gun disappeared. But now that the war situation has reached this level, he can't care about anything else. The fingers of his left hand kept dancing, and the gun quickly deformed. It first melted into a ball, and then quickly stretched into a new long knife. The blade was just a little thin, but it was sharp enough. When the two swords in his left and right hands collided, making a crisp sound of gold and iron clashing. Dang, 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 dang. With his hands flying, he knocked away Bai Ying's flying knife. With a side step, he escaped the attack of the vines that burst out of the ground and appeared in front of Yao Hui. Yao Hui's expression changed drastically, and his hands thickened in defense, barely able to block Lu Yan's slashing swords. When the attack failed, Lu Yin immediately retreated to avoid Yang Long's whip. Lu Yin touched the ground with his long knife and thrust hard in Yang Long's direction. The ground squirmed, and ground thorns continued to break out of the ground, spreading towards the position where Yang Long was standing very quickly. Seeing this, Yang Long hurriedly struck the ground with his vine whip, trying to stop the thorns from spreading, but with little effect. He quickly retreated. But just after retreating 2 meters, the attack had already reached its destination, and huge thorns appeared with the center of the circle where Yang Long had just stood. A covering strike was carried out within a 5-meter radius, including several ground thorns directed towards the direction in which Yang Long was escaping. Yang Long tried his best to twist his body to avoid it, but was still stabbed in the abdomen with a knife. In this attack, Lu Yin imitated Yao Hui's attack just now and made some variations. Unexpectedly, the effect was not bad, and he gained a lot in his first appearance. The disadvantage is that it consumes some spiritual energy. In this moment, Lu Yin felt that he had used up 20% of his spiritual energy. You must know that until now, he has only consumed 20%, which adds up to 40%. Boss! The 3 of them screamed. While the others were distracted, Lu Yin took a quick step and quickly approached the injured Yang Long. Yang Long cut off the earth thorn with a whip, endured the pain, and then pulled it out. A bloody hole was almost pierced through the right lower abdomen. A vine sprang out from behind him. Its roots automatically disconnected and wrapped around his waist, temporarily blocking the wound and preventing too much blood. After doing all this, the alarm bell rang loudly in Yang Long's heart. He looked up and found that Lu Yin was already 2 meters in front of him. Taking 1 step forward, the long knife struck. It was too late for the vine whip to come back, and it would take time to summon the vines from the ground. It was obviously too late now. As a person with water and wood abilities, Yang Long could only raise his hand to summon a water shield to block it in front of him, and raised his hand to block it in front of him. Lu Yin used all his strength to strike, and the blade broke through the water shield defense and cut it off. The water shield was not weakened much, and the long sword continued to move forward. A knife was drawn on Yang Long's abdomen, cutting off the vines. He took half a step forward again, followed closely by the long knife in the other hand, and also struck Yang Long's abdomen, making a wound of more than 20 centimeters long. The deepest internal organs can already be seen. There was even a small section of intestine leaking out of it. Aleph *** K your uncle. Yang Long fell to the ground, covering his wound. He could no longer maintain his grace and started to curse. Not good. Lu Yin ignored him and continued to chop with the knife, trying to destroy his hands. Fortunately, Yao Hui noticed it in advance and quickly controlled Yang Long to sit down and move on the dirt, leading him to retreat quickly. Aiming at the arm, he slashed on the inner side of Yang Long's thigh. 2 wounds deep enough to show the bone were opened. Yang Long was just a hair away from being able to apply for the eunuch job. Lu Yin shook his head and secretly thought it was a pity. Bai Ying stepped forward quickly, caught Yang Long, who was sent back by Yao Hui, and checked the situation. Yang Long covered the wound and stuffed his intestines back into his stomach despite the pain. Green energy gathered at the wound to quickly repair the injury. However, the injury is serious and cannot be repaired in a short while, and strenuous exercise is not allowed during the process. Otherwise, the intestines will leak, and it will be more difficult to repair. The 2 third-graders were temporarily disabled by Lu Yan, and Yu Jing was considered half-wasted. 105 Lu Yans were not worthy, let alone 102.5 now. Yao Hui supported Yu Jing and quickly retreated, distanced herself from Lu Yan, and joined by Ying and the others. At this time, Su Ren also slowed down, hugging his broken arm, and ran to the back of the team at some point, away from the battlefield. Yang Long looked at Lu Yan holding the 2 swords with hatred. His face was ferocious. He wished he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Prepare to retreat. Yang Long whispered to several people. Yang Long wanted to fight again for revenge, but one look at the injured 3 people showed that they were no match for each other, and it would be useless to stay any longer. Yang Long gave Lu Yan a hard look, remembering his appearance. Yao Hui received the order and did not dare to neglect. He pounded the ground with both hands and activated his ability again. Large thorns suddenly appeared from where Lu Yan was standing. Without the interference of vines, Lu Yan twisted his body. The wind was blowing under his feet, and he constantly predicted and dodged ground stab attacks. At this moment, Yao Hui and Bai Ying grabbed 3 wounded people one by one, and turned and ran away without hesitation. When Lu Yan dodged all the ground stab attacks, the other party had already stepped over the scrap truck. Seeing this, Lu Yan couldn't be more willing to quickly get out of the ground stab attack range and pursue the 5 people. Bai Ying looked back and moved her fingers slightly. The 2 flying knives turned around and pierced the truck's fuel tank back and forth. The pungent gasoline flowed down. After being contaminated by the gasoline, the 2 flying knives collided with each other, and sparks spattered instantly. The scattered sparks collided with the gasoline, and the fire spread quickly along the gasoline. Boom! An explosion sounded and fire shot into the sky, successfully stopping Lu Yan's pursuit. Lu Yan braked suddenly to avoid rushing into the sea of fire. When Lu Yan used his fire power to separate the sea of fire, he found that several people on the other side had disappeared. Depend on. Lu Yan cursed, secretly regretting it. What a good experimental material, but he ran away like this. He should have left 1 person behind, and that CO-in was pretty good. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in the world. Lu Yan was never a person who would get stuck in his own emotions, and he recovered quickly. First, he took out his mobile phone and sent a few messages to Lu Man, briefly explaining the situation at the scene. Half an hour ago, it was Lu Man whom he contacted. He originally planned to leave a few people behind, but considering that he couldn't handle it alone, he asked Lu Man to take over. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, and Lu Man ran away before anyone arrived. Looking at the messy surroundings, Lu Yan was at a loss as to what to do. There were large thorns on the ground, burning trucks, puddles on the ground, hanging vines, and the 2 knives in his hands. Oh, and there's an upside-down earthen bowl. Headache. Hey, is there anyone? You can hear me. Hey, can Su Yangyang hear me? An anxious voice came from the earphones. Su Yangyang frowned, and her eyelids kept trembling, trying to open her eyes. After struggling for half a minute, Su Yangyang finally opened her eyes with difficulty. She put her hands on the ground and looked at the messy surroundings. For a moment, she didn't realize where she was or what she was doing. Hey, can anyone hear me? What happened? The voice in the earphones sounded again, bringing Su Yangyang back to her thoughts. Memories came flooding back, and Su Yangyang realized what had just happened. Without paying attention to the surrounding situation, Su Yangyang had no time to reply to the voice in the earphones. He climbed up from the ground in embarrassment and walked a few steps quickly to reach Lu Yin, who was lying on the ground. He turned Lu Yin over forcefully, face up, and touched Lu Yin's heart with trembling hands. He felt the intense beating in his palms, and then he felt relieved and let out a long sigh of relief. Hey, Captain, this is Su Yangyang. You can hear me. I finally contacted you. The battle was too fierce and I couldn't pay attention to your calls. As a result, no one responded to your calls for 5 minutes after we were busy. I'm rushing to you now. What happened? Captain Punishment, it's like this. Su Yangyang stood up and checked the status of other people one by one. She found that everyone was still alive but fell into a coma, so she briefly described their experiences to Xing Shi and reported the situation at the scene. Okay, I understand. You guys should find a safe place to stay for a while. We'll be there soon. After hanging up the communication, Su Yangyang had time to wake everyone up one by one. After everyone woke up, their scalps felt numb when they looked at the surrounding situation. At the same time, they were glad that they could survive. In the past 7 minutes, 2 cars and a motorcycle came from the direction of the harbor. When the car drove closer, it was Xing Shi who was riding on the motorcycle. Even though he had expected it, when he got out of the car and saw the ground full of thorns, the burning truck, puddles everywhere, and scattered vine fragments, Xing Shi couldn't help but take a breath. What kind of battle would lead to such a result? There must be no 4th grade masters on the other side. What is going on? What happened? After finding Su Yangyang and the other 5 people, Xing Shi asked anxiously. Although Su Yangyang told herself during the phone call, the scene was obviously much more serious than what she said. Drops of cold sweat fell from his forehead. He didn't expect that there would be such a big mistake in today's mission. We don't know what happened. Some of us were attacked and passed out. When we woke up, the 5 vampires were nowhere to be found. Su Yangyang took the lead and shook her head, while explaining in detail what she knew. So it seems that someone is helping you, but you don't know who helped you? Xing Shi frowned slightly and came to a conclusion. Yes, and the other party probably doesn't want others to know his identity. But judging from what he saw before he fell unconscious and the traces on the scene, our person should be a water superpower, or maybe we are not the same person, and there is a water superpower among them. Su Yangyang nodded in response. The two communicated for a while, but in the end they didn't come to any conclusion. They just speculated that someone was helping to drive away or capture the 5 vampires. However, because the specific situation was not known, it was finally decided that 5 vampires had entered the country, and this information needed to be reported. Lu Yin stood silently behind Su Yangyang. He would only add words when they mentioned him, trying to reduce his presence and speak as little as possible. Until they retreated and found someone to clean up the battlefield, they found nothing new. Only then did Lu Yin breathe a sigh of relief and get in the car back to the city of Cloud Mountain. There are too many things going on tonight. The smuggling case of Mu Chun and the others is not over yet. It will definitely be a sleepless night for the people in Cloud Mountain City, but these things have nothing to do with what they came to support. Chapter 61. 2 days have passed since the harbor incident, but until today, no specific statement has been released. Professionals speculated on the battle situation based on the traces on the scene, and finally the incident was determined as follows. The mysterious strong man attacked the vampires smuggling into the country and saved the 5 of them. The other party did not want to reveal their identity, so he knocked out the 5 of them. It is initially speculated that the mysterious powerhouse is the water type in the early stage of 4th grade. However, there is a high probability that the 5 vampires have not been solved. Therefore, there are 5 more wanted posters on the internal official website of the Supernatural Power Bureau. The photos are kindly provided by Captain Xing Shi. As for Mu Chin's smuggling case, multiple departments in Cloud Mountain City jointly launched a joint effort to successfully bring down the criminal organization. The only thing that makes people feel pity is the 3 boxes of raw spiritual stones, totaling 310 kilograms. All of them have become the merits of the Cloud Mountain Superpower Bureau. After they are handed over to the headquarters, they have the right of first refusal, while Lu Yin and others can only receive simple point compensation. You must know that Ling Yuan stone is the most suitable raw material for weapons with superpowers among the currently known minerals on the market. Weapons forged through special processes have better performance than known metals and alloys in all aspects. This is not the most important thing. The most important function of the spiritual stone is to transmit spiritual power. Taking people with fire powers as an example, normal metal cold weapons cannot be enchanted and require external assistance. For example, when Lin usually uses gasoline and alcohol to maintain his long knife in order to complete the attachment of flames during combat. Long knives made of spiritual stones can be directly enchanted by fire-based superpowers, and the flames produced will be higher temperature and more controllable. Even simply transmitting spiritual power can make the blade sharper, and even produce long-range attack methods such as sword energy and sword energy. It can be said that it has endless uses, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Muchen didn't choose their path. At this point, Liu Yan was completely divorced from the vampire's entry into the country, and no one would doubt him. I just feel a little sorry for Xiahou Qian. In order to conceal the fact that his gun was missing, Liu Yan dissolved all the weapons of the remaining people and buried them 10 meters deep underground, including Xiahou Qian's guns. According to what Xiahou Qian said afterwards while holding Su Yangyang and crying, she bought these 2 guns with her first month's salary. They were usually treasures and were of great significance to her, but they were lost. For this reason, she held Su Yangyang and cried for a long time. Liu Yan could only hide in a dark corner and secretly feel ashamed. Click! The door was gently pushed open a crack, and a little head carefully poked out from behind the door. Looking at the empty living room, he breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Man opened the door gently and walked in quietly, looking like he was a thief with a guilty conscience. But as soon as he entered the door, a voice sounded from the direction of the kitchen. "Where have you been? Didn't you come back all night?" Liu Yan wiped his hands and walked out of the kitchen, and immediately saw Liu Man with his back turned to him. Liu Man turned around stiffly and forced a smile. "Ah, brother, you are at home. Hey, Xiaoyan is here too. Come to sister's arms quickly." Meow. Seeing Xiaoyan following Liu Yan's feet, Liu Man's eyes instantly lit up. He left Liu Yan aside and squatted down, reaching out to Xiaoyan for a hug. Xiaoyan also cooperated, ran a few steps quickly, jumped into Liu Man's empty arms, and found a slightly comfortable position to lie down. Holding Xiaoyan in her arms, Liu Man sat down on the sofa and began to smooth Xiaoyan's hair comfortably with skillful techniques. "Gulu!" Xiaoyan couldn't help but scream in comfort. Liu Yan glared at Liu Man angrily, put the cut fruit on the coffee table, and sat next to Liu Man. "You haven't said yet. What did you do last night? You didn't come back all night." Liu Yan asked again. Liu Man's strength was acceptable, so she didn't have to worry about being bullied outside, but it was not a good sign for a girl to stay out at night without going home. Liu Yan now has the mentality of an old father, fearing that some little yellow-haired cabbage will be eaten by him. Liu Man stuck out her tongue at Liu Yan. "What are you thinking about? I've been stuck at the peak of 2nd grade for several months. I didn't come back yesterday because I wanted to break through." After speaking, she snapped her fingers with one hand, and a small flame ignited from Liu Man's fingertips and was brought to Xiaoyan's mouth. Xiaoyan's eyes lit up when he saw the flames. He opened his mouth and inhaled with ease, and the flames slid into his throat. Meow hiccup. He opened his mouth and let out a full burp, smacking his lips. It tasted pretty good, but it lacked flavor and lacked staying power. Seeing the expression of enjoyment on Xiaoyan's face, Liu Man couldn't help but laugh, picked up Xiaoyan and buried his head in Xiaoyan's abdomen. "Did you break through?" Liu Yan looked at the flames on Liu Man's hand in surprise. This was indeed the symbol of 3rd grade. If you think about it carefully, there is nothing surprising. 3 months ago, Liu Man told himself that he had reached the bottleneck, and it was only now that he broke through. In Liu Yan's opinion, it was a bit late. However, if other people with powers knew what Liu Yan was thinking, they would probably be furious. You must know that Liu Man has only been in the 3rd grade for more than 3 years since his awakening. This is undoubtedly a genius-level existence among superpowers. It has been more than 2 years since Shi Liangfeng awakened, and in the past 3 years, he is only in the middle of 2nd grade. According to Liu Yan's bad supplements in recent months, he knew that when a person with superpowers breaks through to a great realm, his food intake will increase to a certain extent. This is because the body level jumps and needs to absorb nutrients to grow. Vampires also need to supplement their nutrition, but the food is changed to blood. Whenever they encounter a bottleneck, they need to drink a lot of blood to break through. This is why Liu Man took 3 months to break through. Liu Yanka has been at the top of 3rd grade for 2 years and has yet to break through. The main reason is that he does not drink enough blood. Collecting so much blood was a big project for Liu Yan. He didn't want to trouble Liu Man to help him, so he simply continued to follow his own habits. When enough blood was accumulated, he would naturally make a breakthrough. With a flick of his fingers, the bedside table in Liu Yan's bedroom was opened silently. There was a notebook lying inside. It flew up under Liu Yan's control, moved from the bedroom to the living room, and placed it in front of Liu Man. "This is my 3rd grade cultivation experience. If you don't mind, please look through it. It should be helpful to you." Liu Yan opened his mouth, and a piece of cut watermelon from the fruit plate jumped into his mouth. Liu Man reached for the notebook and flipped through it skillfully. She had received 2 notebooks like this, one containing first grade and second grade cultivation experiences. What is recorded in the notebook is Lu Yan's own cultivation experience, including but not limited to which posture absorbs spiritual energy quickly, how to distribute spiritual energy in the body more reasonably, and how to operate to increase the speed of spiritual energy. All aspects are written very clearly, which shows that Lu Yan has put a lot of effort into this. If vampires and supernatural beings have the same physical structure and spiritual power operation methods, then these 3 notebooks would be rare treasures to put out there. Huh? Brother, what is this ice attribute? Isn't this a mutant attribute? Can we use it too? After browsing through it roughly, she turned to one of the pages and a word caught her eye. Don't jump while reading. Lu Yan stretched out his hand and tapped Lu Man's head. The 6 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and spirit are called basic attributes because all mutant abilities are mutated from their bases. How to change? Lu Man also picked up a piece of watermelon and put it into his mouth. It was quite sweet. Take the ice attribute you are curious about. After my exploration, I found that the ice attribute is actually the result of the mutation of the fire and water elements. As he spoke, Lu Yan raised his hand, and a ball of water floated out from the kitchen. You should know the principle of ice formation. Water loses heat and condenses into a solid. As for the fire attribute, we usually use the method of raising the temperature to create flames, but thinking about it conversely, we can also use the fire attribute to lower the temperature. Lu Yan stretched out his hands and faced each other up and down. The water flow condensed into a ball and floated between his hands. As Lu Yan circulated his spiritual power, a fine layer of water vapor floated up from the water ball and condensed towards the palm of Lu Yan's upper hand. The outer layer of the water ball quickly condensed into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the ice layer slowly spread to the middle. The whole process lasted for half a minute, and the last ice ball floated on Lu Yan's hand. Lu Man had his mouth wide open at this time, full of curiosity. I didn't expect that 2 opposite abilities could be used like this. This technique is very simple. As long as you train more and make the fire and water powers react in the body, you can directly use the ice power. The right hand covering the water ball grabbed the floating water vapor and gently threw it at the ice ball. The water vapor collided with the ice ball, and the ice ball melted quickly, and soon it melted into a ball of water. Lu Yan stretched out his hand and slapped it, and the water ball bounced up and landed in Lu Man's hand. Stretch out your right hand, palm upward, and let the spiritual power in your body circulate. The water molecules scattered in the air quickly gathered together and condensed towards Lu Yan's palm. If you look closely, you can see that when they are condensed together, they do not form a liquid, but directly condense into ice cubes. Lu Man watched Lu Yan's movements excitedly and looked at the water ball in his hand with excitement. Action was better than a heartbeat, so Lu Man started to operate it directly. He pouted his little mouth, stared at the water ball in his hand, and kept exerting force. His face turned red without even realizing it. As she continued to exert strength, traces of water vapor continued to float from the top of the water ball, and the water vapor became larger and larger. After a while, the water ball not only did not solidify, but also evaporated a large circle. After trying hard for a while, Lu Man became discouraged and turned all the water balloons into steam, threw them out of the window, and leaned on the sofa doubting life. Okay, this can't be done overnight. Just think about it slowly according to the notes I gave you and practice more. Seeing Lu Man deflated, Lu Yan playfully touched Lu Man's head and comforted him. Brother, can other mutant powers also operate in this way? Lu Man's emotions came and went quickly. Looking at Lu Yan, her eyes were filled with anticipation. Lu Yan nodded lightly. Theoretically, it is possible, but the formation of mutant powers is very complicated, and whether it can be realized will also depend on luck. Everything needs to be explored slowly. Don't aim too high, and practice the ice system first. Then I'll study the notes. After hearing Lu Yan's preaching, Lu Man stuck out his tongue. Shaking his head, he shook Lu Yan's hand away, hugged Xiaoyan and his notebook, and returned to his room. Chapter 62. The crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground came from the dark passage. Surin opened his eyes with difficulty and looked in the direction of the sound. A pair of slender, long legs perfectly wrapped in stockings came into view, walking out of the darkness and walking in his direction. Surin opened his mouth to say something, but no sound came out. He no longer had the strength to speak. The jade feet wrapped in high heels slowly enlarged in the field of vision, and his fingers moved slightly to do something, but in the end he could only look at the feet covering his face. When Jillian stepped heavily on Su Ren's face, with a look of disgust on her face, and twisted his face hard with her toes before taking it away. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Su Rin's remaining hand moving, and he stepped on it. Su Rin was in pain and his mouth opened wide, but no sound came out. Kill, kill, kill. Me, a hoarse and weak voice came out of Su Rin's throat with difficulty. Wenjeline could certainly hear it, but ignored it. Seeing him like this, do you want to say something? Wenjeline turned her head and looked at the room next to her. The place they were in at this time was obviously a basement. The entire basement was supposed to have only one room, but it was divided into two areas. The two areas are separated by dozens of steel bars and are simply divided into two prisons. Su Rin was restrained in one of the cells, and another person was also imprisoned in the cell next to him. In the cell, a woman with disheveled hair squatted on the ground, huddled in the corner with her hands on her knees. Her limbs were bound with iron chains, and the other end of the iron chain was fixed to the wall. The length of the iron chain was limited, allowing her to move within a very limited range. However, although she was embarrassed, overall she looked much better than Su Rin on the ground. There were no obvious wounds except for the abdomen, and the wounds on the abdomen seemed to be healing soon. Su Rin was not so lucky. There was no good piece of flesh on his body at this time, and the flesh and blood were blurred. Especially the flesh and blood on the broken left arm had begun to rot. Hearing Wenjeline's voice, the woman squatting on the ground trembled and looked up subconsciously with frightened eyes. Who else could this woman be if she wasn't Yu Jing? Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Su Rin struggling on the ground and immediately moved away quickly, not daring to look directly at Wenjeline. For more than a day, she just watched Su Rin being tortured by the other party. The methods were so cruel that she dared not look directly at him. But the other party was a complete devil. Just because the other party asked him several times, he didn't raise his head to look at him, and actually put down Su Rin and came back to torture himself. So every time the other party asked her questions, she didn't dare not look at him, almost forming a muscle memory. She has been suffering from mental torture this whole day. She doesn't know when Su Rin will be unable to bear it anymore and when it will be her turn. Every time she thought about what Su Rin endured, she would have to endure it again. She felt desperate and wanted to die. However, the vampire's physique was like a curse at this time, making it impossible for her to even seek death. I have told you everything I can tell you. What else do you want to know? When despair reaches a certain level, it will face collapse. Yu Jing's current state is not far from despair. Yu Jing quickly crawled forward a few steps, stretched the iron chain, grabbed the middle railing, and almost shouted. Wenjeline raised her feet, stepped over Su Rin, and stood 1 meter in front of the railing, looking down at Yu Jing with a cold light in her eyes. You haven't told me the purpose of your trip yet. I can't say. After hearing Wenjeline's question, Yu Jing was pulled by the iron chain and fell to the ground. She sat on the ground and kept shaking her head, repeating these 4 words. Why can't you tell me? Wenjeline took a step forward again, her whole power pouring out, pressing heavily on Yu Jing's body, further forcing her. Can't say, don't force me, I can't say. Yu Jing shouted the last sentence with almost all her strength, which shocked Wenjeline. You are really full of energy. It seems that the other party doesn't appreciate our preferential treatment. Wenjeline followed the sound, and in the dim corridor, Lu Man covered her ears with one hand and walked out. Lu Man walked to Wenjeline's side and looked at Yu Jing playfully, who was shouting hoarsely. After one day, have you gotten any useful information? He turned around and looked at Su Rin with some disgust. TSK, it's so miserable. It's better to ask for some useful information. At least now we know what his status is within the vampire clan. Wenjeline glanced at Lu Man with a strange expression. Wenjeline took out her cell phone, operated it a few times, and handed it to Lu Man. I've written down all the information you asked. You can see what's going on by yourself. After hearing this, Lu Man took the phone and curiously read the information on it. Woodgrass. Just after reading a few lines, Lu Man couldn't help but exclaimed. He looked up at Wenjeline in disbelief, wondering if he was dazzled. I have interrogated them several times. The 2 people are of the same caliber, which means the information is correct. Lu Man looked down again and read the information carefully. The first piece of information the 2 shared was to introduce the divisions within the blood clan. If you want to distinguish a vampire's bloodline, the most direct way is to look at the number of superpowers. The more bloodlines, the higher the bloodline. Lu Man really didn't expect that in the vampire clan, he was the first generation and Wenjeline was the second generation vampire. In the vampire clan, EE is the top being, can be called the king, and is the leader of all low-level vampire clan. Lu Man suddenly thought of Lu Yan. He was already considered a vampire, so what kind of existence was he? It can't be the same generation of vampires. Is there a high-level vampire above the first generation? Lu Man's eyes were red. He looked up at Yu Jing and stretched out his right hand towards her neck. Yu Jing, who fell to the ground, suddenly reached out to cover her neck, holding something in her hand and breathing rapidly. As Lu Man raised his arms, Yu Jing was lifted from the ground out of thin air until her feet were off the ground. Lu Man pressed forward hard, and Yu Jing quickly moved backwards until she was pressed against the wall. Yu Jing's face turned red instantly. Her throat was grabbed, and she fell into suffocation, unable to breathe. When Jilin looked over curiously, looking at Lu Man, who suddenly became angry. Say, Lu Man floated up out of thin air, level with Yu Jing, staring into her red eyes, the coercion of a generation of vampires radiating out. The second piece of information: higher vampires can suppress lower vampires. Active skill, feeling Lu Man's aura. When Jilin's heart skipped a beat, and she unconsciously bent over slightly. Say something. What? Yu Jing's face turned red, and she had difficulty breathing. Her strong sense of survival made her struggle to squeeze out a few words through her teeth under pressure. Lu Man closed her eyes for 2 seconds, took a long breath, and calmed herself down. The strength in her hands relaxed a little, allowing Yu Jing to breathe normally. Hugh breathe, cough. Breathing in big gulps of air, his face softened slightly, but he was choking on his own saliva. Among the vampire clan, are there any higher-level vampire clan above 1 generation? Lu Yin tried his best to stay calm. Ever since she became a vampire and learned how vampires transform their kind, she has been curious about who Lu Yin was transformed by and when he became a vampire. She had asked many times, but Lu Yin had always avoided talking about it and was very perfunctory about the topic. She had not delved into it before. But now that we know the classification of blood clan levels, this matter has become not simple. I don't know. Lu Man's hands slowly tightened. I really don't know. There shouldn't be one. No, there isn't. There really isn't. There is no higher-level vampire in the generation above. Feeling the force on her neck, Yu Jing's face became very flustered. She opened her mouth to defend anxiously and kept exerting force with her hands, trying to catch the invisible force that was strangling her neck, but it was all in vain. Lu Man ignored Yu Jing's struggle and continued to exert more strength on his hands. After a while, Yu Jing's face turned redder and redder. Finally, she tilted her head and let go of her hands and passed out. Only then did Lu Man let go and let Yu Jing's body fall to the ground. Rubbing her wrists, the scarlet color in her eyes gradually receded, and Lu Man slowly fell back to the ground. When Jilin looked at Lu Man with complicated eyes, she had just felt the suppression of the blood between the blood clans. Although Lu Man's momentum was not directed at her, she was a direct blood descendant of Lu Man, and she was under no less pressure than Yu Jing. This reminded her of the Lu Yin she met some time ago. However, although she felt a lot of pressure facing Lu Man, she was still able to take action, unlike Lu Yin, who was not as powerless as Lu Yin. At the same time, she also wanted to understand why Lu Man acted like this suddenly. I asked all the questions I could, but didn't say a word about their purpose of entering the country. When Jilin continued the topic just now, actively ignoring Lu Man's abnormality just now, Lu Man turned around, looked at Su Run, who was lying on the ground, and kicked him with his toes, but Su Run didn't react at all. It seemed that he was not far from dying. Treat him, don't kill him yet. Lu Yin lowered his head and continued to study the information in his hand. She had managed to get these 2 people, so she couldn't just kill them. She had been preparing for a breakthrough since the beginning of the year. The day before yesterday, Lu Yin went out on a mission and stayed home all night, so she and Wen Jilin went out to find the target. When she received Lu Yan's message, she and Wen Jilin were actually in Cloud Mountain City. They arrived near Lu Yinfa's position in a short time, and when they arrived, they saw 5 people running away. 3 people were injured, and 2 of them were 3rd graders. How could they let go of such a precious opportunity? Wealth are found in danger. After tracking each other for more than 10 kilometers and relaxing, Lu and Man took action decisively. After a great battle, 3 people escaped and 2 were captured. The results were gratifying. Taking this fighting opportunity, Lu Man broke through to the early stage of 3rd grade in one fell swoop. However, after the forced breakthrough, the deficit was still there, so last night I could only continue to look for blood food to replenish it. Chapter 63. It's strange that the vampire clan is actually divided into 2 camps. Continuing to browse through the information in hand, there are many things recorded on it, both useful and useless, but overall, it gave Lu Man a new level of knowledge. On the surface, there are no vampires in Tianxian Kingdom. In other words, Tianxian Kingdom's official crackdown on vampires is very strong. Even if there are vampires, they will hide in dark corners and hide themselves well. That's why they have not encountered them in so many years. Have been to the same kind. The two vampire forces are distributed abroad. One of them is the force that Su Rin and others belong to. It is headed by 3 first-generation vampires and now occupies most of the country next door, Lingjiang. Another force occupies a western country far away from Tianxian Kingdom, Shenyun Kingdom. It is said that the two forces have not dealt with each other since thousands of years ago and have been fighting against each other. Yu Jing and the others do not know the specific situation. They have only been transformed in the past 100 years and are considered a new generation. At the same time, Lu Man also learned for the first time that Lingjiang Kingdom was at war with Tianxian Kingdom on the sea not far from Cloud Mountain City. I didn't expect that the news was blocked so completely. They were so close that they didn't hear any news at all. However, according to Yu Jing's confession, they may increase their offensive in the near future, and Tianxian Kingdom's maritime defense line may not be maintained. Leaning against the wall of the corridor, holding her cell phone in one hand and tapping the wall with her fingers on the other, Lu Man was thinking about the impact this war would have on them. If the current sea defense line collapses, Xian Kingdom will definitely set up a second line of defense on the coast that day. Cloud Mountain City will most likely become one of the defense lines, and Mengsheng is really too close to Cloud Mountain City. What are you thinking about? When Jillian walked out of the cell on Hendiango, she saw that Lu Man was obviously holding up her mobile phone but was looking at the wall in a daze, so she came closer curiously. How are you going to deal with this piece of information? Lu Man slid his fingers and pointed at the information on his phone that Lingjiang State was going to step up its offensive. When Jillian crossed her chest with one hand and held her chin with the other, pretending to think, I haven't thought about it yet. Aren't you going to tell your brother? He is also an official after all. Lu Man looked at Jillian with a teasing expression. Tisk, it's really troublesome. If I don't tell him, I feel like a thorn in my heart. If I tell him, he won't be able to explain the source of the information. If we dig deeper, it will implicate us. No matter how we calculate this account, it is not worthwhile. When Jillian shook her head with a sad look on her face. She had deliberately ignored it before, but now Lu Man brought it to light, forcing her to face the problem. The key piece of information is still time-sensitive, which is annoying. Yes. Lu Man nodded and did not press on Jillian. War is not a child's play. It's not okay to explain the source clearly. When Lin, a person who has nothing to do with the battlefield, suddenly obtained an important piece of information, so the source must be clear. That damn boy is still a fool. If I tell him this piece of information, he will definitely report it. It's pity for me, my sister, that I have to think of a reason for him here. Lu Man glanced at Jillian speechlessly, who still doesn't know who is who. As soon as she said this, she was most likely going to hand over the information to Lin. Oh, woman, you have a hard mouth but a soft heart. Have you found those 3 people? Lu Man directly chose to change the topic. No, the other party must have been contacted by someone. After entering Cloud Mountain City, he completely lost his trace. We don't have many people in Cloud Mountain City, so the hope of finding him is slim. When Jillian raised her hand and took the mobile phone handed over by Lu Man, look for another day, and if you still can't find it, forget it. The opponent is also an 8th-generation vampire, and his recovery ability is not weak. Others didn't find it, and they even used their own people to get it. I understand. When Jillian believed deeply. TMD, did you not read the almanac before this operation? This idea is too memorized. When did Tianxian Kingdom have so many high-level vampires? Yang Long punched the wall with a look of reluctance in his eyes. This time he led the team and lost 2 people, one of whom was 3rd grade. It was a heavy loss. The problem was that he still didn't know who the other party was. Yang Long's movements were too large, and he accidentally injured his abdominal wound. He couldn't help but gasp. He had a penetrating injury to his abdomen, but 2 little girls jumped out halfway. The 2 little girls couldn't afford to have fun, so they launched a sneak attack on him, an old man who was over 200 years old. Forgetting a sneak attack, they targeted the injured area to attack, causing the wound to expand after the battle and even damage his internal organs. Even his wood-type superpower couldn't heal it in a short time. What's even more frustrating is that in the past few days, due to news leaks, the security in Cloud Mountain City has been tightened. If you want to go out to suck blood and heal your wounds, you can't find a chance. As a result, the wounds have not been healed yet, which is really unlucky. That is to say, the vampire's physical body is powerful and their recovery ability is first-rate. With such a serious injury, anyone with other powers would probably be able to ascend to heaven on the spot. unlike him who could run away. Brother, are you okay? Yao Hui quickly stepped forward to support Yang Long, his tone full of worry. It's okay. I won't be dead for a while. Yang Long walked to the sofa and sat down with Yao Hui's support. When can you two get it done? Looking at the two people who were still busy on the other side of the living room, Yang Long's anger surged again, and his tone was a little unkind, as if a volcano would explode in the next second. There were a total of 5 people in the whole house at this time, except for Yang Long, Bai Ying, and Yao Hui, who were sitting on the sofa and resting. The other 2 were doing something around the dining table. When the 2 of them heard Yang Long scolding, sweat broke out on their foreheads, and their hands moved faster again. Under the high pressure, another 2 minutes passed before they stopped. Sir, the communicator has been debugged and can communicate at any time. One of them lowered his head and said respectfully to Yang Long. The 2 of them were the 2 who survived among the 10 people who had broken through the border defense line a few months ago. In the past few months, they had kept a low profile and had been hiding in Cloud Mountain City. Although they survived by chance, they had not achieved any results from the assigned tasks. So much so that I received an order some time ago to take charge of this smuggling operation, but I didn't expect that an accident would occur and 3 wounded people would be received. Then why are you still standing there? Why don't you get connected to me quickly? The pain from the wound on his body made Yang Long, who was usually gentle, a bit irritable. The 2 did not dare to neglect and quickly dialed the communication. After a while, the communicator screen lit up, Julie's figure appeared on the screen, and her cold voice came from the speaker. With Yao Hui's support, Yang Long walked to the dining table and stood there, holding onto the back of the chair to stand erect, lowering his head and not daring to look directly at Julie. Yang Long, why did you contact me now? According to the plan, Yang Long should contact him as soon as possible after landing, but now that 2 days have passed, Julie sounded a little dissatisfied. I'm very sorry, sir. Something unexpected happened during the process. Cough, cough. Yang Long couldn't help but cough a few times. Accident. Julie frowned slightly. Sir, we were ambushed by the Tianxian Kingdom's Superpower Bureau after we landed ashore. Yang Long grabbed the hand on the back of the chair in front of him and exerted some force. Was ambushed. Looking over at the 4 people standing behind Yang Long, Julie frowned slightly and immediately discovered the problem, and her face became a little ugly. Where are you, Jing and Con? They? Yang Long hesitated for a moment, and under Julie's increasingly fierce gaze, explained the entire process after they landed. Sir, we could have easily dealt with the manpower sent by the Superpower Bureau, but we didn't expect that a high-level vampire would pop up. The villain was careless and was accidentally seriously injured by the opponent. Later, the 2 women succeeded. The villain must be blamed for his death. Click. Yang Long gritted his teeth bitterly, and the strength in his hands increased again. The backrest was overwhelmed, and the edge was crushed by Yang Long. His body staggered. Fortunately, he had quick eyesight and quick hands to grab other parts of the backrest, so he did not make a fool of himself in public. On this occasion, the 4 people standing behind Yang Long didn't even dare to breathe hard. Each of them was lower than the others, and they didn't dare to look directly at Julie's anger. So a few people didn't notice Julie's expression. Julie's expression changed from ugly at the beginning, to lowering her head in thought, to confusion, and finally there was a flash of surprise in her eyes, but she soon put away all expressions and calmed down again, as if nothing had happened. Tell me the information about those 3 vampires again. Hearing Julie's voice, Yang Long quietly looked up, thinking that he would be reprimanded. Yang Long was granted amnesty and did not dare to neglect. He recounted in detail the complete process of his encounter, dialogue, and battle with the 2 groups of vampires. After finishing speaking, he bowed his head and remained silent again, waiting for the announcement with trepidation. 3 three-line vampires appeared together, still unclear about the class divisions within the vampires. Interesting, really interesting. The corners of Julie's mouth turned up unconsciously. Yang Long, young one is here. Upon hearing his name, Yang Long quickly let go of his hand, covering his abdomen and taking a step back. I'll give you 1 day to recover from your injuries. In 2 days, you can investigate the identities of these 3 vampires. Remember, you only need to investigate and don't alert the enemy. I will inform you of the follow-up arrangements. Glancing at Yang Long's abdominal injuries, Julie paused and continued. As you command, my lord. The 5 of them knelt on one knee and received the order. They didn't dare to get up until Julie hung up the communication. Brother, your majesty asked us to investigate those 3 vampires. But where should we start our investigation? Yao Hui stepped forward to help the injured Yang Long, his expression full of worry. Faced with Yao Hui's question, Yang Long also fell into silence. He also had no clue. Mengxiang. Just when the rest of the people were in distress, Buying suddenly reported a place name. Mengxiang. Yanglong looked over doubtfully. Yes, I remember that male vampire said when we first met. The Mengxiang Supernatural Powers Bureau is handling the case. Buying closed her eyes and thought about it for a moment, then nodded firmly. Yao Hui and Yanglong also fell into memories. After Bai Ying's reminder, it seemed that the other party had indeed committed suicide. Okay, then go to Mengxiang. Yanglong almost said this through gritted teeth, which showed that he hated Lu Yin very much. Chapter 64. Xiaoyan, come to sister quickly. I brought you dried fish for dinner tonight. Meow meow meow. Hearing the dried fish, Xiaoyan, who was resting on Lu Yan's desk, immediately raised his head and looked around, and noticed Xia Hoqian not far away who was holding the dried fish facing him. He immediately jumped up, leaped a few meters away, and jumped into Xia Hoqian's arms. Xia Hoqian quickly reached out to catch Xiaoyan and sat down on the sofa with a smile on her face. He. Putting Xiaoyan on his lap, he fed the dried fish with one hand and kept combing the hair on his back with the other hand. Feeling the soft touch on his hand, he couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoyan is growing up really fast recently. Su Yangyang held the teacup and sat down next to Xia Hoqian. I remember that when I brought him back, Xiaoyan was just such a small ball. Now he is at least 3 or 4 times as big as he was then. He grows up really fast. Meow. After finishing the last bite of dried fish and licking his lips, Xiaoyan let out a cry of comfort and arched into Xia Hoqian's arms. Little thing, all I have to do is eat and sleep every day. Shi Liangfeng poked his head out from behind the computer and saw this scene, with a bit of envy in his tone. Meow. Probably because Xiaoyan was caught by Shi Liangfeng. Xiaoyan always had some trouble with Shi Liangfeng and would tease him whenever he had nothing to do. Hearing Shi Liangfeng's provocation, he bared his teeth. Xia Hoqian hugged Xiaoyan and kept comforting him. He looked up at Shi Liangfeng and glared at him fiercely. Shi Liangfeng took his head back angrily. You're fine. It's better not to provoke it. Lu Yin also stood up from his seat, leaned against Shi Liangfeng's table, and gave him a strange look. Facing Shi Liangfeng's confused gaze, Lu Yin continued. Xiaoyan was promoted to 2nd grade half a month ago. If you give it a lighter, you may not be able to beat it. After hearing Lu Yan's words, Shi Liangfeng instantly turned to stone, clutching his chest, feeling like he was suddenly hit by an arrow in the heart. Especially when Lu Yin looked at him. He seemed to be able to read a few words from it. You are a rookie, a hot chick in the middle of 2nd grade. Xiaoyan, are you in 2nd grade? Xia Hoqian and Su Yangyang looked at Xiaoyan in surprise. Xia Hoqian held Xiaoyan in her hands and looked around, trying to see the flowers. Thinking back to those days, the time they spent from just awakening to the 2nd grade realm was measured in years. It's only been a few months? Xiaoyan is already at the 2nd grade level? They seriously suspected that their previous estimate of Xiao Yan's awakening time was wrong. Fortunately, Jiang Shaoli and Sha Yi were still training downstairs. Otherwise, they would probably be ashamed after hearing the news. Meow meow meow. Xiaoyan, who was held up, raised his head proudly. Captain, you're back. Shi Liangfeng, who was clutching his heart in pain, noticed when Lin walking in at the door and immediately said hello. But when Lin didn't seem to hear it, didn't respond, and walked back to the office minding his own business. Seeing this, Shi Liangfeng scratched his head inexplicably. Captain didn't hear that? Several other people naturally noticed what just happened, and they also felt that something was wrong with when Lin's state today. The captain seems a little distracted. Xia Hoqian murmured in a low voice and put Xiaoyan back on her lap. Hi, nothing will happen again. Lu Yin remembered that every time when Lin looked wrong, something big would happen. The last time it was to help defend Cloud Mountain City, they encountered vampires, and the last time it was an exchange meeting. He almost had a stress reaction. No way, Shi Liangfeng came over again carelessly. The topic soon changed from Shi Liangfeng being a weakling to why when Lin was distracted. Everyone has curiosity. Tianxin Kingdom, the capital city of profound heaven, a conference room at the headquarters of the Superpower Bureau. In the conference room, a huge long table was placed in the center of the room. There were 10 seats on both sides of the conference table. At this time, 15 of the 20 seats on both sides of the conference table were already occupied. The conference room was very quiet. No one spoke. At most they looked at each other. They didn't know why the meeting was being held. Now that everyone is here, let's start the meeting. Time passed very slowly, and just when a few people were feeling a little impatient, a middle-aged man in his 50s opened the door to the conference room and walked in with strides. He glanced at the 15 people present and took a seat at the front of the conference table. The director of the Tianxin Kingdom's Superpower Bureau, who too, is the 4th grade peak thunder type. Everyone here is the backbone of my superpower bureau. I won't talk nonsense. Let's get straight to the point. At Hutu's signal, the assistant sitting at the end of the table picked up the remote control at hand and pressed the switch on the big screen behind Hutu's day. The huge display screen lit up under his control, showing a piece of information. Cloud Mountain City, a seaport city, had 5 vampires smuggled into the country just a few days ago, 2 early 3rd graders and 3 peak 2nd graders. It happened that Cloud Mountain City and the Montreal Superpower Bureau jointly handled a smuggling case. The other party met our ambush personnel. Everyone present was already in danger, but a mysterious strong man appeared and helped our people repel the 5 vampires. It was initially speculated that the other party was a friend rather than an enemy. Following Hutu's words, 5 photos were displayed on the big screen, exactly what Yang Long and the other 5 looked like. Now these 5 vampires have entered our country, but the purpose of each other is unknown. What do you think about this matter? Hutu scanned the audience, and everyone looked directly at the photos on the big screen, but no one spoke first. The dozen or so people here have the lowest cultivation level of 4th grade late stage. It can be said that 70% of Tianxin Kingdom's highest combat power is in this conference room. In their eyes, these 5 vampires were all little chicks and not worth mentioning. However, things happened at this critical juncture, and the meaning behind them was different, so they had to be cautious. No one spoke, which was what Hutu expected. He continued, just an hour ago, when Lin, the captain of the Mengqing Supernatural Power Bureau, who met the vampire, reported it. He put forward a new guess for you. A reference. The vampire army of the Lingjiang Kingdom is currently at war with our country at sea. This is a well-known fact. At this juncture, there are vampires smuggling across the country. When Lin guessed that the other side may further increase its manpower, expand the scale of the battlefield, and launch a general attack on our country's border. This smuggling operation may be just one of them. The other party's purpose is most likely to cause commotion in inland cities and try to disperse our forces. A rudimentary plan, but effective if implemented. Tell me what you think about this matter. Hutu asked the question again. The question was thrown in the face, and no one here could continue to pretend to be dead. In the third position to Hutu's left hand, Ochi Fei, a man who looked to be in his 20s, sat forward, straightened his back, and spoke first. From the information, these 5 vampires followed the smuggling ship ashore, and according to the information from Cloud Mountain City, the smuggling ship came from Lingjiang country. No matter what, Lingjiang country must have done this for a purpose. We have to defend. Hutu nodded slightly in agreement and looked at the other people, wanting to see if anyone could offer constructive suggestions. Then a few more people spoke, but most of them said similar things. Xiaolan, what do you think? Hutu had no choice but to look at the woman sitting first on his right. As a result, I saw the other party wearing headphones and playing openly on the conference table with her mobile phone. I glanced out of the corner of my eye and realized that she was actually playing games in such a serious occasion. The corners of Hutu's eyes twitched wildly. Ahem. When he didn't get a response, Hutu coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment. He stretched out a hand and knocked on the table, trying to get the other person's attention. Alas, the person in front of him is a young ancestor. He has no choice but to provide for him. Wang Lan frowned slightly, raised his head, and looked at Hutu, who was staring at him. At the same time, he noticed that everyone was staring at him. Wang Lan, 37 years old, mid-5th grade, fire-type superpower. Director, what did you just say? Wang Lan's face didn't turn red, and his heart didn't beat. He took off one of the earphones as if nothing had happened, and continued to operate the characters on the phone without stopping. He asked innocently. The whole process went smoothly, and it was obviously not the first time I had done this. I'm asking you, what do you think about this matter? Hutu could only repeat it again. What do I think? What's the use of asking me? Wang Lan rolled his eyes at Hutu. Who are you asking about? Who is on the front line? Hutu felt helpless when Wang Lan choked him, so he shouldn't ask more questions. However, Wang Lan reminded that Xiaoqi had been on the front line for nearly 2 months. Xiaoqi's opinion was undoubtedly the most important if any action was taken on the vampire side. But before that, he had to go through the process again. Mr. Sun, what do you think? Hutu looked at the first position on the left. An old woman leaned on the back of the chair. When she heard the sound, she slowly opened her eyes. She first looked at Wang Lan opposite him, then looked at Hutu, and said slowly, "First ask Xiaoqi, where are you?" It doesn't make much sense to discuss this over and over again. After saying that, without waiting for Hutu's reply, Sun Han glanced at the 5 photos on the big screen, then leaned back in his chair and continued to close his eyes, nurturing spirit. Sun Han, 96 years old, in the early stage of 5th grade, is an ice power user. Faced with this scene, Hu could only swallow back the words that came to his mouth. With these two fifth-grade ancestors here, it is really difficult for me to be the director. Chapter 65. Xiao Chun used the military communication route to contact Xiao Qi. Hu nodded to the man in the last seat on his left. Xiao Chun was ordered to do a few operations on the computer in front of him. After a while, a call box appeared on the big screen. After half a minute of waiting, Xiao Qi appeared on the screen. Ju, what's the matter? Xiao Qi glanced around the conference room and found that the people present were actually senior officials of the bureau, especially Sun Han and Wang Lan, who were sitting on both sides of Hu's day. Although one was playing games and the other was nursing spirit with his eyes closed, Xiao Qi put away the smile on his face and straightened his face. It is certainly not an easy meeting for these two people to leave their comfort zones to participate in. The thing is like this. Hu shared the information obtained with Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi's face turned ugly to the naked eye. During the recent period, although I have been on the front line, casualties are still inevitable. Even though late stage has added 2 more waves of reinforcements, the situation is still not optimistic. The other side also has reinforcements, so that the number of people tends to increase as the fight continues. He knew that in response to the war, the country had been organizing manpower, and even began to mobilize manpower from other armies. But if, as Wen Lin imagined, a large number of vampires smuggled in, and the number didn't need to be too large, as long as there were dozens of vampires wreaking havoc in inland cities without their lives, then the already dwarfed manpower would be even more stretched. He could even predict that Julie would definitely seize the opportunity to launch a more violent attack, and it would be a matter of time before the front line was lost. I will pay more attention to Wen Lin's views. Although there has been a short truce period recently, Lingjiang Kingdom has sent more and more manpower and has a determined attitude. It is difficult not to make people doubt that at this time the truce is for a more intense attack. After hearing the situation on the battlefield, everyone's expressions couldn't help but become solemn. Hu rubbed his brows, and he also had a huge headache. He had been fighting for several months, and he had already seen the intelligence on the battlefield. Recently, he couldn't eat well and couldn't sleep because of it, and he had a severe headache. How do you deal with this? Well, this question immediately silenced Xiao Qi in the final analysis. It is still a problem of insufficient military strength. Although Tianxian Kingdom is a country with a large population and a large number of domestic superpowers, its land area is also relatively large, and there are many places that need to be defended. If it is dispersed, there are not many available troops. In order to prevent thermal weapons from washing the ground, both sides are currently relatively restrained, and the scale of the battlefield is limited. Neither side sent more than 1,000 men. This is to prevent the opponent's hot weapons from washing the ground and causing a large number of soldier losses. It is still unknown how many vampires have entered the country. My suggestion is to focus on strengthening the control of coastal cities, while preventing the possibility of similar situations happening again and trying to control the situation. Xiao Qi pursed his lips slightly and closed his eyes. After opening them again, he took a deep breath and his eyes became firmer. At the same time, I hope that the general administration can prepare for border defense as soon as possible. After hearing Xiao Qi's words, everyone's eyes widened with disbelief written on their faces. Wang Lan looked at the game-failed message on the screen and looked up at Xiao Qi on the screen with Sun Han in disbelief. Although the Eastern Theater Command had begun to deploy defensive measures a month ago, when the possibility that the first line of defense was about to collapse was put in front of them, everyone was still a little unacceptable. The meaning in Xiao Qi's words was obvious. He was about to lose his guard. Has the situation reached this point? Wang Lan put the phone on the table. Okay, we will discuss your opinions later, and then. Hu was not a vegetarian when he was able to become the director. He was very decisive at critical moments. But just as he was about to speak, a voice broke into the meeting from Xiao Qi and interrupted him. Old Xiao, something happened. The situation has changed. Guan Lin pushed open the door to the room, rushed directly into the room, and walked up to Xiao Qi with an anxious look on his face. Even though he noticed the communication screen in front of Xiao Qi, he could no longer care about it at this time and directly explained the situation without giving Xiao Qi a chance to ask. 2 minutes ago, Lingjiang State launched another attack. I don't know where reinforcements came from. The number of people participating in the battle has exceeded 700. We may not have enough manpower to deal with it. What? Xiao Qi was shocked and turned violent. He started clapping the case and became very excited. His mind was spinning rapidly, thinking of strategies to face the enemy. But his mouth is faster than his brain, and he has already taken action. How much armament reserves are there on the warship? Can it effectively attack the opponent? Xiaoqi no longer paid attention to the so-called unspoken rules. The armament reserves are sufficient and should be able to cope with it, but there was a trace of hesitation on Guanlin's face, and he gritted his teeth and continued. But there is an uncertain factor in the enemy. Question mark. Xiaoqi's turbulent emotions stagnated, and he looked at Guanlin with some confusion. It seems that the person in charge of the battlefield this time is not Julie, but another male vampire I have never seen before. He is standing next to Julie. He can also float. He is suspected to be 5th grade. What? A series of surprised voices came from the receiver. Before Xiaoqi had time to close the communication, Hu Tu and the others heard all the conversation between the two. The situation developed faster and more seriously than they thought. 5th grade. Most thermal weapons have no effect on them. 5th grade, which can fly in the void, is difficult to hit with missiles, let alone the opponent is a vampire, and it may not necessarily kill them if they hit it. Hu Bureau, according to what I just said, please hurry up and set up the second line of defense. Time waits for no one. I will try my best to buy you some time, so be quick. After saying the last sentence, Xiaoqi closed the communication directly. Now we need to race against time. Every second of delay may lead to the death of a compatriot. Walk. After greeting Guanlin, Xiaoqi took the lead and rushed out of the room and ran towards the plywood. When Xiaoqi stood on the splint, the two armies also began to fight head-on on the island. Without time to check the specific battle situation, Xiaoqi looked directly at the sky on the other side of the island, and sure enough he saw two figures standing side by side. When Xiaoqi looked over, the two figures also looked over, and the three of them looked at each other. Xiaoqi stepped out step by step, stepped on the void stairs, slowly rose up, and finally stood above the warship. An invisible aura quietly formed between the three of them. The corner of Xiaoqi's mouth twitched. The first time he saw the other person, he knew that the man standing next to Julie was indeed in the 5th grade realm. 1 to 2. He felt that he might have to confess here today. Is he Xiaoqi? Su Yuan curled his lips in Xiaoqi's direction. Julie nodded. Brother Su, don't underestimate him. The 5th grade late stages water superpower, I can't do anything with him on the sea. Oh, interesting. I'm going to meet him. I hope he's more interesting than those mice. Su Yuan chuckled lightly, waved one hand, and stepped forward. He took a few meters in one step and quickly approached Xiaoqi's location. Seeing Su Yuan's actions, Xiaoqi's nerves were tense, but the next second he found that Julie was still standing there without making any movement. Guanlin, you are responsible for the battlefield command. Focus on defense to delay time and minimize casualties. If you can't hold on any longer, retreat. You can use thermal weapons when necessary. Yes. Xiaoqi took a step forward, looked at Su Yuan's eyes, and walked away from the battlefield, but he did not dare to go too far. He still needed to be prepared for Julie's attack at all times. Su Yuan chuckled lightly and didn't care. He turned around and followed Xiaoqi away from the battlefield. Silence, deathly silence. No one in the conference room made a sound, and you could hear a pin drop. In the end, it was Director Hu Tu who took the lead in breaking the silence. The change came too suddenly, but time waits for no one. The soldiers on the front line are using their lives to buy them time. It is a shameful act to waste every minute and second now. Enter war alert immediately, Xiaochun. Immediately send a war alert to the 9 seaside city special ability bureaus. At the same time, notify the person in charge of the Eastern Theater. I don't care what method he uses, he will immediately complete the defense line and put it into use. Hu Tu looked at Sun Han and Wang Lan, and after a few seconds of deliberation, he gave the order. Wang Lan, you, O Qifei, and Shi Ge will set off immediately to sit on the front line. After Xiaoqi retreats, you will be responsible for taking over, and you will be with him at the same time. Guard the defense line, and be sure to keep the enemy out of the country. Yes. Wang Lan put away her smile, and stood up at the same time as another man and a woman. The three of them did not dare to neglect, and did not care about the subsequent arrangements. They walked out of the conference room directly, and took a car to the nearest military base to board a military plane. At the same time, a document was issued, and the whole country was put on alert. All superpower bureaus should always pay attention to the safety of their respective jurisdictions. The whereabouts of vampires must be reported immediately to ensure that there will not be too much impact. Xiaoli. Hu Tu looked at the woman at the bottom seat on his right. Xiao Chun and Xiao Li are his deputies, responsible for helping him with chores. They are the only 4th grade late-stage players present. Contact the other 3 war zones immediately, inform them of the specific situation, prepare for defense, and ask them if they can call in support. I will handle the procedures, and you can contact them directly. Yes. Hu Tu looked at Sun Han again. Mr. Sun, I would like to trouble you to stay in charge of the general administration during this period. Yes. Sun Han nodded slightly in recognition. Okay, let's break up the meeting. There will be a tough battle to be fought next. I hope everyone is ready to go to the battlefield at any time. No one knows how the battle will turn out. Hu doesn't dare to send everyone to the battlefield now, but whether he will continue to send people in the future is not his decision alone. After saying that, Hu took the lead in leaving the conference room with his 2 assistants. After leaving the 2 assistants to do their work, he left the Superpower Bureau headquarters alone. Those who stayed in the conference room also left the conference room in 2s and 3s, discussing the military situation. Sun Han, the oldest, left. He took a deep look at the extinguished big screen and put a smile on his lips. It's a vampire. Duh. Chapter 66. Boom. When Lin opened the door to the office, and the door frame hit the wall with a loud sound, attracting the attention of the 5 people in the office. Xiao Feng, go and call the 5 interns up. We will meet in the conference room in 5 minutes. After finishing his explanation, when Lin returned to the office, picked up a document from the table, flipped through the document, and walked to the conference room. The few people who were still chatting looked at each other a few times, and finally focused on Lu Yin, with helplessness and resentment in their eyes. What a crow's mouth. Lu Yin spread his hands speechlessly, not expecting that he could hit the right note. He just didn't know what the situation was this time. In the past 3 minutes, 10 people had sat down obediently in the conference room, all looking at Wen Lin, waiting for him to give orders. Time is of the essence. I'll make a long story short. Just 10 minutes ago, the General Administration issued an emergency notice. In the war with Lingjiang Kingdom, the front line was defeated. The whole country entered a state of alert. A second line of defense was built in 9 cities near the sea. Therefore, the following for a while, everyone must be more vigilant and arrange for patrols 24 hours a day to prevent vampires. We must not take it lightly. When Lin shared the relevant situation with everyone and emphasized the seriousness of the situation. At the same time, in order to ensure the internal security of the 9 coastal cities during the war, the General Administration decided to temporarily adjust manpower to assist in the defense of the 9 cities. Due to its geographical location, our Mengxing city was included in the assisting defense list and needed to dispatch 2 formal members to temporarily join Cloud Mountain City's Supernatural Power Bureau. In addition, we need to pay attention to one thing. We may participate in the frontline war when necessary. Putting his hands on his chin, Wen Lin explained the entire situation in one breath. After Wen Lin finished, the conference room fell into a deathly silence, with everyone's mouths wide open but unable to say a word. Wen Lin has never been able to change his bad habits. A large amount of information poured in a short period of time, making it difficult for several people to react. Sometimes they were still surprised by the last news, and then heard even more exciting news the next second, and their brains were a bit down. The inner monologues of the 5 interns were much simpler. Most of them were filled with doubts. Have you never heard of the war with Lingjiang State? When Lu Yin and the other 5 people came to their senses, their hairs stood on end, and a strong sense of crisis ran through their foreheads. They are more or less aware of the war in Lingjiang Kingdom. The specific situation is unclear, but they know that the war has been going on for several months. No new news came out for a long time, and I thought it was over. Unexpectedly, the situation became more serious. The loss of the first line of defense means something extraordinary. A maritime war, no matter how fierce it is, will not have much impact on them, but when the defense line shrinks to the seaside, the battle will become more intense, and it may even endanger the safety of the city. Although Montreal is not a seaside city, Cloud Mountain City is a seaport city. Looking at the map, Cloud Mountain City is the city closest to Lingjiang Kingdom among the 9 cities. Captain, just tell me who to choose. Fang Yamo pushed up his glasses and was the first to break the calm in the room. This kind of personnel transfer will definitely not be done on a voluntary basis like last time. Everyone knows this. During the last collaborative mission, a member of the Cloud Mountain City Superpower Bureau's wood system was injured and hospitalized. He has not yet been discharged from the hospital. Senior Xingshi hopes that you can go there. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Su Yangyang, and Su Yangyang nodded in agreement without hesitation. At the same time, to ensure the safety of Yangyang, we need to send a combatant. Although medical staff are valuable everywhere, Su Yangyang is still an outsider when she comes to Cloud Mountain City, and Wen Lin cannot leave her safety to outsiders. Xia Hoqian almost pressed her eyes to Wen Lin. Her eyes were full of expectation, and she almost shouted, "Choose me, choose me." It's a pity that Wen Lin automatically ignored her gaze and looked at Lu Yin, who had lowered his presence to the lowest level after taking the seat. Xiaoyan, I hope you can go with us to ensure Yang Yang's safety. The meaning of the words is self-evident. Choosing Lu Yin was a decision made by Wen Lin after careful consideration. Apart from himself, the strongest combatants in the bureau were Xia Hoqian and Lu Yin. Compared to Lu Yin, Xia Hoqian is too impulsive and not suitable for the job of protecting people. But Lu Yin was different. From his last act of protecting Su Yangyang, it could be seen that he was a capable and responsible person, and a comrade who could be trusted with his back. Wen Lin felt relieved when Su Yangyang was handed over to him. Lu Yin, who was pretending to be a quail, was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that he had something to do with himself. He thought that Xia Hoqian would be chosen. After all, the two were good friends. He raised his hand and touched his bald head, which had grown some hair, and placed his hands on the table, lost in thought. Lu Yin was not a person with difficulty in making choices. After confirming that he had no reason to refuse, he reluctantly and readily accepted the task. Seeing that the two of them had no objection, Wen Lin gradually relaxed his brows and said, "In that case, you go back and pack your luggage and set off in an hour." "Yes." Su Yangyang and Lu Yin agreed and left the conference room directly. "I ask you to protect me during the next period of time." Standing at the door of the conference room, Su Yangyang smiled sweetly at Lu Yin. Without waiting for Lu Yin to respond, she turned around and went upstairs to pack her luggage briskly. Lu Yin stood there and touched his nose. For just a moment, he felt a little at a loss. He shook his head, shrugged his shoulders, and walked out of the supernatural bureau while rubbing the back of his head. Lu Yin returned home 10 minutes later. After entering the door, he found that Lu Man was also at home for the first time. This saved him trouble as he didn't have to call to inform him. "You came back so early today? Didn't you go to the bar?" Ever since Lu Yin found out about going to Yi's bar, Lu Man no longer kept secret. He often went to Yi's bar and came back very late. Lu Yin had made up his mind to stay out of Lu Man's personal affairs and give her personal space, so every time he knew Lu Man was going to a bar, he tried to suppress himself. "The effect is there, but sometimes I still can't control my mouth." "Huh? Why are you back so early? You didn't go out on a date?" Sitting on the sofa, Lu Man glanced at Lu Yin angrily. Lu Yin stopped changing his shoes and his face gradually turned red, but he quickly suppressed it again. "Ahem, cough, cough. Need to go on a business trip temporarily?" Huh? On a business trip? Didn't you just come back 2 days ago? On a business trip again? Where are you going back now?" Lu Man was watching a TV series when he suddenly woke up. He looked at Lu Yin, who had gone back to the room to pack his clothes, and wondered. He even took the clothes. How many days would he be out? "I am free." "Well, let's go to Cloud Mountain City, but this time we have to stay there for a few more days. It's okay for you to be at home alone." Lu Yin poked his head out of the bedroom suspiciously. The two of them have never been apart since they were young. I don't know how long it will take to go out this time. It may be the longest time they have been separated in history. Leaving Lu Man alone at home was what made Lu Yin most hesitant when taking on the task. "Lu Yin, I'm not young anymore. I can take care of myself. I'm not a child." Hearing Lu Yin's question, Lu Man was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and his hair suddenly exploded. Okay, I know you are not a child." Lu Yin immediately made a gesture of surrender. "No, don't try to fool me. You haven't told me why you are on a business trip." Hearing Lu Yan's familiar perfunctory voice, Lu Man immediately became alert. She shouldn't be too familiar with this routine. Lu Yan's movements to pack things froze. He didn't expect that the tried and tested method would not work this time. It seemed that he would have to use a different approach next time. After stuffing the last piece of clothing into the suitcase, Lu Yin pulled the suitcase to the living room. Tianxin Kingdom and Lingjiang Kingdom went to war, and the sea defense line was lost. A second line of defense must be set up on the seaside. Cloud Mountain City is one of them. Although he had expected it, Lu Man still felt nervous. "Are you going to the battlefield?" Seeing the nervous Lu Man, Lu Yin felt warm in his heart and tapped Lu Man's forehead with his finger. "What are you thinking about? How long have I been in the Superpower Bureau? How can I be qualified to go to the battlefield? I was just temporarily transferred to the Cloud Mountain City Superpower Bureau to ensure the safety of the city during the war. I guess the work content is similar to that in Montreal." "Oh." Lu Man rubbed his eyebrows and put down a big stone cup in his heart. "Although there are still risks, it is better than going to the battlefield." "Okay, time is tight, so I won't say more to you. I'm going to leave first. You have to take care of yourself at home alone." Lu Yin rubbed Lu Man's hair and messed it up before going out. Seeing Lu Yin disappear at the door, Lu Man frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. She got a lot of information from Su Ren and the two of them, and she knew far more than Lu Yin. She knew that this vampire attack was not simple. But until now, they still haven't been able to get out of Yu Jing's mouth the ultimate purpose of launching the war. To say that they want to destroy Tianxian Kingdom and make Tianxian Kingdom a bloodbath for the Blood Clan would be unreasonable for some people. Lingjiang Kingdom has not yet fully taken control, so it comes to provoke Tianxian Kingdom, and it is not afraid of dying. So there must be other purposes, but there is no way to know them yet. Chapter 67. Meow, why did you bring Xiaoyan here? Su Yangyang looked at Xiao Yan standing on Lu Yan's shoulder curiously, wondering how such a big cat could stand firmly on Lu Yan's shoulder. I don't want to take it with me, but it wants to follow it to death, and there's nothing I can do about it. Lu Yan pretended to be helpless and spread his hands. Meow. Xiaoyan also cooperated very well, barking softly at the right time to prove his presence. Lu Yan petted Xiao Yan's head lovingly, and Xiao Yan rubbed Lu Yan's palm, looking like he was enjoying it. Su Yangyang looked at the interaction between one person and one cat with some envy, and she also thought, ahem. Let's go, everything is packed. It's time for us to visit the criminal captain. After packing my luggage in the evening, I rushed to Cloud Mountain City without stopping. The Superpower Bureau in Cloud Mountain City was much busier than that in Meng City. Even at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, there are busy figures shuttled in the office hall. The war comes unexpectedly, and no one is mentally prepared. Because they had something to do during the execution, other members were the ones to receive them. Now that their accommodation is arranged and their things are put away, it's time for them to visit the prison captain. After all, they don't know what they will need to do starting tomorrow. When they came to the office area downstairs, the two looked around and found that no one had time to pay attention to them. Fortunately, I came here last time and knew where Xing Shi's office was. When they knocked on the door of Xing Shi's office and were allowed to enter, they discovered that Xing Shi was receiving other guests at this time. Hello, Captain. It seems we came at the wrong time. How about we come back later? Looking at the woman sitting opposite Xing Shi, Su Yangyang stood awkwardly at the door and asked carefully, It's Yangyang. It's okay. Come in. I just said that I wanted to come over to you. Xing Shi's eyes lit up when he saw the two of them, and he hurriedly called them to come in and sit down. This is Wang Lan, Senior Wang. She is a 5th grade superpower. Xing Shi first pointed at the woman sitting opposite him and introduced him to the two of them. That's right. The woman was Wang Lan, who had just arrived at the frontline battlefield half an hour ago after finishing the meeting. Her mission is very simple. She only needs to sit on the front line and assist Xiao Qi in stopping the 2 5th grade vampires on the opposite side. She does not need to be responsible for battlefield command. These two are the two we just talked about, the 2 men sent by the Mengxing Superpower Bureau to help, Su Yangyang and Lu Yan. Lu Yan is also a spiritual superpower. After hearing Xing Shi's words, Wang Lan looked away from Su Yangyang and looked at Lu Yan in surprise. People with mental powers are a rare species. The country treasures all those with mental abilities discovered so far. Most of them have entered the scientific research ranks and been assigned to work in the National Research Institute, and there are very few who live outside. Captain Xing, you just said you were looking for us. Do you have a task to assign? Although Wang Lan looked about the same age as them, Su Yangyang still felt a little stressed when facing the 5th grade superpower, so she went straight to the topic. As for Lu Yan, he said nothing after entering the door and completely handed over the initiative to Su Yangyang. He even hid behind Su Yangyang after hearing that Wang Lan was a 5th grade superpower. Actually, it's nothing. Senior Wang Lan knows that you 2 clients are in Cloud Mountain City, so I came here to learn about the vampire smuggling incident a few days ago from your perspective. As the host, Xing Shi took the initiative to act as the intermediary. Wang Lan also happily spoke less and sat aside nodding. Actually, we don't know much about vampires. We just fought for a few rounds and were knocked unconscious by the mysterious man. When we woke up again, the matter had been resolved and we knew nothing. Hearing Su Yangyang's words, Wang Lan shook his head regretfully. How strong is the opponent? The report should have written that there are 2 3rd graders and 3 2nd graders. It's too general. I need detailed information. Su Yangyang was stunned for a moment and turned sideways to look at Lu Yan, who was sitting next to him with his head down drinking tea. Regarding this point, Lu Yan, who has fought against vampires, must have a better say. Feeling the 3 focused gazes, Lu Yan froze in his tea-drinking movements, slowly put the teacup back on the tea table, raised his head, and looked at Wang Lan for the first time. Wang Lan and Xing Shi obviously had no intention of hiding it. He had long noticed the documents spread out on the tea table, and there were 5 photos on the top of the documents. The 5 vampires were photographed in the photo, with the sea in the background. The photo should have been taken when they came ashore during the execution. Lu Yan stood up slightly, arranged the photos one by one, and pointed at them. 1 is a mid-3rd grade water type, 1 is an early 3rd grade fire type, and 3 are 2nd grade peak types, namely thunder, gold, and earth. Of course, these are all my guesses. After finishing speaking, Luyan picked up the teacup again and sipped the tea. It was obvious that what happened next had nothing to do with me. So, do you have any clues about the mysterious man? After getting the news he wanted, Wang Lan did not delve into Lu Yan's rudeness, but changed the topic. Su Yangyang subconsciously looked at Lu Yan again. The other two people noticed and focused on Lu Yan again. Lu Yan's heart tightened, and he almost cursed. He didn't even have time to put down the teacup and kept shaking his head. Don't look at me. I don't know anything. Lu Yan looked back at Su Yangyang with shame. Please, I was the first one to faint. It's none of my business. Su Yangyang looked away. We didn't look at each other, not even a shadow. From my perspective, I only saw a water arrow shot from behind, hitting our necks, knocking us out directly. This is also the report, the main reason why I judge that the mysterious person is a water superpower. Water droplets flying out from behind. According to the report you handed in, there should have been a water wall set up by the other water vampire behind you, right? Wang Lan frowned slightly. According to Su Yangyang's description, there are 3 possibilities in her mind, but they all have big and small problems. The first one was that it was the water vampire that knocked them unconscious, but it didn't kill them, which is not logically reasonable. The second possibility is that the mysterious man used water powers in the dark, first breaking through the water wall and then knocking out the 5 of them. However, this force is difficult to control. If it is too strong, it can kill people, but if it is too soft, it will have no effect. The third possibility is that the opponent temporarily seizes control of the water wall from the vampire and creates water arrows to sneak attack from behind. To complete this operation, the level must be at least 1st grade. This is also the reason why we speculate that the mysterious man is a strong person in the 4th grade. Su Yangyang had analyzed 3 possibilities in advance. As the team was closest to the water wall and the last person to faint, she could confirm that the water wall had not been penetrated. Okay, that's all I want to know. I'm going to trouble you two today. No trouble, no trouble. This is what we should do. After getting the information she wanted, Wang Lan was not prepared to stay at the Cloud Mountain City Superpower Bureau. Xiaoqi didn't know when she would come back yet, so she couldn't leave the front line for too long. In this case, Captain, I will go to the front line first. There is still a tough battle to be fought. Please maintain the safety of Cloud Mountain City. Clapping his hands, Wang Lan stood up, greeted the 3 of them, and left directly. Okay, although it's a little late, I still want to say welcome you two to join the Cloud Mountain City Superpower Bureau. When Wang Lan left, Xingshi put on a smile, stood up and stretched out his hands to the 2 of them. We need to ask the criminal captain to take more care of him. After Wang Lan left, Lu Yan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and took the initiative to take a step forward and grab Xing's outstretched hand. He looked completely different from the autistic boy just now. By the way, Captain, you still don't know what our mission is. Su Yangyang stole a glance at Lu Yan and smiled slightly. Actually, it's nothing. Cloud Mountain City is a seaport city with many criminal gangs. You all know this. Although we cracked down on a smuggling case last time, the rats hidden in Cloud Mountain City have not been completely eliminated. Of course, it cannot be completely eliminated. Next, there will be a war on the coastline, and there will inevitably be some chaos in Cloud Mountain City. These rats will definitely take this opportunity to come out and act like monsters. You two and the 2 people from Xujiang City need to form a 3rd team to help deal with the rats in the city. Xujiang City also sent people here? Su Yangyang asked curiously. There is no way. Although the general administration agreed to expand, the time is too short, and the interns still have little combat effectiveness. The combination of old and new can barely make up 2 teams. However, because of the last incident, 2 people were injured and have not been discharged from the hospital. There is really not enough manpower. Xingshi scratched his head helplessly. Everything was happening in a hurry, and he couldn't do anything about it. The 2 people from Xujiang City will arrive tomorrow. You 2 have a good day's rest first, and then go to work officially the day after tomorrow. Chapter 68. Retreat. A loud shout spread across the battlefield in an instant, and everyone from the blood race to the human race unconsciously stopped their movements and followed the sound. At the end of the line of sight on the sea, a huge wave 10 meters high was quickly rushing towards the island. People with good eyesight could see a small black spot on the wave. Before anyone could see what it was, the waves were already approaching. Only then did everyone see clearly that the person standing on the wave was Xiaoqi, a 5th grade expert from the human side. Xiaoqi held his chest and stood on the wave. When the huge wave came within 100 meters of the island, he stepped on it. The huge wave slowly fell back, and the sea surface returned to calm. Everyone on the island breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was going to be flooded. Shao-Chi took a few steps in the air, crossed 100 meters in the blink of an eye, and stood on the warship. I say the whole army retreats. Standing on the deck of the warship, Shao-Chi paused and turned to look in the direction of the battlefield. Seeing no one responded, he shouted again. After speaking, he rushed into the warship without looking back. After the door was closed, Shao-Chi leaned on the wall of the corridor. He couldn't bear it anymore. A mouthful of blood spurted out, staining a large area of the ground red, and he slid weakly along the wall to the ground. When the people who came out to greet him saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly, and they all stepped forward to help Shao-Chi, who fell to the ground. The entire army retreats. After Shao-Chi shouted loudly for the second time, Guanlin in the command room looked gloomy and hurriedly ordered a retreat through the communication tool. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield took a turn for the worse. Everyone came to their senses. The vampire army became more powerful and killed nearby soldiers. Tianxian Kingdom was originally at a disadvantage, and now it was even more unbearable. They could only gather together nearby and retreat while fighting. At the same time, when everyone's attention was attracted by the battlefield situation, a small black spot in the sky quickly approached the battlefield from the direction Shao-Chi came back from. When the black spot enlarged, it was clear that it was Su Yuan who left with Shao-Chi. How about it? Julie looked at the situation on the field, with neither joy nor sadness on her face, and spoke calmly. Not bad. Su Yuan flew straight back to Julie, first rubbed his belly, and then rubbed his belly. His lips swelled slightly, and a stream of water flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Julie looked at the seawater flowing out of the corner of Su Yuan's mouth and chuckled. Injured. Su Yuan's face turned red, his eyes full of stubbornness, and he spat out water as he spoke. No, I just choked on the seawater. Don't look at Shao-Chi, who seemed fine when he came back just now. He probably still doesn't know where to vomit blood now. Su Yuan raised his chin, looking arrogant and refusing to admit defeat. If it hadn't been for the sea water flowing out of the corner of his mouth, which would turn into blood at some point, his persuasiveness might have been higher. Ahem, do you want to take advantage of the victory now? Su Yuan noticed Julie's strange gaze, touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, wiped it away awkwardly, swallowed the blood in his mouth again, and began to change the topic. The situation on the battlefield is currently one-sided. If the two of them join again, conservatively, it will be a big victory. No, now is not the time to quarrel. Julie shook her head and did not agree to Su Yuan's proposal. In that case, I'll go back first. Su Yuan yawned. Halfway through the yawn, he quickly covered his mouth and quietly swallowed the blood that surged up again. Without even saying hello to Julie, Su Yuan turned around and entered the warship. Huh, man. Julie looked at Su Yuan's back, feeling a little funny. In the past few months, I had fought with Shao-Chi several times, and both of them were very restrained and kept it to the point. But Su Yuan didn't know what it meant to hold back, and he knew without even thinking that the fight between the two would be really exciting. Judging from Su Yuan's injury, it is estimated that no one took advantage. Commander Guan, the opponent's combat power is too strong, and they are following too closely. There are still more than 200 people who have not withdrawn. In the command room, figures were constantly walking around. Some were analyzing the situation, some were giving orders, and some were checking the situation of the warships. There was a lot of noise. The volume of a voice suddenly increased, drowning out everyone else's voices, so that the room suddenly fell into silence, and then even louder discussions broke out. You can't control that much. Use T-1 missiles and F-1 torpedoes to ensure that our people can retreat safely. Guan Lin gritted his teeth, took a look at the position of the opponent's warship on the screen, and gave the order directly with a sudden heart. Yes. When Guan Lin gave the order, the entire command room fell into silence again. He waited for Guan Lin to finish his words and replied at the same time. When the order to use thermal weapons was given, the entire warship seemed to come alive. People who had withdrawn kept walking in the corridor. This war machine was about to show its fangs. T-1 preparation, target locked, 100 meters behind the enemy. Explosion range confirmed, no friendly forces. F-1 is ready. The seabed situation has been explored, there is no impact, and it can be launched. Emission, boom, 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 boom. As orders were issued one after another, the 5 turrets on the warship deck began to rotate. The muzzles were aimed forward and fired simultaneously. The shells drew a beautiful parabola in the air and finally landed behind the island. As the shells landed, 5 tiny mushroom clouds suddenly rose behind the island. 1/3 of the island was covered by fire. Unfortunately, most of the people on the island were concentrated on one side of the island at this time. There were not many vampires who died in the missile explosion, and the number could not exceed 100. However, the light, loud noise, strong wind, etc. caused by the explosion successfully affected the actions of everyone on the battlefield. The vampire army turned around and looked back in disbelief, each and every one of them trembling with fear. I can't believe that Tianxian Kingdom was the first to use large thermal weapons. The friendly forces who received the news in advance took advantage of this opportunity to stabilize themselves and launched a fierce attack to break through the encirclement of the bleeding tribe. They came to the yacht on the beach and sailed towards the warship. But how could things be so simple? When the yachts left the shore one after another, 10 yachts suddenly appeared on both sides of the island, chasing them at a faster speed. There were 10 vampires on each yacht. Unexpectedly, the other party was already prepared. "Sir, a torpedo has been detected and the target is our retreating yacht." "Stop me." F1 torpedo launch. Yes. Under the calm sea, the weapons bay at the bottom of the warship opened, and 10 torpedoes came out one after another. They quickly crossed a kilometer distance, found their targets one after another, and collided with them. 2 torpedoes collided, and a violent explosion occurred on the bottom of the sea. The sea surface exploded, and 10 water columns rose into the sky. When the water column fell back and hit the sea, it stirred up thousands of waves and rolled away in all directions. The torpedo was fired from the left side of the island, and there were 10 enemy yachts in this direction. Maybe the goddess of luck was on Tianxian Kingdom's side, and the yacht was within the torpedo explosion range. 5 of them were directly pushed up by the water column, and the remaining 5 were not spared. Under the waves caused by the torpedo explosion, the speed of the yachts was hindered, and they kept spinning in the turbulence, and even collided and rolled over. "Captain, there are 10 more ships. We expect to catch up in 5 minutes. Keep hitting me." "Good. Once it has reached this level, there is no such thing as stopping." 3 more torpedoes were fired, aiming directly at the pursuers on the right. If the distance is too close or too many at one time, it may affect our own retreating personnel. Bang, boom. 3 more water pillars soared into the sky, and the 3 closest yachts at the front were turned into pieces under the torpedo attack. However, the vampires on the yacht should have been notified in advance and jumped into the sea before the yacht exploded. With the vampire's powerful body, there were no casualties in the aftermath of the explosion. However, the wreckage of the yacht and the spray generated by the explosion successfully blocked the progress of the subsequent 7 yachts. With no pursuers, all the soldiers successfully returned to the warship. After everyone was recalled, the warship, which had already been warmed up, immediately turned around and retreated. "I'll go, what's going on? Why is it so noisy?" Su Yuan picked his ears and flew out of the warship again. Standing next to Julie again, he saw the water column caused by the torpedo explosion and the 5 craters on the island. Damn, the other side doesn't follow martial ethics and uses weapons of mass destruction, but you don't care about that? Su Yuan pointed to the crater on the island and asked indignantly. 5 missiles affected nearly 100 people and killed more than 50 vampires. This was not a small number. "It doesn't matter, don't forget our goal. There is no use keeping them. If we don't give them a chance to resist, how can they retreat to the defense line with peace of mind? And how can we advance?" After sweeping over the messy battlefield, Julie also gave the order to retreat. "You can contact Sister Shuangfeng and send out the second batch of reinforcements." All the vampires finished cleaning the battlefield and returned to the Lingjiang Kingdom's warships. The victory in the war was like a shot of stimulant. They were all extremely excited and wanted to capture the Tianxian Kingdom immediately. In an exciting atmosphere, the warships set sail slowly, sailing around the island towards the border of Tianxian Kingdom. Chapter 69. Where are the wood-type superpowers? Where are the wood-type superpowers? Are there any 4th-grade wood-type superpowers? Before the warship could dock safely at the port, Guanlin held the unconscious Shao Qi in his arms and rushed towards the military port with his flying sword on his feet, still shouting. Guanlin made such a big noise, which immediately attracted the attention of many people in the port. When they saw Guanlin flying down from the warship, everyone immediately became busy in a panic. A group of people came over pushing a stretcher and immediately put Shao Qi on Guanlin after he landed. What is the specific situation? As soon as Guanlin put Shao Qi down, Wang Lan quickly dropped down from the air in front of them with a woman. On the way back from the warship, he had briefly reported the situation to the general administration. As soon as Wang Lan learned of the situation, he dragged the 4th-grade wood-based superpower who had the best medical skills in the military camp to the port to ensure that Shao Qi could get treatment as soon as possible. There was a fight with the opponent's new 5th-grade vampire, and he was seriously injured. According to preliminary inspection, his internal organs were damaged, but there were no serious external wounds. There was a military doctor on board the warship, but his cultivation level was only 3rd grade. He had already diagnosed and treated Xiao-Qi on the way back, but the treatment was not effective. The 4th grade with superpower brought over by Wang Lan knew that time was running out. After listening to Guanlin's description, he directly pressed his hands on Xiao-Qi's chest, closed his eyes, and felt carefully, and a layer of green light lit up on his hands. The light, full of vitality, slowly penetrated into Xiao-Qi's body along the place where the palm came into contact with Xiao-Qi. After the energy, full of vitality, entered Xiao-Qi's body, it wrapped all the internal organs. Miraculously, the damaged internal organs slowly began to repair under the healing of the wood energy. At the same time, many small wounds on Xiao-Qi's body were healed quickly by the escaping energy. Under the stimulation of the healing energy of the wood element, Xiao-Qi groaned, opened his eyes with difficulty, and looked around at the people around him, with some confusion in his eyes. "TSK, you are really embarrassed." Seeing Xiao-Qi wake up, Wang Lan was relieved, put away the worried look on his face, and couldn't help but make fun of him. Xiao-Qi chuckled and forced a smile. "I can't help it. I was careless." Xiao-Qi wanted to raise his hands to cover his face to avoid the embarrassment, but his hands were tightly suppressed by Guanlin. "It's still being treated, so don't move. The other party is very strong, stronger than Julie." Wang Lan frowned slightly. Xiao-Qi and Julie had been facing each other for several months without suffering any serious injuries. Xiao-Qi hesitated to speak, deliberately wanting to avoid this topic, but there was very important information about Xiao-Qi's strength, and he had to tell it. Xiao-Qi raised his head slightly and leaned back. Forget it, he accepted his fate. The new vampire is called Su Yuan, 5th grade late stage. The opponent's overall strength and ability are similar to Julie's, and he is also a vampire. However, his fighting habits and personality are somewhat different from Julie's. He is a fighting madman, and he likes to exchange injuries for injuries when fighting. A life-for-life style of play. Xiao-Qi smiled bitterly and coughed a few times. He tried to speak as tactfully as possible. What else could he do? Could it be said that he and Julie had been fighting for several months, and the two of them had developed an inexplicable tacit understanding, and the fighting was just a show-off, and that was all? When fighting Su Yuan, he subconsciously thought that the opponent would do the same, so he did not use all his strength from the beginning, and his attitude was not correct enough. As a result, the opponent used injury-for-injury tactics to seize the opportunity, and then had to be merciful. He pressed forward step by step, constantly expanding his advantage, so that he was finally seriously injured. He seriously doubted that if he did not retreat decisively in the end, he would probably be left behind by the opponent to fight to the death. Can he say that? Definitely not. With so many people watching around him, he doesn't want to lose face. Don't look at me in such a mess. Su Yuan is not much better. He just relies on his being a vampire and has strong recovery ability. Otherwise, I would have to peel off his skin, cough cough. Xiao-Qi tried to save his face. Tisk. Wang Lan glanced at the excited Xiao-Qi speechlessly. She was embarrassed to expose him. How's the injury? Seeing the 4th grade wood-type power user take back his hand, Guanlin hurriedly stepped forward to ask, and Wang Lan also followed the voice. The wood-type superpower took a few breaths, feeling a little tired after using his abilities too much. It's nothing serious, but I still need to rest for a few days, especially the next 3 days, and I need to continue to cooperate with treatment, but my life is not out of danger. After hearing that Xiao-Qi was okay, the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao-Qi is one of the 3 pillars of the country, and the most powerful among the 3. If he falls, it will be no less than a collapse of the sky for the supernatural world of Tianxian Kingdom. It's all gone. Wang Lan waved his hand to disperse the onlookers. The warship had docked at this time. The arrangement of the wounded on the ship, the transportation of materials, and the placement of personnel all required manpower. What would it look like to be surrounded here? How is the defensive line arranged? After everyone was gone, Xiao-Qi reluctantly sat up from the stretcher with the help of Guanlin. Thanks to you for blocking the opponent for nearly 2 hours and buying us enough time. We have sent people to guard various important nodes along the coastline, and the defense line has begun to be completed. As long as we get through tonight, we can establish an impeccable defense line tomorrow. When it came to business, Wang Lan looked at Xiao-Qi and the battlefield commander Guanlin solemnly. Their contribution is beyond reproach. There is another important information that you need to pay attention to. Xiao-Qi touched his nose and was a little embarrassed by Wang Lan. The other side suddenly dispatched 2 5th graders, but they could have surrounded me one by one, or Su Yuan could hold me back while Julie went to slaughter the army. Either way, we would be defeated quickly, or even the whole army would be annihilated. But Julie didn't do this. She was watching the whole show without taking any action, which is very suspicious. After listening to Xiao Qi's information, Wang Lan's face turned ugly. The anomalies in the vampire army were puzzling, and the most terrifying thing was the hidden purpose behind them. Wang Lan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Others would naturally think about things that he couldn't figure out. After sending Xiao Qi back to rest, Wang Lan packaged and uploaded all the information and returned to the command room to take charge. Just when Wang Lan was about to open the door to the command room, the door was opened from the inside, and a young man hurried out. Fortunately, Wang Lan hid quickly, otherwise the two would have collided with each other. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." The young man subconsciously apologized first, but when he looked up, he realized it was Wang Lan. "Commander Wang, I was about to go find you. Commander Zhang has something to do with you." "Okay, I get it." Wang Lan nodded and walked around the man towards the command room. It was probably because of the intelligence he had just submitted. Zhang 1, the 4th grade peak Earth-based superpower, is the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Military Defense and the supreme leader of this defensive battle. When Wang Lan entered the command room, he was surprised to find that Chi Fei and Shi Ge were also there. "Wang Lan is back. How is Xiao Qi?" Zhang Wen noticed Wang Lan coming in and nodded to him. "It's nothing serious. He won't die for the time being. He can recover after a few days of rest." Wang Lan waved his hand and found a stool to sit down. Zhang Wen was not in a hurry to get down to business, but continued to stare at the tablet in his hand. 5 minutes passed before Guanlin stormed into the command room. "Xiao Guan, you've worked hard this time." After Guanlin arrived, Zhang Wen put down his tablet and took Guanlin for a chat. After Guanlin took his seat, he got to the point. "After receiving the news, our satellite locked the warships of Lingjiang State. It is expected that the local warships will approach our coast in half an hour, and then they can launch an attack on our border at any time." As he spoke, Zhang Wen moved his fingers on the tablet, and the map on the big screen at the front continued to zoom in. The Tianxian Kingdom coastline appeared on the map, with a red circle encircling a black spot on the sea. Based on the other party's driving path, we can infer the direction where the other party may eventually approach. A red dotted line is drawn on the map, starting from a certain location on the sea, passing through the black spot represented by the local warship, and extending to the coast of Tianxian Kingdom. Cloud Mountain City? After noticing the destination pointed by the red line, Wang Lan couldn't help but speak out. After all, she had just returned from there not long ago. "That's right, it's Cloud Mountain City." Judging from the vampire's previous smuggling from Cloud Mountain City, the other party may have had a premeditated plan. So Wenshan City is the city most likely to have unrest. Chi Fei clapped his hands and reacted. "Yes, this is very possible. Therefore, our next key defensive position may be Cloud Mountain City, and the defense may need to be adjusted accordingly. Of course, the defense of the remaining 8 cities cannot be relaxed, and we must beware of the opponent's attempts to attack the east and west. Possible." The meeting lasted for a long time. Everyone expressed their opinions and put forward their own guesses and suggestions. The command room was very lively for a while. Chapter 70. Oh, how dare these people do it. In an abandoned factory building in an abandoned factory area in the suburbs, a man leaned against the wall and couldn't help but yawned. He stamped his feet hard, and an earth wall rose up more than 10 meters away, blocking the escape route on the other side of the factory building. Maybe he's tired of living. From the dark passage behind the man, 3 more people came out one after another, 2 men and 1 woman, and the one who spoke was one of the men. Another man who didn't speak directly took out his mobile phone and took random pictures of the factory. The man who replied took out a 35-centimeter long iron rod from behind and threw it into the air. The iron rod kept spinning and falling in the air. The man grabbed it, took 2 steps forward, threw it out with his right hand, and the iron rod hit him. Fly out in a spin. In the factory, there were 2 groups of people gathered at this time, 11 people on each side. The leaders on both sides were holding a suitcase. At this time, they were opening their suitcases and showing them to each other. It was obvious that they were conducting some kind of invisible transaction. The suitcase on the left contained cash, and the suitcase on the right contained white brick-like objects. Looking at the trading venue chosen, I can tell with my but that this white brick is not a good thing. When the passage on the other side of the factory was blocked, the bosses on both sides quickly closed their suitcases. The boy closest to them reacted quickly and immediately reached for the bulge in the back of his waist. But the iron rod flew out so quickly. Before the thing could be taken out, the iron rod had accurately hit his head, knocking him out. Who is it? The 2 bosses packed their suitcases and shouted loudly in the direction of the iron rod. As they shouted, The remaining 19 boys simultaneously took out weapons better than pigtails and pointed them at the 4 people who appeared at the entrance of the passage at an unknown time. Good guy. Everyone has a small pistol, which is a big deal. The Cloud Mountain City Supernatural Powers Bureau is handling the case. You are suspected of drug trafficking. We are going to arrest you now. If you know what you are doing, just squat down with your hands on your head and be honest. The man who spoke first took a step forward and stood in front of the other 3. Even if he faced all the guns, he could still remain unafraid. Cloud Mountain City Superpower Bureau. One of the leaders glanced at the 4 people and frowned. It was obvious that he knew about the existence of the Superpower Bureau. But in comparison with the other one, I don't know whether he is arrogant or ignorant. Superpower Bureau? What is that? I have never heard of it. If you dare to smash your fat man's place, I will tell you that you are dead. However, what he didn't notice was that while he was speaking, his counterparty quietly retreated behind the boys in the name of needing protection. After the boys blocked his figure, he slowly leaned against the wall of the factory. The target is an Earth-type superpower, and the other party wants to escape. The boy among the 4 who had just been in charge of taking pictures took a step forward and walked out of the dark corridor. Through the broken windows, the setting sun shone into the factory, giving the dim factory its final afterglow. At the same time, the man's appearance was illuminated. This man was Liu Yin, who temporarily joined the Cloud Mountain City Superpower Bureau. Needless to say, the woman at the back of the team knew that she must be Su Yangyang. As for the other 2 people, they are the 2 people sent by Zhujiang City to support Cloud Mountain City, Song Xing, a second-grade peak Earth-type psychic, and Xiao Yunyan, a second-grade late-stage Gold-type psychic. The 4 of them formed a team under the execution arrangements. Anti-narcotics tasks are usually handed over to the anti-narcotics police, but according to intelligence, Zhang Yongshan, the boss of one of the parties in this operation, is a second-grade late-stage Earth-type superpower. In order to prevent unnecessary casualties, this was handed over to Superpower Bureau. Bang bang bang. The moment Liu Yin spoke out, among the 19 people in the factory who were already highly nervous, one of them pulled the trigger first, and the others followed suit. I don't know what is good or bad. Song Xing cursed in a low voice. He had been paying attention to the opponent's movements and was well prepared. When the enemy was about to pull the trigger, a wall of earth more than 10 centimeters thick quickly rose in front of the 4 of them, and all the bullets were fired into the wall. There was no penetration. Snort. Xiao Yunyan snorted coldly and pulled out 2 35-centimeter-long steel rods from behind his hands. He closed his eyes and recalled the direction Zhang Yongshan had just escaped. He threw out his hands one after another, and the steel rods drew a beautiful arc in the air. Crossed the earth wall. Not to be outdone, Liu Yin took out a handful of steel balls from his pocket, threw them upwards, and moved his fingers together like an elegant pianist. The 10 steel balls flew out, bypassed the earthen wall, and scattered in disordered trajectories. And go. Ouch, ouch. Dong, dong, dong. Along with the screams, the sound of metal falling to the ground came one after another. The sound of bullet shooting also disappeared, and the surrounding area fell into silence. Xiao Yunyan curiously poked his head out from behind the earthen wall, and saw that the younger brothers who had been showing off their power just now were each holding their wrists and screaming in pain. Their pistols fell to the ground, and they all looked at the steel balls flying in the sky with horrified faces. Some clever people want to use another hand to grab the pistol that fell on the ground, but every time they are about to succeed, a steel ball will accurately hit their wrist, without exception. Xiao Yunyan looked at Liu Yin in surprise. Being able to do this to such an extent, a person with mental powers should not be underestimated. Don't be in a daze. Hurry up and get to work. Liu Yin adjusted his clothes and took the lead to step out of the protection of the earth wall. Xiao Yunyan came back to his senses, scratched his head, followed the group out, raised his hand to the ground not far away, and the first steel rod that was thrown out and stuck on the ground jumped up and floated in the air. The steel rods flew in midair, hitting the backs of the heads of the minions present. After a while, all 20 of them fell asleep. After dealing with the others, the 4 people's eyes instantly focused on the back of the crowd, where Zhang Yongshan was before. An earth wall was seen rising from the ground, but Zhang Yongshan was nowhere to be seen. It was not difficult to guess that he was hiding behind the earth wall. In front of the earthen wall, a steel rod was inserted into the ground, and another was inserted above the earthen wall. Your accuracy is not good either. Song Xing glanced at Xiao Yunyan with disdain. With Liu Jinyu in front, Xiao Yunyan's operations seemed very cheerful. Xiao Yunyan scratched his cheek, feeling a little embarrassed. It was the first time for the 4 of them to work together, and they compared each other. He almost dug out 2 rooms and 1 living room under his feet. Ahem, Zhang Yongshan. Are you going to come out on your own, or do you want us to catch you? Just let us go. You can't escape. Chow Yunyan coughed a few times, raised his hand to recall the 2 steel rods, held them in his hands, and walked towards Zhang Yongshan. Raising his hand and flicking it, the 3rd steel rod floating in the air made a circle and penetrated directly into the earth wall. As Chow Yunyan continued to move forward, he threw 2 steel rods in sequence and inserted them into the earth wall. The 3 steel rods formed an equilateral triangle on the earth wall. Chow Yunyan spread his hands to both sides, and the 3 steel rods vibrated rapidly, and then cracks appeared on the earth wall. There was a bang. Under the high-speed vibration of the steel rod, the earth wall collapsed and scattered to the ground, revealing what was behind it. I saw Zhang Yongshan squatting in the corner at this time, with his hands on the wall, trying to use his powers to dig a hole in the wall. Don't tell me, in just a few minutes, a dog hole has been dug out in the wall. No matter how big it is, he can get out. Hearing the movement behind him, Zhang Yongshan trembled all over. He turned around in panic and saw the person lying on the ground and 4 people standing not far from him. The nearest Chow Yunyan was only 3 or 4 meters away from him. Why don't you stop digging? Why don't you continue digging? He reached out and grabbed a steel rod, and a steel rod fell into his hand. Chow Yunyan grabbed the steel rod with his right hand, struck it on the palm of his left hand, and looked at Zhang Yongshan with a fierce look on his face. Lu Yin and Song Xing walked over, and the 3 of them surrounded Zhang Yongshan, blocking Zhang Yongshan in the middle. Su Yangyang walked a few steps quickly and silently hid behind Lu Yin. Are you going to tie your own hands? Or should we beat you half to death and then tie your own hands? 2 steel rods flew towards Zhang Yongshan with one and aimed at Zhang Yongshan's head. Zhang Yongshan slowly stood up from the ground with a dejected face. His whole body was like an eggplant beaten by frost. Don't do it, don't do it. I won't resist. I admit defeat. But I wonder if I am lucky enough to know who the people who arrested me are. Zhang Yongshan glanced at the 5 people present. His expression suddenly changed. He put on a smile and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Why? You asked us our names, and you still want to take revenge on us. Chow Yunyan took another step forward and scolded. I don't dare. I don't dare. How dare I? I just want to know whose hands I fell into. I've met a few people from Cloud Mountain City's Superpower Bureau, but I don't remember any of you. Zhang Yongshan moved slightly and touched the suitcase at his feet. Humph. Now that you know the existence of the Superpower Bureau, you still dare to commit crimes. You are very courageous. Remember, your grandfather's name is Chow Yunyan. Chow Yunyan had a bad temper and said his name directly. Lu Yin and Song Xing frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. Who would a criminal ask the police for their name? If you say it's not for revenge, who will believe it? After Chow Yunyan reported his family name, the 2 of them did not take over the conversation. Don't grind, finish work early, and rest early. Lu Yan raised his brows, and 10 steel balls flew out and stopped on top of Lu Yan's head. Okay. Chow Yunjin held the steel rod in his hand and was about to throw it out, knocking Zhang Yongshan out in the same way. Zhang Yongshan took a deep look at Lu Yin, suddenly laughed out loud, and his expression became even crazier. Ha ha! You must be Lu Yin. You are all going to die today. A sense of crisis rose inexplicably from the bottom of Lu Yan's heart. Before they could make any move, Zhang Yongshan stopped laughing and kicked the suitcase on the ground in the direction of Lu Yin. When the suitcase flew up, everyone discovered that it was unlocked. The white bricks flew out, and Lu Yin realized that there was only a thin layer of bricks, less than a centimeter thick, and there was a large space below it that was filled with other things. Lu Yin looked intently, and his expression suddenly changed. He couldn't believe what he saw, a bomb. The drugs in the suitcase were just a cover, and there was also a box of high-concentration bombs in the suitcase. Looking at Zhang Yongshan, who looked crazy, he actually didn't run away. Instead, he squatted back by the dog hole and looked at the people with a ferocious smile. Lu Yan's pupils shrank suddenly. Zhang Yongshan obviously didn't make any move, but 2 10-centimeter thick earth walls suddenly rose in front of him, blocking Lu Yan's sight. Lu Yan immediately realized that this was a trap. A trap for yourself. It's a bomb. Duh. Chapter 71. Trap. This is a trap set for yourself. Looking at the bomb in front of him, Lu Yan's pupils suddenly dilated and then contracted again. Facing danger, Lu Yan's mind raced rapidly. The abandoned factory was very empty and there was no place to hide. Realizing the danger, Lu Yan made a thought, and the bomb that was hitting him turned around and rose upwards. There's a bomb, stay down. After warning several people, Lu Yan waved his right hand. Due to Chow Yunyan's attack, the mud bricks scattered on the ground flew up and gathered into a bowl shape to wrap the suitcase, with the mouth of the bowl facing upward. It rains all year round in Cloud Mountain City, causing large holes in the roof of the factory. As a result, water remains in the factory all year round. With a wave of his left hand, the water on the ground gathered and completely wrapped the clay bowl, forming a second line of defense. All this sounds long, but in fact it only takes 3 seconds. After finishing everything, Lu Yin turned around and grabbed Su Yangyang, who was standing behind him. Under her surprised eyes, he pushed him down and lay on top of her. Chao Yunyin and Song Xing did not see what was inside the suitcase due to angle problems, but they watched Lu Yan's series of actions with their own eyes. They were almost stunned. It was so smooth, as if it had been rehearsed beforehand. Lu Yan's shouts had not yet dissipated in their ears, and their minds finally realized what had happened. Is there a bomb? There's a bomb. Adhering to the mentality of trusting others rather than trusting others, the two people quickly lay down. Song Xing also wanted to use his superpower to bury himself alive, but it was too late. Boom! A huge explosion sounded from midair, and the shock wave caused by the explosion spread out in all directions. The moment the bomb exploded, the first line of defense broke down almost instantly, and the barely put-together mud bowl was blown into smaller pieces of mud, sputtering around like bullets. However, Lu Yan's first defense was not completely ineffective. A large part of the power of the explosion exploded upward along the mouth of the bowl. The remaining power and the mud blocks produced are weakened again by the second defensive water mass. When it reaches the ground, its power is gone. Lu Yan pressed Su Yangyang's head against her chest to prevent her head from being hit by flying mud. The three of them were lying on their backs on the ground, so Chao Yunyin and Song Xing did not notice the slight fluctuations in the air 1 meter above the ground. After passing through the air here, the speed of the splashing mud slows down again. Humph! Lu Yan and the others groaned unconsciously. Even though the mud block has been weakened many times, it still hurts when it hits the body, especially the head. If you lift up the tops of the three people at this time, you will find that their backs are already covered with red spots, all caused by the impact of mud. No matter how powerful it is, the skin will be ripped apart. The impact of the explosion took a full minute to stop. Fortunately, the factory building was high enough and the ceiling had long since been scrapped. Otherwise, due to the explosion, the factory building collapsed and everyone was buried alive. It would have been difficult to survive. Cough, cough, cough. After waving their hands to disperse the smoke caused by the explosion, the four of them got up from the ground. Are you okay? As soon as he stood up, Su Yangyang took Lu Yan's hand and checked his injuries, with tears faintly accumulating in his eyes. I'm fine, as long as you're not hurt. Lu Yan moved his other hand to indicate that it was okay, and at the same time forced out a smile with a sullen look on his face. Su Yangyang's pretty face turned red, and she walked around behind Lu Yan. When she saw the dense mud spots on his clothes, her face suddenly turned pale. Regardless of the difference between men and women, she lifted up his shirt to check. Seeing the large and dense red dots on Lu Yan's back, the tears in his eyes almost couldn't stop falling. Lu Yan, who was a little shy when her clothes were taken off, was shocked when she saw this. He hurriedly stretched out his hands to wipe on her clothes, trying to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. But when he reached halfway, he realized something was wrong. So Shan could only take your hand back. Don't cry. I'm really fine. This level of injury isn't even considered a minor injury. I'll be fine tomorrow. Lu Yan could not hide his panic. He has never encountered such a situation in his whole life. He is very good at coaxing Lu Man, but this is his first time coaxing a girl. He wanted to imitate the male and female protagonists in the TV series, but he just couldn't do certain words and actions, so he could only stand there helplessly and look at Su Yangyang. Su Yangyang was amused by Lu Yan's clumsiness. She gave Lu Yan a cute look, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and smiled through her tears. He reached out and touched the wound on Lu Yan's back, and the wood energy was output to heal it. Ha ha, Brother Lu, luckily you are here for this operation. If it weren't for your quick response, we might all have to answer here today. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Chao Yunyin came over from a short distance to join them with a scared look on his face. Song Xing followed behind, with a look of relief on his face. Lu Yan waved his hand casually. Most likely, the other party was coming for him. To be honest, he was the one who got a few people involved. Now is not the time to relax. Zhang Yongshan has not been arrested yet. Yes, I almost forgot about the culprit. Chao Yunyin turned from laughter to anger and looked angrily at the corner where Zhang Yongshan was hiding. Two mud walls protected Zhang Yongshan in the corner, but the power of the bomb was weakened by Lu Yan, and the mud walls were almost undamaged. After suffering such a catastrophe, Song Xing was inevitably a little angry. He slapped the ground hard with his hands, and the mud wall broke where it contacted the ground. Chao Yunyan followed up with sticks in both hands, jumped up, and inserted the steel stick into the top of the mud wall. Chao Yunyan shouted loudly. His face turned red from suppressing it, and he used all his strength to pull down the two mud walls, revealing his behind. At this time, Zhang Yongshan was holding his head in his hands, huddled in the corner. He felt the light and quietly moved his hands away. With a look of horror on his face, he saw the resentful Chao Yunyan approaching him. "You, how can you be okay?" Seeing the four people who were safe and sound, Zhang Yongshan seemed to have seen a ghost. He kept kicking his feet on the ground, trying to retreat away from Chao Yunyan, who was like an evil ghost. But the place where he was hiding was the corner, and the wall was behind him. Where else could he retreat? Regarding Zhang Yongshan's question, Chao Yunyan was not in the mood to answer now. He stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Yongshan's collar, and picked him up. Zhang Yongshan was as helpless as a little chicken. Chao Yunyan held the steel rod in his right hand and swung it hard at Zhang Yongshan's face. Zhang Yongshan saw the enlarging shadows in his field of vision and subconsciously shrank into a ball and closed his eyes in fear, waiting for justice. But a strong wind blew, and the imagined pain did not come. Opening the door quietly, Zhang Yongshan saw the steel rod barely stopping in front of his eyes, without actually falling. "Humph, I'm giving you an advantage." With a slight grunt, Chao Yunjin threw Zhang Yongshan back to the ground, held one of his hands and pressed it behind him, took out the handcuffs from his pocket, and cuffed him directly. "Let's go. Ask someone to come over and clean up the scene. We can go back." Seeing that Chao Yunyan had subdued Zhang Yongshan without causing any trouble, Song Xing breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't relax. It's not over yet. He still has helpers." Lu Yin pulled Su Yangyang closer and stared at Zhang Yongshan with a solemn face. The two mud walls were not controlled by Zhang Yongshan. If he read correctly, the bomb was not a time bomb. He didn't think Zhang Yongshan could calculate time so accurately. Zhang Yongshan didn't have anything similar to a detonator, so there must be others nearby. Even from where the other party is now, he can clearly see the situation in the factory. After hearing Lu Yan's words, Song Xing and Chao Yunyan immediately entered a state of alert. Su Yangyang took a step closer to Lu Yan and silently grabbed the hem of his clothes. "Where is the person?" Chao Yunyan glanced around and saw no one else. Song Xing was more direct. If he couldn't find anyone, he went directly to Zhang Yongshan. "Where is your accomplice? Tell me quickly." Unexpectedly, Zhang Yongshan started to go crazy again. "Ha! You are all going to die today. You are all going to die." Chao Yunjin couldn't bear it and punched him in the abdomen. Zhang Yongshan opened his mouth and retched, temporarily unable to speak. Lu Yin didn't care, but fell into deep thought. There are only two exits to the factory. One was blocked by Song Xing's supernatural power, and the other was the direction they came from. The entrance and exit passages were not straight, so there could be no one there. If you want to see the situation inside the factory, you can only look through the windows on the wall, but the windows in the factory are 2 meters high from the ground. If you want to see the situation inside from the outside, you have to hold the window open. Lu Yin raised his head and looked out the window. Looking out the window from where he was standing now, he could only see a small tall building a few hundred meters away. Wait a minute, small high-rise building? Lu Yin felt as if he had grasped the key point and kept turning around to look at all the windows in the factory. Sure enough, you can see the high-rises of several buildings in the distance. Then you can also see the factory buildings from the high-rises of these buildings. If you hold a telescope, just when Lu Yin was about to come to the final conclusion, a reflection flashed out of the corner of his eye, and it appeared on the upper floor of one of the buildings. Not good. The alarm bells in Lu Yan's heart suddenly went off, and a strong sense of crisis rushed from the soles of his feet to his forehead. Stand against the wall. Lu Yin pulled Su Yangyang into his arms and rolled sideways towards the wall. The next moment Lu Yin rolled out, there was a sound of piercing the air, and a bullet was shot through the window into the factory. 1 meter behind where Lu Yin was standing just now, a bullet was shot, leaving a small of craters. Lu Yin didn't stop until he hit the wall. He pulled Su Yangyang up from the ground and pressed against the wall by the window. Chao Yunyan and Song Xing did not dare to neglect and followed Lu Yin to stand against the wall. Chao Yunyan did not forget to give Zhang Yongshan a hand. Call out. Another bullet was shot into the ground, and it turned out that the impact point was where Zhang Yongshan was standing just now. This was to kill people and silence them. Chapter 72. TSK. What a pity, it was just a little bit close. In a 10-story building 200 meters away, in the stairwell between the top floor and the top of the building, Yang Long put down the telescope with a look of regret. Beside him, Bai Ying was squatting in a half-crouching position, holding a sniper rifle against the window. She was the one who had just been shot. Bai Ying raised her head slightly. Do you still want to shoot? No need to waste bullets. You can't kill him anyway. Yang Long shook his head, reached out and tapped the headphones hanging on his ears. Retreat. Be careful not to be discovered. Okay. Zhang Yongshan just gives up. A female voice came from the earphones, and it was Yao Hui who was talking to Yang Long. Yang Long chuckled. Oh, it's just a useless chess piece. Just throw it away. Good. What Lu Yin and others didn't know was that Yao Hui was standing outside the factory building separated by a wall, no more than 10 meters away from them in a straight line. In the dark corner between the two buildings, Yao Hui quietly walked out after receiving the order to retreat. He glanced at the dog hole dug by Zhang Yongshan, smiled contemptuously, turned around, and ran toward the exit of the factory without any regrets. Xiao Wei has left the factory for more than 200 meters. 5 minutes later, Bai Ying deflected the gun in the direction Yao Hui left. When he saw Yao Hui arriving at the predetermined location, he got into a prepared vehicle and left. After briefly reporting to Yang Long, he looked away from the scope and stood up to disassemble the firearm. Pulling the bolt to retract the gun, a bullet with a shining silver head bounced out of the gun chamber. Bai Ying, with quick eyes and quick hands, grabbed it with her gloved hand, removed the magazine, and carefully reloaded it. This is a silver bullet that took a lot of effort to get. Bai Ying had to be careful. Whenever her skin touched it, it would feel like an allergy, and she would feel uncomfortable for a whole day. Okay, get ready for the second step of the plan. Yang Long took the controller on the windowsill. There are 2 buttons on the controller, one red and one green. The red button has been pressed at this time. Are you ready to watch the fireworks? Yang Long's mouth became more and more public. Yang Long decisively pressed the green button on the controller without waiting for Bai Ying to reply. Bang ha! Yang Long raised his hands in front of his chest and spread them slightly to both sides. He couldn't control the smile on his face and laughed wildly. Lu Yin and the other 5 people leaned against the wall and just looked ahead quietly and waited. A minute passed without any new changes. It was in such a quiet environment that Lu Yan's ears trembled slightly. His extraordinary hearing allowed him to hear some unusual sounds in such an environment. Just outside the factory, separated by a wall, footsteps suddenly appeared. The footsteps were very light. The weight of the person should not exceed 100 kilograms. The steps were gentle. She was a woman. At this moment, and here, an unexpected person appears. It is not difficult to guess that this person is Zhang Yongshan's accomplice. Lu Yin wanted to bring the other party to justice, but considering that there were snipers ambushing him in the distance, he had no choice but to give up. Just when Lu Yin was ready to fight the opponent for 800 rounds, he heard the footsteps getting farther and farther, and knew that the sound was inaudible. Lu Yin did not expect that the opponent actually left the factory area directly. What should we do next? Song Xing leaned out half of his body, looked over Chao Yunyin, and asked Lu Yin. Lu Yan's decisive action in disposing of the bomb just now convinced Song Xing and the others. So much so that the 4-person team was vaguely led by Lu Yin. After hearing Song Xing's inquiry, Lu Yin silently withdrew his attention, no longer caring about the person leaving, and focused more on the predicament in front of him. The exits of the 2 passages are more than 10 meters away from their current position. If they want to go through, they will definitely enter the range of the sniper, which is very risky. Lu Yin bit his lower lip, but there was actually another way. With his ability, whether using earth powers or physical strength, he can easily open a big hole in the wall. But the bombs wrapped in mud and rainwater just now can be said to be using spiritual powers. It would be too far-fetched to say that they are using spiritual powers to open the hole. Song Xing, can you expand that dog hole over there? From the corner of his eye, Lu Yin noticed Zhang Yongshan digging a small hole and asking Song Xing. Song Xing also followed his gaze and said, "The wall is made of bricks and cement. It can be done with a little effort." Song Xing carefully passed the 4 people, walked to the dog hole, squatted on the ground, carefully pressed his hand on the wall, and tried hard to use his powers to control the desertification of the wall structure. The bricks were literally under his control, turning into tiny particles and detaching from the wall. But as he said, it can be done, but it takes a lot of effort. Lu Yin was a little speechless. No wonder Zhang Yongshan took a long time to dig out a dog hole. It would have to wait until Song Xing dug out a hole for adults to pass through. It's not okay for you to do this. Lu Yin couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but stop him. Facing Song Xing's puzzled gaze, Lu Yin continued, "You have to concentrate your powers into a line and use the method of enclosing the land to pull them down piece by piece. This will make the speed much faster." In Chao Yunyin's dull eyes, Song Xing suddenly realized. Song Xing stretched out a finger eagerly, closed his eyes, and carefully felt the spiritual energy flowing on his fingertips. He gently touched his finger to the wall. He was surprised to find that the wall where his finger touched began to turn into sand quickly. In comparison, the efficiency was more than 100 times faster. In less than half a minute, a stone the size of a human head fell off the wall. However, it is not without its shortcomings. Doing this is a test of control and requires great patience and care. It had only been half a minute before Song Xing's forehead was covered with sweat. After the first success, Song Xing's confidence soared and he started working again. In this way, every 20 seconds or so, Song Xing would remove a stone the size of a human brain. In 2 minutes, the dog hole in the wall would more than double in size. Lu Yin felt impatient for some reason and desperately wanted to leave the factory. After the first 2 crisis sensing verifications were successful, Lu Yin now trusted his sixth sense. Although he was anxious, he still felt that Song Xing's movements were too slow. At his speed, it would take at least 5 minutes, but Lu Yin couldn't wait any longer. Lu Yin stepped forward and grabbed the 2 steel rods Chao Yunyan was holding. Under Chao Yunyan's puzzled gaze, he walked towards the entrance of the cave. One person is responsible for one side. Under the confused looks of several people, Lu Yin picked up a steel rod and inserted it into the wall with force. He held another steel rod in his right hand and struck it accurately at the top. In 2 strokes, he inserted the steel rod into the wall 10 centimeters deep. Ha! Lu Yin shouted loudly, raised the steel rod high, and hit it hard on the steel rod inserted into the wall. With just 2 heavy blows, a brick half the size of a human head flew away, and the hole was widened again. It took less than 10 seconds. Don't be stunned, continue. Oh. Song Xing came back to his senses and continued to sand the wall in a hurry. I'll go, brother, you're too fierce. Chao Yunyan was so frightened that he couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear. He didn't expect that he could still play like this. With the efficient cooperation of the 2, in 1.5 minutes from start to finish, the hole the size of a dog hole was enlarged to half the height of a person. Just as everyone was about to evacuate, Su Yangyang noticed the unconscious people in the factory. What should they do? Lu Yin didn't hesitate at all. Hurry up and leave here first. When it's safe, we can find someone to come over and clean up the mess. After saying that, without waiting for Su Yangyang to say anything else, Lu Yin grabbed Su Yangyang, picked her up by the waist, and sent her out feet first and head first while Su Yangyang screamed in surprise. Run over there. Run as fast as you want. You don't have to wait for us. Su Yangyang's face turned red and she felt dizzy. Lu Yin had no intention of paying attention to this at this time and pointed directly in the direction behind Su Yangyang. The location of the hole should be specially chosen by Zhang Yongshan. There is a factory building not far away from the side that blocks the sniper's sight. They can leave from here with confidence. The atmosphere was contagious. In Lu Yan's serious tone, Su Yangyang knew that now was not the time to be shy. Su Yangyang trusted Lu Yin unconditionally and turned around and ran towards the factory gate regardless of how many people there were. You do it yourself, or you want me to do it? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the 3 people behind him with a dangerous gaze. We will do it ourselves. Chao Yunyan and Song Xing replied in unison. Chao Yunyan kicked Zhang Yongshan in the butt. Zhang Yongshan leaned forward and plunged into the hole. Song Xing and Chao Yunyan pushed together to push Zhang Yongshan out. After that, the 2 of them climbed over the entrance of the cave one after another. They knew that the situation was serious and did not dare to neglect. One of them picked up Zhang Yongshan and chased him in the direction Su Yangyang left. Seeing that several people had no ink marks, Lu Yin let out a long sigh of relief, and the pressure in his heart seemed to loosen a little. He originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of time explaining to them why he was doing this, just like in the movies and TV series. In the end, everyone fell into a dangerous situation. Fortunately, Yangyang was not an unreasonable girl. Lu Yin supported the wall with one hand and climbed out of the hole. Drip, 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 drip. The moment he landed, Lu Yan's ears twitched slightly, and a series of weak sounds came into his ears. The sounds were very small, but they were like a reminder. Lu Yan's sense of crisis instantly reached its peak. Before he could find the source of the sound, Lu Yan raised his feet and was about to fly into the air. Boom! A huge explosion sounded from not far away. By listening to the sound and identifying the location, Lu Yan immediately determined that the location of the explosion was a factory building in the opposite direction. Not waiting for him to breathe a sigh of relief, this explosion was like a fuse. Boom dot boom dot boom dot boom dot boom. Explosions sounded one after another. Chapter 73. Boom dot boom dot boom dot boom dot boom. Aleph asterisk asterisk ku uncle. Lu Yan, who thought he was well behaved, couldn't help but curse. When the explosion sounded, he knew something was wrong. It was just 1 meter above the ground, and did not even exceed the height of the factory. An explosion occurred in the factory behind him, giving him no time to react. The explosion was so violent that the factory building that had just escaped was overwhelmed by several bombs and collapsed. The hurricane caused by the explosion and the collapse of the building rushed towards him. Lu Yen, who was still alive, was floating in the air at this time. The strong wind blew by, bringing dust and taking Lu Yen away. Lu Yen lost control and rolled several times in the air before being thrown to the ground like garbage. Before Lu Yen could get up from the ground, 6 meters away from where he landed, the ground suddenly exploded, with fire mixed with mud and rocks flying in all directions. Lu Yen was within the explosion range of the bomb, and he bore the brunt. No one expected that the enemy would be so frantic, not only placing bombs in buildings, but also in open spaces. Things happened so fast that Lu Yen didn't even notice the danger, and the damage was already coming. Boom! Lu Yen was knocked back by the powerful impact. The blessed stones were like bullets, which hurt him greatly. Lu Yen hit his head on the ruins of the broken wall behind him. The pain from all over the body constantly stimulated the brain, making Lu Yen become extremely calm. Superpowers from all departments are constantly pouring out, trying to do something. But he found that what he could do was very limited. The fire element could not control the explosion, the earth element could not control the splashing soil and stones, and even the rainwater on the ground was evaporated in the explosion. The only thing that is still useful is to heal yourself, but the healing is not as fast as the new injuries appear. In a disaster of this magnitude, he couldn't even protect himself. For the first time, Lu Yen had a desire for strength. If he had 4th grade strength now, would he be able to handle it easily? The flames continued to burn, and the stones hit. In just a few seconds, Lu Yen's clothes were already in tatters. His face was severely burned, and his original appearance could not be seen. There were also large areas of burns on his body, as well as secondary impact injuries caused by flying rocks. At this time, only shouting can slightly relieve the pain in the body. But before Lu Yen could catch his breath, there was also an explosion behind him. The broken wall he was leaning on was affected by the explosion and could no longer hold on, so it shattered and collapsed. The broken stones hit Lu Yan's back at close range, and you could even see stones embedded in his body. What a miserable word. The explosion lasted for 10 minutes before it stopped. The entire factory area and nearby areas were completely destroyed, and not a single building could still stand. Tens of thousands of square meters of ground were all cleaned up, and no one knew how many explosive packets were used. Cloud Mountain City coastline. On the sea at the end of the site, 2 warships just stayed on the sea. On the seaside, a prototype military fortress has been completed, and it is very busy with people coming and going. A large group of senior officials headed by Zhang stood on the earth wall and watched the movements of the 2 warships from a distance. The defense line was built overnight by a large group of Earth-type supernatural beings. It was built at various important points along the coastline. Everyone did not expect it to play a defensive role, but only hoped it would serve as a warning. As a nocturnal creature, most of the wars with Lingjiang Kingdom will take place at night. As a superpower, any place along the long coastline may become an invasion point for the opponent. But after the wall is built, unless the opponent flies over, they can only choose to destroy it or crawl over it. Either of the two can serve as a delay and warning, effectively preventing the opponent from sneaking around and attacking. The 2 warships on the opposite side have arrived offshore yesterday. It's almost completely dark now. Why don't they attack? Wang Lan looked at the 2 warships and couldn't help but complain. It was broad daylight, and there wasn't even a single moving figure on the deck. It looked like a ghost ship. Ahem, the other side came prepared. He must be waiting for something. He was sent back the day before yesterday. After 2 days of treatment, Xiao Qi's injuries have been mostly healed. The test report shows that he will be fully recovered tomorrow. The treatment effect of the 4th grade with superpower is still very impressive. Xiao Qi looked back at Cloud Mountain City behind him, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Don't worry, we also have a lot of manpower deployed in Cloud Mountain City, so there won't be any big trouble. Zhang Wen patted Xiao Qi on the shoulder and barely comforted him with a few words. However, if you look closely, you will find that his eyes are also full of worry. But as the commander-in-chief of the battlefield, he cannot be chaotic and can only pretend to be calm. Go ahead and brace yourself tonight. The opponent is likely to attack tonight. Zhang Wen turned around and told the adjutant. As soon as he finished speaking, something unexpected happened, and the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly shook, as if an earthquake had occurred, but the tremor was not strong. Are they all looking at each other confused? Boom. Before Zhang Wen could ask his adjutant to inquire about the situation at the Geological Bureau, a loud noise came from the direction of Cloud Mountain City. Everyone turned around and looked behind them, only to see thick smoke rising into the sky in the distance from the city center. What's the situation? Wang Lan looked at Zhang Wen in confusion. Zhang Wen also had a confused look on his face, but as the commander-in-chief, he could still hold his own. He grabbed the cell phone from his assistant and dialed the number of the head of the Cloud Mountain City Superpower Bureau's sentence. What happened in the city? How could there be such heavy smoke? When the call was connected, Zhang Wen asked anxiously. There was already a bad feeling in his heart, but he still didn't want it to be true. The call was connected, and the noise on the other side came out. Apparently, the Supernatural Power Bureau was also very busy due to this incident. Nearly 10 seconds passed before the voice of Xing Shi came from the other end of the phone. Sir, I just checked with the police station. It was caused by thick smoke caused by a large-scale explosion in an abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs. Residents nearby noticed the situation and called the police. After a slight pause, drops of cold sweat slipped from his forehead, and his voice was vibrating during the execution. Yesterday, we received news that a drug transaction would be carried out in the factory this afternoon. The transaction took place half an hour ago. Since one of the leaders is a person with supernatural powers, the matter was handed over to our bureau. The task was assigned to the 4-person team sent by Mengqing and Xujiang City for support. Now, they should be in the exploding factory now. If something happens to them, Xing Shi's tone was choked with sobs. He really didn't have the courage to finish his last words. He felt deep remorse and self-blame, and hated the terrorists who caused the trouble. Zhang Wen took a deep breath, and his agitated mood subsided instantly. Although it was shameful, the stone hanging in his heart had indeed landed safely. As long as the incident doesn't happen in a densely populated area, it will be easy to handle. Immediately arrange rescue personnel. Try to ensure that our people survive, live or die, or see corpses. Investigate whether residents around the explosion site are affected and ensure that there are no other casualties. At the same time, issue an official statement as quickly as possible, and be sure to report this minimize the impact of the incident. Act quickly. The possibility of surviving such a large-scale explosion is very slim, but even if there is only a slim chance, we cannot let it go, not to mention that they are second-grade superpowers, so the possibility of survival is even greater. They must have done it. The lowest cultivation level present was mid-4th grade. Their 5 senses were strengthened, and they could hear the conversation between Zhang Wen and Xing Shi. Wang Lan was the first to lose his composure and became a little furious. He looked at the 2 warships of the vampire tribe angrily. She had only met Lu Yin and Su Yangyang 2 days ago, and was quite impressed by them. She didn't expect to hear news about them again, but it would be their bad news. Calm down, now is not the time. Xiao Qi frowned slightly and stopped him. He was afraid that Wang Lan would be impulsive and knock on the door directly. She could do this. Just when Xiao Qi and others were filled with righteous indignation, it was a different scene for the vampires. Did you send someone to do this? The battle is quite big. Su Yuan and Julie didn't know when they stood on the bow of the ship. Looking at the thick smoke rising from the land in the distance, Su Yuan was a little surprised. Julie nodded. It's time. Prepare for the first attack. Do we need to take action? Su Yuan was eager to try when he heard the attack. To be honest, if the ancestor hadn't appointed Julie as the battlefield commander and repeatedly told him to listen to her, and according to his character, he led people to rush forward to occupy a piece of land as a base last night, why would he have to wait until now? But being a senior official is overwhelming, and no matter how dissatisfied he is with Julie's battle plan, he can only hold it in. Don't take action for now. Put some pressure on them first. At this point, Julie was not going to say much at first, but seeing Su Yuan's face full of dissatisfaction, she still explained a few more words. Don't forget that our ultimate goal is what? Now is not the time to capture Tianxian Kingdom. TCH, hearing Julie's words, Su Yuan couldn't help but curled his lips, but did not refute. Boys, full attack. As the last bit of the setting sun was submerged by the waves, Su Yuan gave the order to attack against the last afterglow. One after another, yachts were lowered from the 2 warships, and one by one they turned full throttle and rushed towards the coast. Chapter 74. Click. Atop the messy ruins, a stone slipped from a tall mound. It was like the first snowflake falling from an avalanche. The small mound slowly rose, and stones continued to roll down from the mound. A dirty hand mixed with mud and blood suddenly emerged from the ground. The deformed and bent arm kept moving, as if trying to regain its original appearance. After complex dislocation reduction, the arm seemed to be really repaired and stretched straight. He bent his arms, pushed away the stones piled up around him, and kept digging downwards, trying to find the remaining parts of it. Lu Yin struggled to sit up from the mound and breathed in the fresh air. He was in such a miserable state at this time. There was not a single intact part of his body, either from burns or from scrapes and impacts caused by flying stones. He suffered extensive burns on his face and looked like a ghost, with multiple fractures all over his body. Even the hair that had grown a little was completely destroyed by the explosion, leaving no grass growing. He stretched out his hands and struggled to climb out of the pit. Looking at his twisted and deformed legs, Lu Yin couldn't help but feel pity for himself. Enduring the pain and straightening his misaligned legs, Lu Yin struggled to get up from the ground and looked blankly at the unobstructed view of the factory. He felt like his head was buzzing and he couldn't even tell the difference between east, west, and north. Subconsciously, he wanted to shake his head to clear his mind, but he didn't expect to cause wounds all over his body, causing a violent reaction in his body. His brain was indeed much clearer, but Lu Yin grimaced in pain. Not long after the explosion subsided, there was no one around, and there was even a lingering smell of gunpowder smoke in the air. After struggling to identify the location, Lu Yin endured the pain and walked towards the ruins of the factory building. As Lu Yin stepped forward step by step, you could see the flesh and blood exposed to the air squirming quietly, and the wounds had begun to heal on their own, and the speed was not slow. When Lu Yin stood above the ruins of the factory that he escaped from, all the visible wounds on his body had been completely healed. At least the burned face has now returned to its original appearance. It is no longer the terrifying face just now, but there is still some dust and blood. Wiping off the dirt on his face, Lu Yin repeatedly confirmed that the position he was standing at was exactly above the fainting position of the 21 people. His sharp eyes could even see their stumps through the cracks between the stones. Broken arm. Under the explosion of the magnitude just now, all 21 people were unconscious. If they could still be alive, then why not buy lottery tickets and sell drugs? Lu Yin lowered his head slightly and opened his mouth slightly. Ultrasound waves that were inaudible to human ears emitted from his throat and spread under the ruins. His eyes were slightly closed, and the scene under the ruins appeared in Lu Yin's mind. In the explosion just now, there was indeed no one alive, and they were all killed. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin took a deep breath, turned his palms downward, and raised his backhand slightly upward. As he moved, traces of blood flowed upward from the gaps between the stones, converging into 4 blood streams. The 4 blood streams merged into one stream and flowed directly into the stomach through Lu Yin's slightly opened lips through the throat. The gastric juices tumbled, and the blood was quickly digested and decomposed into the components required for sound in a very short time. With the continuous inhalation of blood, the healing speed of Lu Yin's body's wounds accelerated again. In 30 seconds, all the wounds on his body, both inside and outside, were healed, and the exposed skin became shiny again. Even the hair that disappeared grew 2 centimeters and returned to the way it was before the explosion. He clenched his hands into fists and waved his hands casually. As the last trace of blood entered his throat, calm returned to the ruins. 20 people were buried under the ruins, and the total blood in the bodies of the 21 people amounted to at least 100 liters. Adult human blood accounts for about 7 to 8% of body weight, 5,000 milliliters to 5,500 milliliters. If he absorbed them all, it would be enough for Lu Yin to break through to the 4th grade realm and become wealthy. What a temptation this would be. But Lu Yin was extremely calm and did not get carried away by desire. He did not dare to inhale more, but only filled up the vacancy caused by repairing the wound. He knew clearly that someone would definitely come to clean up the battlefield afterwards. By then, the ruins would be full of mummies, with not much blood remaining, and it would definitely cause quite a sensation. Lu Yin did not allow any possibility of exposing his identity. After putting his hands up and stretching hard, Lu Yin felt that he was alive again. It must be said that with sufficient blood supply, the recovery ability of vampires is really strong. From the beginning of recovery to now, it has not lasted more than 5 years. Minutes. He ripped off the tattered top, folded it in half once, and wrapped it around his waist. His pants were in tatters, and he didn't want to run around naked. I don't know what happened to the 3 of them, and I don't know if they escaped to a safe area in the end. At this time, Lu Yin had time to think about the situation of the other 3 people. The explosion range was very large, and the factory was not close to the exit. Just because he could survive, it didn't mean that others could as well. With a heavy heart, Lu Yin carefully identified the route and followed the escape route of several people. As they walked, Lu Yin sent out ultrasonic waves and focused on exploring underneath the ruins. If they failed to escape, they would probably be buried alive under the ruins. Although Chao Yunyan and Song Xing only met yesterday as colleagues, Lu Yan felt that he still needed to collect their bodies. Following the route, he bypassed a building that was supposed to exist. After walking out for more than 10 meters, Lu Yan noticed something unusual. A mountain that did not look like a natural formation blocked his path. At the same time, the ultrasonic waves used to explore the path were not transmitted in, or in other words, no gaps were found inside. This was very abnormal. They formed swords and pointed directly at the mountain. With a slight movement of thought, the stones floated up under Lu Yan's control, slowly revealing the secrets buried underneath. A square box surrounded by mud walls less than 1 meter appeared in front of Lu Yan. Although the mud walls are full of cracks, man-made traces can still be seen. Step forward, bend your fingers slightly, and tap the outer wall lightly. Is anyone still alive? Lu Yan could guarantee that he didn't use much force and was just showing off, but the mud wall collapsed in front of him and turned into pieces. Lu Yan hurriedly activated his powers, and before the mud wall fell to the ground, he controlled the mud blocks to fly up, revealing the inside. The three people huddled up against each other, hiding in a space of about 1 square meter. The falling ash from the mud wall covered them, making them look like newly unearthed clay figures. Ahem. Who? A weak voice came from among the three people. The voice was a little hoarse, and Lu Yan couldn't tell who was speaking for a moment. He raised his hand to stir up a gust of breeze and brushed away the dust on the three of them. Only then did Lu Yan identify who was who. After a simple induction, it was found that Chao Yunyan and Song Xing were still alive, but Zhang Yongshan was already as angry as a thread and could die in the next second. The situation of the three of them is not optimistic. Zhang Yongshan, the most serious of the three, is missing a leg and his right hand is obviously fractured. It is not known how it was bent into its current state. He has lost a lot of blood, causing his life to hang on by a thread. Chao Yunyan and Song Xing are in better condition, but only a little better. Chao Yunyan suffered multiple serious injuries all over his body, the most serious one being on his left hand. The broken forearm bone in the wound punctured the skin and was exposed to the air, the muscles were everted, and the blood vessels were ruptured. If he did not receive timely and effective treatment, he would have died. Song Xing seemed to be in the best condition among the three. He had extensive burns all over his body, and there were only a few good spots. However, he still remained conscious and had the strength to speak. How could the three of them be so miserable? Seeing the miserable looks of the three of them, Lu Yan couldn't help but lick his dry lips. He was probably similar to them just now. How miserable this was. How could he recover? The three of them huddled together, their bodies twitching from time to time, which would also affect the other two, causing a chain reaction. Seeing this, Lu Yan quickly used his mental power, carefully separated the three people, cleared a piece of flat ground, and gently placed the three people on it, trying not to disturb their wounds. Just hold on a little longer. Help will be here soon. Lu Yan comforted him softly. It was impossible that such a big explosion would not have been discovered. Rescue was definitely on the way, and he was not making it up. But he didn't get a response. He leaned over and saw that Song Xing had passed out at some point. Time is precious, and whether the three of them can survive depends on their fate. Lu Yan was a little anxious now. The miserable appearance of the three people made him worried about Su Yangyang. If Su Yangyang had not escaped from the explosion range, Su Yangyang, a wood-type superpower without effective defensive means, might. An inexplicable impatience rose from the bottom of his heart. He did not dare to think too much and suppressed the nameless fire burning in his heart. Staring at the three of them, Lu Yan gritted his teeth, stood up, abandoned the three of them, and continued running towards the factory gate. Su Yangyang, you must be safe and sound. Chapter 75. Just like his bloodline, Lu Yan is a cold-blooded person. Since becoming a vampire 7 years ago, his life has become monotonous and boring. In school, he was the one who stood out from the crowd. On the surface, he maintained friendly relations with everyone and was friends with everyone, but no one could say good to him. After leaving school, contact with all his classmates was naturally interrupted. He did not need any help from them, and others would not think of looking for him. After graduation, everyone is just a stranger. Even if they meet on the street, Lu Yan will not take the initiative to strike up a conversation. He will even take the initiative to avoid being recognized, because striking up a conversation with a stranger is very difficult. Trouble is embarrassing. After all, when someone meets someone, the first thing they think about is their personality, upbringing, and whether they can be friends. But when Lu Yan sees someone, the first thing he thinks about is whether their blood tastes good. Lu Yan even did some perverted things, secretly collecting the blood of his classmates to taste. Under such circumstances, who would make friends with food? He went through high school and college like this. He has no friends, no one he likes, and his life revolves entirely around his own small circle of self-entertainment. There are only 2 or 3 people that he can care about. Luyan himself didn't know how he felt about Su Yangyang. If you call it love, Luyan didn't even know what love was. A long time ago, he thought that these 2 words had no connection with him, and it was impossible for him to actively seek love. He only knows that Su Yangyang is the second person he has protected since he was a child. Although he is someone he protects for the sake of protection, he has protected him more than once. Family affection and love are like this. They can't be seen or touched and cannot be explained or explained. With a soft sigh, Luyan unconsciously accelerated his steps. Just 50 meters away from the exit of the factory, Luyan stopped after receiving the ultrasonic feedback information, his face becoming even more ugly. A building collapsed on the side, and a relatively intact wall fell onto the ruins. The abnormal ultrasonic feedback was below it. Although the ultrasound feedback let him know what was going on underneath, Luyan's hands could not help but tremble. Mental energy poured out, and the several-ton wall slowly lifted up under Luyan's control. Boom! Luyan tried his best and used all his strength before the stone slab was slowly lifted up, rotated with the landing point as the center of the circle, and finally fell to the ruins on the other side. The stone slab collided with the ground and made a loud noise, and a large amount of dust was stirred up when it fell to the ground. With a wave of his hand, the air flowed quickly, blowing the dust elsewhere, and only then could he understand the situation. Even though he was mentally prepared, Luyan almost lost control when he saw the situation clearly, his face as gloomy as water. Su Yangyang lay quietly in a deep pit surrounded by rubble, with several pieces of rubble weighing on her body. Compared with Song Xing and Chao Yunyan, Su Yangyang's injuries were not serious from the outside, and there were no burns caused by the explosion. Luyan guessed that because it was close to the outside of the factory, the bombs deployed by the enemy were not as dense as inside, so Su Yangyang mostly suffered bruises caused by building collapse. At this time, Su Yangyang had fallen into a coma, with extensive abrasions all over her body, a collapsed nose, a broken head, and a steady stream of blood. Luyan took a deep breath, stepped forward, and landed 5 centimeters in the air, fearing that he would step on the surrounding gravel and cause a collapse, or hit Su Yangyang's body and cause secondary damage. Coming closer, squatting half in the air, Luyan carefully stretched out his right hand and caressed Su Yangyang's heart. Waves of wood energy continued to pour into her heart. Luyan closed his eyes and carefully felt the situation inside Su Yangyang's body. It was discovered that Su Yangyang's injury was actually more serious than it appeared. The thighs, arms, and sternum were fractured in many places throughout the body. Some were comminuted fractures, and the internal organs were also damaged in many places. The most serious ones were the broken ribs. Most of the internal organs were pierced by them, and there was even one not far from the heart. All the emotional injuries were internal injuries. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Su Yangyang to survive such a serious injury. But the human body's potential is so magical. Luyan closed his eyes and carefully felt every detail of Su Yangyang's body, and found that the spiritual power reserve in her body actually reached the 3rd grade level. I think it was the critical juncture and the breakthrough of the 3rd grade. It is precisely by relying on promotion that the spiritual power changes qualitatively, which can protect Su Yangyang's heart and brain and breathe a sigh of relief. Luyan silently increased the output of wood's spiritual power, focusing on Su Yangyang's damaged internal organs and chest bones to prevent the possibility of other accidents. 5 minutes passed. Luyan took back his hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and took a few breaths. The ribs have been refixed and healed, and most of the internal organs have been repaired. Now she will be fine if she moves her body, and her life is temporarily out of danger. Quick, quick, move fast. Just when Luyan had calmed down and was about to repair Su Yangyang's other fractures, a noise came from the exit defense line. He knew that rescuers had arrived. Quick, quick, someone is hurt here. As soon as Luyan raised his head and looked up, he noticed someone noticed their location at the entrance and shouted anxiously behind them. A large group of medical staff came closer and surrounded the 2 people. Luyan was still in a daze. The rescuers had already descended into the pit and saw them trampling on the rubble, causing a large number of stones to roll down. Luyan's eyes twitched wildly. Luyan took a deep breath, calmed down, and spoke. Please be careful. The patient was hit by a foreign object and suffered multiple fractures throughout his body. Be careful not to injure the internal organs. The medical staff who wanted to step forward to check Su Yangyang's injuries shrank back in fear, but quickly calmed down. They had encountered similar situations before. so they naturally knew how to deal with them. Lu Yin stood up, quietly dropped a few centimeters, and stepped on the rubble. He walked up without disturbing the others. Some medical staff noticed him and wanted to check his injuries, but he refused. He also guided them out of Song Dynasty, the place where Xing and Chao Yunyan's bodies lay. As soon as he finished explaining the situation, Lu Yin looked up and saw Xing Shi standing in the crowd. Xing Shi also noticed Lu Yin, who was in a state of embarrassment but intact, and hurriedly stepped forward to check. "Are you okay? I need to check you out." "I'm fine, but the situation of others is not optimistic." Lu Yin shook his head slightly. He was a little tired. Xing Shi looked sideways into the pit and saw the unconscious Su Yangyang, his face looking very ugly. Lu Yin looked around at the people around him. "Are these our own people? Yangyang's injuries are relatively serious. They may not be easy to handle." Xing Shi was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily. "It's okay. They are all peripheral members of the Bureau. You can just do your best." During the execution, he turned around and immediately called for a stretcher cart. Lu Yan's eyes were slightly bright. Su Yangyang flew up under the surprised eyes of several people and was gently placed on the stretcher. Lu Yan felt relieved when he saw Su Yangyang being pushed into the ambulance and leaving. "What happened?" Xing Shi frowned. Only now did he have time to ask Lu Yin about the specific situation. So Lu Yin reported the process of the four people's mission to Xing Shi in detail, without skipping any detail. However, he did not tell Xing Shi about his speculation. From the moment Zhang Yongshan kicked the bomb towards him, Lu Yin had already guessed who did it. What's more, Zhang Yongshan was able to say his own name, and the first shot fired by the sniper was also aimed at his heart. It is very likely that this terrorist attack was aimed at him. Lu Yin didn't have many friends before, but he also didn't have many enemies. The ones who can really be regarded as enemies are the 5 vampires who fought against each other a few days ago. It is obvious who is responsible for the layout and design. "Okay, I will handle this matter. You'd better follow them to the hospital for a checkup and rest for a few days." Xing Shi's face has not gotten better since he came, and now it is even darker. Lu Yin didn't ask any more questions. Chao Yunyan and Song Xing had already brought stretchers over, and he followed one of the ambulances. Sitting beside Song Xing's bed, Lu Yin looked forward, his eyes empty. No one noticed that Lu Yan's eyes gradually turned red, as if there was a ball of anger burning in them. Chapter 76. I squatted at the door of the operating room, sitting on the bench, licking my fingernails constantly, feeling a little inexplicable impatient in my heart. Click. Looking down, Lu Yin was shocked that he had unknowingly pulled off his nails. Waving his hand, when Lu Yin put it down again, his nails had grown back. Click. The light above the operating room went out, the door slowly opened, and a doctor in a white coat walked out of the operating room with a group of people. Seeing this, Lu Yin hurriedly stood up and went to greet him. "Doctor, how is the patient? Are you a family member of the patient?" Seeing Lu Yin rushing over, the doctor looked at Lu Yin up and down with a strange look on his face. Lu Yin hadn't had time to tidy up his appearance yet. He was dirty all over his body. He had borrowed his clothes from someone on the way here. He looked like a refugee. "I'm her friend." The patient had multiple fractures throughout his body, comminuted fractures of both legs, and slight damage to his internal organs. After emergency treatment, he is temporarily out of danger. However, the patient's head was hit, and his brain may have been injured. The specific situation is unknown at the moment. It still depends on the situation tomorrow. If you can't wake up tomorrow, the situation will be very dangerous, and even if you wake up, alas, you may not be able to stand up again in this life. The doctor shook his head regretfully and told all the situation without hiding anything. When he saw Lu Yin standing there in a daze, he left without disturbing him. "Oh, what a beautiful little girl, what a pity." Lu Yin stumbled and fell backwards on the bench at the door of the operating room. His brain was now a mess, and he couldn't think. The words of Captain Wen Lin and Xia Hoqian telling him to protect Su Yangyang before leaving were echoing in his mind. Although this was force majeure, Lu Yin still blamed himself and felt guilty. It was an undisputed fact that he failed to protect good people. Lu Yin didn't care too much about the possibility of being unable to stand up due to comminuted fractures of both legs. According to existing medical methods, there was indeed no way to treat severe comminuted fractures, but it was not a big deal for people with wood-type abilities. As long as Su Yangyang can wake up and spend some time at her current early stage of 3rd grade, she can be cured. But now that her brain has been injured, Su Yangyang is very likely to become a vegetative state according to the doctor. This cannot be solved by simple treatment. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became, so he punched the palm of his hand, causing an air explosion. Lu Yin couldn't figure out how this could happen. He can obviously do better. Just when Lu Yin was about to hit a dead end, two nurses pushed Su Yangyang out of the operating room. Lu Yin quickly shook his head, recovered from his thoughts, and stepped forward quickly. While following the stretcher cart towards the ward, Lu Yin held the stretcher cart and held Su Yangyang's hand. The wood-type power was transmitted into Su Yangyang's body through the palm of his hand, and he checked Su Yangyang's internal injuries again. The fractures all over the body have been professionally treated and are no longer serious. The most serious fractures on the legs have also been treated. Since Su Yangyang's condition has been registered, Lu Yin did not dare to do anything extra. He could only wait for Su Yangyang to wake up and then check the condition of his legs. The last time he checked Su Yangyang's injuries, Lu Yin found that her spiritual power automatically protected her heart and brain. At this time, I checked again and found that the spiritual power protecting the heart had returned to the dantian, but the spiritual power protecting the brain had not dissipated. Spiritual power and supernatural powers have only appeared for more than 10 years, and humans have only a limited understanding of their exploration. Judging from Lu Yan's research, there are two possibilities for the existence of this wood-type ability that protects Su Yangyang's brain. One is formed to protect the brain from injury, and the other may be formed to repair brain injury. There were two possibilities, and Lu Yan didn't know which one it was for a while. But no matter which one it is always good for the owner. Lu Yan followed him to the ward. After the two nurses left, Lu Yan went to the bathroom to wash off the stains all over his body. Then he sat back on the bed and held Su Yangyang's hand. What Lu Yan has to do next is detailed work, which requires full concentration. Taking a deep breath, he focused all his attention on his dantian. A stream of green energy flowed along the meridians to his arms, then flowed into Su Yangyang's body from his palms, and entered Su Yangyang's body along the meridians. Two different spiritual powers are entrenched in Su Yangyang's body. There is an obvious repulsive reaction between the two spiritual powers. However, because Su Yangyang is comatose, the spiritual powers in her body are leaderless, and Lu Yan's control of her own spiritual powers makes the two spiritual powers so difficult to control. That's why I didn't pinch him. With a grasp of the void, a ball of spiritual power belonging to Su Yangyang was forcibly separated. Lu Yan carefully controlled his spiritual power to wrap it up. Lu Yan frowned, showing a hint of pain. In Su Yangyang's dantian, Lu Yan's spiritual power began to rotate around her spiritual power, and after a while, a spiritual vortex quietly formed. As the vortex rotated faster and faster, at a certain moment, a small group of dark green sesame seeds was thrown out of the vortex. After getting rid of the control of the vortex, the small group flew back to Lu Yan's body along Su Yangyang's meridians, blending into his dantian. As the small group left, the speed of the vortex gradually slowed down, and finally became calm, and turned into a large group of spiritual energy. When Lu Yan let go of control, something magical happened. The spiritual powers that were supposed to be mutually exclusive actually merged together. Seeing this scene, Lu Yan's brows widened, and he showed a sincere smile. Everyone's spiritual power has its own label. Just like blood, they should be incompatible with each other and can only be restored and increased through rest or meditation. But Lu Yan is a person who is prepared for danger in times of peace. He has long anticipated the situation where spiritual power needs to be transmitted, so he has thought of several methods, but has never put them into practice. What he just chose was the safest method as expected. Even if it failed, nothing would happen. Unexpectedly, he succeeded in the first attempt, which was quite lucky. According to Lu Yan's observation, the spiritual power guarded by Su Yangyang's brain is constantly being consumed, and the consumption is barely equal to the natural recovery. However, most of the spiritual energy stored in Su Yangyang's body had been consumed before this. Su Yangyang didn't know when she would wake up. The spiritual energy was missing for a long time, which in itself was a kind of harm to a patient. That's why Lu Yan had to replenish her spiritual power. Looking at the fierce battles on the beach in front of them, Zhang Wen, Shao Qi, and Wang Lan stood on the earth wall with solemn expressions. The battle was very fierce. In the previous battle on the island, the main force was still in the third-grade realm. Now the opponent actually sent a large number of fourth-grade vampires, so that the intensity of the battlefield once again increased by several levels. It can be clearly seen that there are 5 large battle circles formed by the battles at the fourth-grade late stage. No one and the ghost dare to approach easily. Those who came close before are basically missing arms and legs. The battle has lasted for 2 hours now, with more than 200 casualties, but not even 50 vampires have died so far. The results were very unsatisfactory and could even be said to be bleak. Several times, Wang Lan lost his composure and wanted to take action to reverse the situation, but was stopped by Xiaoqi Julie, and Su Yuan have no intention of taking action yet. If they take action, the other party will definitely be forced to join the battle. Xiaoqi's injury has not yet recovered. Although Wang Lan is a user with high damage fire powers, he is only in the mid-5th grade level, so he will only suffer a loss in a fight. What's more, if the two of them go together, Julie's life will be threatened, and she, a wounded person, will have to join the battle, resulting in more injuries. The best situation now is to stand still and wait and see what happens. As long as Xiaoqi fully recovers from his injury tomorrow, we can ensure the safety of the defense line and not be too passive. There's news. Zhang Wen looked away from his phone and looked at the two of them. What's going on? Wang Lan asked first. Someone planted a large number of bombs in an abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs and detonated them at the same time. Judging from the attack after the explosion, it seems that the accident was caused by a stowaway vampire. How are our people? Wang Lan had already guessed about these situations, and that was not what she cared about. A total of 22 people from both sides of the drug trade died, including the Earth-type superpower named Zhang Yongshan. For members of our Superpower Bureau team, except for the boy named Lu Yin, the other 3 were also seriously injured. They are still alive, unconscious. Having said this, Zhang Wen couldn't help but grit his teeth, wishing he could immediately find the infiltrated vampire and devour him alive. These people are all elite talents in recent years, but now they are so seriously injured. Especially I heard that the wood genius among them may not wake up. You must know that every wet nurse is precious. Wang Lan clenched her fists and was also very angry. Strictly speaking, she and Lu Yin only knew each other once and had little affection. If she heard such bad news in a month or two, she would not feel anything at all. She would only express a few words of emotion. But the key is that they only met 2 days ago, and the memory is still fresh. Retreat. Just when a few people were filled with righteous indignation, a voice penetrated the battlefield and reached everyone's ears. The sound is not loud, but it is as clear as if someone is talking in your ear. The fighting on the battlefield slowly subsided after the words fell. All the vampires retreated while fighting and retreated towards the yacht staying on the beach. When some people saw the vampire army retreating, they subconsciously wanted to take advantage of the victory. Retreat. Fortunately, Zhang Wan, as the commander-in-chief, reacted quickly and made an immediate judgment and issued the order in time. Obeying orders is the bounden duty of soldiers. The soldiers can only watch the vampires safely retreat to the yacht, sail away from the coast, and return to the warship. Retreating now. Su Yuan looked at Julie beside him curiously. He couldn't understand the attack as it had no beginning or end. Basically understand the opponent's military strength and achieve the goal. Julie looked away from the phone, glanced at Su Yuan, and said nothing more. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, obviously in a good mood. Chapter 77. Yang. Which ward is Yang in? An anxious call came from outside the ward door. Lu Yin slowly opened his eyes, raised his head from his arms, and looked in the direction of the door. After a busy night last night, Su Yangyang's dantian was filled up. She was too tired and fell asleep lying on the bed. At the same time, the door was pushed open with force, but just when the door was about to collide with the wall, it was grabbed by the person entering the door. Lu Yin quietly released his hold on Su Yangyang's hand, rubbed the dirt from his eyes, and then he saw clearly that the person who came was actually Xia Hoqian. After Xia Hoqian broke in, she stood in front of the ward, looking at Su Yangyang lying on the bed with red eyes. She stretched out her hand tremblingly to hold Su Yangyang's other hand, and softly called Su Yangyang's name, but it did not awaken Su Yangyang's consciousness. How could this happen? It was obviously fine a few days ago. Looking at the unconscious Su Yangyang, Xia Hoqian kept mumbling to herself. Although she didn't say a word to Lu Yin after entering the door, every word she said to Su Yangyang was like a knife piercing Lu Yin's heart. Lu Yin opened his mouth and hesitated, but in the end he could only lower his head in regret. Okay, you two, stop being in the way and give way. Just when the two of them were trapped in their own emotions, 2 more people walked in from the door, and the leader turned out to be Wang Lan. Director Wang, why are you here? Lu Yin stood up quickly. Although Xiao Qi and Wang Lan do not hold actual positions in the Superpower Bureau, they still hold the title of Deputy Director. I heard on the front line that something happened to you. Come and take a look. As he spoke, Wang Lan turned slightly sideways, revealing the woman behind him. This is Zhou Wanru, a 4th grade Wit attribute user. Let her take a look. Hearing that the person coming was a 4th grade Wit type user, Xia Hoqian stood up expectantly, stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Wanru's hand, begging her to save Su Yangyang. Fortunately, Xia Hoqian's mood was relatively stable and she didn't get too entangled. Zhou Wanru stepped forward and held Su Yangyang's hand, and began to check the specific situation and perform treatment. Okay, I don't blame you for this. No one would have thought that something like this would happen, so you don't have to feel too guilty. Wang Lan noticed Lu Yin, who was in a depressed mood, walked around the hospital bed, stood next to him, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. Xia Hoqian followed the sound, glanced at Lu Yin, pursed her lips, and finally swallowed the words that came to her lips, and continued to focus on Su Yangyang. On the way to Cloud Mountain City, she didn't know how many times she scolded Lu Yin in her heart, blaming him for not protecting Su Yangyang, why he wasn't the one who got hurt. But when she pushed the door open and saw Lu Yin sleeping beside the bed, she couldn't express the blame that came to her lips. She had also read the Cloud Mountain City action report and knew that Lu Yin could not be blamed for this incident, but it was impossible for her to forgive Lu Yin easily. She simply stopped talking to Lu Yin to avoid losing control of her mouth. After the examination, Zhou Wanru withdrew her hands and placed her hands on Su Yangyang's thighs. The spiritual power of the wood system in her hands surged out, and the spiritual power instantly wrapped around Su Yangyang's body, as long as it concentrated on her limbs and head. The entire treatment process lasted for more than 10 minutes, and Zhou Wanru finally retracted her hand tiredly. Senior Zhou, how is Yangyang? Seeing Zhou Wanru finishing her work, Xia Hoqian stepped forward anxiously and asked. Lu Yin also looked up at Zhou Wanru, who was a 4th grade master after all, and he also hoped to hear good news from her mouth. It will be fine if you rest the fractured area for a period of time. Don't worry, there will be no sequelae. However, Zhou Wanru hesitated and continued. The brain has been the most mysterious place since ancient times. I have checked and found that the patient's brain injury has healed on its own. Logically speaking, there is nothing serious, and he should wake up. But Zhou Wanru didn't say the next words, but shook her head. Everyone knew what she meant by what she didn't say. How could this happen? Biting her lower lip, tears welling up in her eyes, Xia Hoqian sat on the edge of the bed, holding Su Yangyang's hand tightly and refusing to let go. Okay, it hasn't been 24 hours since Yangyang was in coma. Don't be so hasty to draw conclusions. It may be because of the injury that the brain is protecting itself from waking up. Maybe it will be fine in 2 days. Seeing Xia Hoqian, who was about to cry, Wang Lan stepped forward, touched her head, and comforted her. It's my fault. I've only been unconscious for more than 12 hours. It's really too early to draw a conclusion now. Zhou Wanru also quickly followed Wang Lan's words. But obviously, the two people's comfort had no effect, and Xia Hoqian's mood was not much stable. The two of them stayed in the ward for another 10 minutes. Most of the time, Wang Lan was asking Lu Yin about the specific situation and suspicious points yesterday. However, Wang Lan took advantage of the opportunity during the day when vampires would not attack to bring people here. It was the utmost kindness to be able to bring the 4th grade wood nanny over for a look. There are still many wounded on the front line who need treatment. Wang Lan's behavior at this time is considered to have crossed the line. Neither she nor Zhou Wanru should leave the front line for a long time. Director Wang. Just as the two stood up to leave, Lu Yin called out to them. Is there anything else? Wang Lan looked at Lu Yin curiously and was met with a determined look, which made her slightly stunned, not knowing what was going on. How is the situation on the front line now? Little guy, this is not something you can say easily. This is considered a military secret. Wang Lan's attitude became more serious. It was a serious crime to inquire about military information anywhere. Lu Yin gritted his teeth, as if he had made a difficult decision. Director, I hope to be able to go to the front line and protect my family and country. Lu Yin looked at Wang Lan with extremely firm eyes. When the 3 people in the ward heard Lu Yin's words, they all looked at him in disbelief, even wondering if they had heard him wrong. What did you guess? Looking at Lu Yin's eyes, Wang Lan seemed to understand something. Yes. Lu Yin nodded. As expected, this terrorist attack was carried out by the vampires who smuggled themselves into the country some time ago. These are considered secrets and have been hidden, but Lu Yin is the person involved after all, and Wang Lan directly admitted it. What? Xia Hoqian, who knew nothing about it, reacted with excitement and disbelief. It's a pity that no one has time to explain to her. Boy, going to the battlefield is not just about talk. The cruelty of war is beyond your imagination, Wang Lan said with a straight face, and his tone became more and more sinister. And you are not a soldier. A 2nd grade superpower wants to enter temporarily. Being in the military is not an easy thing. I know. I'm mentally prepared, and I've moved up to 3rd grade. After speaking, Lu Yin flew up out of thin air and stopped 20 centimeters above the ground. He was floating in midair without any sway in his body. Oh, there's a breakthrough. Looking at Lu Yin, who was motionless in the air, Wang Lan's tone finally changed, and there were signs of loosening up. You have to think about it. This is not a child's play. It's not easy to retreat after going to the battlefield. You have to risk your life all the time. Wang Lan thought for a while, then looked up at Lu, who was still staring at him. Word. Lu Yan did not hesitate and nodded heavily. I know. Wang Lan stared at Lu Yan's eyes for a minute, and Lu Yan didn't look away. His eyes were still firm and without a trace of hesitation. This was because the B**************** D was determined. Wang Lan let out a breath and returned to his usual self. I lost to you. I'll give you one morning to pack your things. I'll pick you up at noon. After finishing speaking, Wang Lan took Zhou Wanru and left the ward without looking back. Even though she is the deputy director, it is not easy to suffocate people no matter where they are and requires careful planning. Thinking about it afterwards, Wang Lan wondered if she was crazy, working so hard for someone she had only known for a short time. Lu Yan owed a huge favor this time. After the two left, Xiao Qian was still in shock and looked at Lu Yan, who was hesitant to speak. Xiao Yan. Sister Qian, you and I know what you're going to say. Don't worry, it'll be fine. If you take good care of Yang Yang here, I'll feel relieved. Lu Yan waved his hand to stop Xiao Qian from continuing. He took a last deep look at Su Yangyang lying on the hospital bed and left the ward. Xiao Qian looked at Lu Yan, who disappeared at the door, then looked back at Su Yangyang on the hospital bed, feeling a little at a loss for a moment. However, the last trace of complaint against Lu Yan in his heart completely disappeared and turned into a long sigh. Yangyang, wake up quickly. After leaving the ward, Lu Yan took a taxi directly back to the dormitory of the Cloud Mountain City Superpower Bureau. Meow, the door opened, and when Xiao Yan saw Lu Yan coming in, he jumped up and jumped into Lu Yan's arms, crying out in grievance. Sorry Xiao Yan, I was delayed yesterday because of something. Lu Yan man apologetically touched the hair on Xiao Yan's back. With one hand stretched out, a large ball of crimson flame jumped in the palm and was sent to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan looked at the flames in front of him in surprise. Today's flames had much more energy than usual. Opening its small mouth, taking a deep breath, the flames immediately followed the suction force and entered its body through the throat. Meow meow, the flames had just entered the room, and Xiaoyan couldn't help but shudder. A little exciting. Xiaoyan, your sister Yang Yang is injured. How about we go and avenge her? Following Lu Yan's words, the wardrobe automatically opened, and pieces of clothing flew out, folded automatically in the air, and finally fell into the open suitcase on the ground. In a short time, Lu Yan's luggage was packed. Meow. Xiao Yan looked up at Lu Yan in confusion. After reacting, it realized that Su Yangyang was injured and became a little excited. It grinned and stretched out its two small paws to wave in the air. Seeing Xiao Yan's actions, Lu Yan forced out a smile. Okay, let's go get revenge. After washing up, Lu Yan lay on the bed and squinted for a while. The time came to 12 noon, and Wang Lan appeared at the door of Lu Yan's room on time. Huh. After entering the door, Wang Lan first saw Xiao Yan standing on Lu Yan's shoulder, and his eyes instantly lit up. Is this your pet? Yeah. Lu Yan nodded and walked out with his suitcase. Are you going to take it with you? Wang Lan asked suspiciously when he saw Lu Yan's posture. At the same time, Wang Lan stretched out his sinful hands, trying to hug Xiao Yan over, but Xiao Yan took off early and jumped to Lu Yan's other shoulder, avoiding Wang Lan's clutches. Xiao Yan is already a spirit beast in the middle of 2nd grade. He is a good partner. Hearing Lu Yan's compliment, Xiao Yan stuck his head out and looked at Wang Lan proudly. 2nd grade spirit beast. Wang Lan was a little surprised when he heard Lu Yan's introduction. He didn't expect that the black cat in front of him was a domesticated spirit beast. Temporarily added beast, you are making it very difficult for me. Unless. Wang Lan glanced at Xiao Yan. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Unless you let me for a while, I give special permission. Lu Yan looked at Wang Lan strangely. Sure enough, no woman was immune to Xiao Yan's good looks. Meow. Xiao Yan was shocked when he saw his master looking at him. Xiao Yan jumped up and wanted to escape, but as soon as he started, he was controlled by Lu Yan. Lu Yan personally handed Xiao Yan to Wang Lan. Then we have an agreement. Don't worry when I do the work. Wang Lan, who had successfully won over Xiao Yan, looked satisfied and agreed readily. Soon, the two got in the car and set off to the front line. Chapter 78. You are considered a new recruit. Don't think about going to the battlefield for the time being. I will place you in the patrol team first. You can adapt to it for a few days before talking about anything else. Walking in the military camp, Wang Lan glanced at Lu Yan, who was looking around, and chuckled. Lu Yan was a little hesitant, This was different from what he thought, but there was no way out, and he could only nod in agreement. The two of them were neither relatives nor friends, so Wang Lan was extremely benevolent enough to allow him to join the front line. If he made any further demands, he would be ignorant. Soon the two passed through numerous military camps and arrived at the two tents in the southernmost corner. Gao Lan, there's a newcomer, come out quickly. Standing in front of the two tents, Wang Lan shouted directly. Boom, I'm coming. There was a sound of things colliding inside the tent, and then the curtain was lifted, and a woman ran out while putting on her coat. Sir, why did you come in person without notifying me before you came? Gao Lan stood in front of Wang Lan, quickly put on his coat, and saluted Wang Lan. At the same time, a man and a woman walked out of the two tents behind her. They ran to stand behind Gao Lan and saluted Wang Lan as well. Don't talk nonsense. Aren't you always shouting that your team is short of someone? I'm here to give him to you. Wang Lan raised his head and motioned to Lu Yin behind him. Lu Yin nodded to the three of them as a greeting. Newcomer, welcome. Gao Lan looked at Lu Yin, his eyes shining as if he was looking at some treasure. He is a complete new recruit. I will leave him to you now. You have to take good care of him. He is a third-grade spiritual power user. Wang Lan emphasized Lu Yin's power attributes. Sure enough, after hearing that Lu Yin was a psychic, Gao Lan's eyes could almost be used as flashlights. Okay, you guys can get to know each other. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Wang Lan seemed not to notice Gao Lan's excitement, so he explained, handed Xiao Yin back to Lu Yin, and left. If there is an extra cat, she will report it when she goes back. She really owed him in her previous life. Well, hello seniors. Although Director Wang has already introduced me, it would be better for me to introduce myself. Seeing the gazes of the three people gathered over him, Lu Yin touched his nose. My name is Lu Yin, Shuanka Lu, the language of the language. I was sent here by the Mengqing Superpower Bureau. I just arrived at the camp today. I just broke through the third grade a few days ago. I am a spiritual superpower user. I hope you will be a third grader in the future. Please take care of me, senior. Oh, finally a male compatriot is here. You don't know that our team is full of yin and yang. I have been looking forward to someone to accompany me. The only male present except Lu Yin stepped forward and hugged Lu Yin. Shoulders, looking very excited. My name is Zhuang Fei. I am a very special person. I am a third-grade early-stage lightning power user. You and I share a tent, just the one on the left. If you have anything you don't understand, just ask me. I am clear. As he spoke, Zhuang Fei patted Lu Yan's back several times, which made Lu Yan cough. Unexpectedly, this man was quite strong. But Lu Yan was more surprised than that. What he didn't expect was that the opponent turned out to be a lightning power user. Mutated powers were very rare. Hello, I am Gao Lan, the Lan of Lanhua, a third-grade late-stage gold-type psychic, and the captain of this team. You will be a member of our team from now on. Gao Lan stepped forward and stretched out a hand, holding hands with Lu Yin. At the same time, behind her, a head popped out, staring at Xiao Yin and Lu Yan's arms, and waved to Lu Yin. Hello, my name is Fong Yingying. Ying of Firefly. You can just call me Yingying. He is a mid-third grade fire-type psychic. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Yin to say hello, Yingying retracted behind Gao Lan, leaving Lu Yan's hand stretched out for a handshake just awkwardly in the air. Don't mind. Yingying has some social fears. It will be fine once you two get familiar with her. Gao Lan explained, and at the same time came to Lu Yan's rescue. Lu Yin retracted his hand and scratched his scalp, then got off the slope. However, I didn't expect that this simple patrol team would only have 3 third-grade superpowers, including myself, so there would be 4. This lineup was a bit too luxurious. Okay, don't stand here. This is your luggage. Move your things in first, and then talk about other things. Zhuang Fei grabbed Lu Yan's suitcase and walked towards the tent on the left. Although Zhuang Fei's behavior was a bit reckless, the atmosphere became much more harmonious with his help. Xiao Yin jumped up and returned to his favorite position. Lu Yin waited for Xiao Yin to stand firm, then walked a few steps quickly to keep up with Zhuang Fei's pace. With Zhuang Fei's help, Lu Yin finished packing the luggage and bed in just a few minutes. A tent can accommodate 2 people. He and Zhuang Fei lived in one, and next door was Gao Lan and Fong Yingying's residence. Not long after the housekeeping was sorted, Gao Lan walked in with Yingying. Our mission is actually very simple. We are mainly responsible for patrolling the southern wall from midnight to 8 in the morning every day. Theoretically, it is unlikely that we will encounter vampires, but it is not something we can relax about. Gao Lan and Fong Yingying sat beside Lu Yan's newly made bed and explained the precautions to Lu Yan, who was sitting beside Zhuang Fei's bed. Vampires are nocturnal creatures and are most likely to move at night, so we need to recharge our batteries during the day. You should also take a rest early when you have time. Don't doze off at night. After explaining for nearly 20 minutes, Gao Lan explained clearly to Lu Yin all aspects of the rules in the general camp, their tasks, things to pay attention to, etc., for fear that the new recruit would do something wrong. She hadn't cared about it before, but in the past 20 minutes, she finally realized that Wang Lan was really not exaggerating at all. Lu Yin was really a new recruit, a pure recruit who didn't understand anything and had to explain everything in detail. Okay, Captain. After explaining the matter, Gao Lan and Fang Yingying left the tent and went back to rest. It was only around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and they were catching up on their sleep when Wang Lan came. They told Lu Yin that after a while, they felt sleepy again. Hee. After the two of them left, Zhuang Fei looked at Lu Yin from side to side, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. Brother Fei, is there something on my face? Don't you need to rest for a while? Lu Yin was so scared that he couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. I'm mainly just too happy. You don't know, our team is really in a state where the yin is strong and the yang is weak. There are 2 women and 1 man, especially our patrol team, which basically travels at night and rests in vain. I don't have anyone to talk to every day. None. Now that you're here, I'm happy. Lu Yin was a little restrained by Zhuang Fei's enthusiasm and quickly changed the subject. Brother Fei, which area do we usually patrol? Actually, it can be seen from the camp arrangement that we are responsible for the southernmost section, and beyond that is the defensive section of the next city. It is relatively remote. Don't worry, everyone will act together at night, and there will be no problems. Zhuang Fei thought Lu Yin was a new soldier who was scared on the battlefield for the first time, so he comforted him. But what he didn't know was that Lu Yin was speechless now. One of the best ways to vent your emotions is through destruction. One of the reasons why Lu Yin went to the battlefield was for the vampires. On the battlefield, he could completely vent his frustrations. But Wang Lan seemed to be deliberately targeting him, placing him in the most remote part of the military camp. She didn't know if she was trying to protect herself or what. Now Lu Yin couldn't even reason with him if he wanted to go back on his word. He didn't know where Wang Lan lived, and he couldn't move around the military base at will. Lu Yin found that he seemed to have walked into a dead end, unable to get out. It made him even more depressed. Alas, fortunately, Lu Yin is not a person who is very good at convincing himself. Adhering to the principle of taking things as they come, I quickly convinced myself. At least we are on the front line now. Maybe the battle will be fierce and the patrols will also go to the battlefield. After chatting with Zhuang Fei for a few more words and roughly understanding his current situation, Zhuang Fei couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep. Lu Yin did not interrupt, but took Xiaoyan out of the tent. Their tent was originally located in the southernmost part of the military camp. If you continue to go south, you will find a large open space. Except for people on routine patrols, generally no one will be around. Lu Yin randomly found a nearby open space. There are still more than 10 hours until midnight, and Lu Yin is not going to waste time. He didn't bring Xiaoyan here just as a decoration. It could even be said that if a battle broke out, Xiaoyan would probably be the main force, so Lu Yin needed to give it some special training to avoid losing control at the critical moment. Chapter 79. It had been half a month since Lu Yin entered the military camp. His daily tasks are very simple. He starts patrolling at 12 o'clock and is responsible for the area of about 2 kilometers to the south. At the same time, he needs to inspect and maintain the defense measures for these 2 kilometers. Of course, it's impossible to walk around the wall for 8 hours. They only need to patrol around every half hour. As long as nothing happens, this job is easy. Lu Yin also saw the vampire attack from a distance. All kinds of spiritual attacks were flying all over the sky. For those who didn't know, he thought someone was setting off fireworks at the beach. However, Lu Yin felt that the opponent's offense was a bit careless, as if he was fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days. The vampire's attack is very interesting. It happens once every 2 days, and each attack lasts 2 hours. They come at 7 o'clock and retreat before 9 o'clock. They return to the warship at exactly 9 o'clock. It's a bit like being a part-time worker who has to go to work and get off work at certain times. It's like playing. Lu Yin could often see some vampires sucking blood directly on the spot after killing someone. Sometimes he wondered if the other commander released them at this time to eat. But it has to be said that Lu Yin has gained experience this time. Second grades are walking all over the ground. Third grades are coming in groups. Fourth grades are not uncommon. Fifth grades are flying in the sky. And there are even several kinds of mutant powers. Thunder type, ice type, fire type, wind type. Lu Yin looks so greedy. In theory, he can imitate these mutant powers, but except for the ice type, he doesn't know the matching formula for other mutant powers, so there is no way to achieve them. Lu Yin often thought that if he could tie them all to the experimental table and spend some time, he should be able to study it. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the southernmost open space of Cloud Mountain Municipal Campground. Since training here for the first time half a month ago, this place has become Xiaoyan's exclusive training venue. Luyan would bring Xiaoyan here for training at 3 o'clock every afternoon. Even the patrol officers were used to their presence, and they became a scenery around them. If they don't come out one day, the patrol officers might come over and ask. Today was no exception. Luyan and Xiaoyan appeared on the training ground on time. However, compared to before, there were new changes today. A scarecrow appeared on the training ground at some point. Meow. Xiaoyan turned to look at Luyan in confusion. This is for your training. The previous training focused on your control and use of supernatural powers. From today on, our training direction will change and focus on fighting the enemy. After saying that, Luyan had already stood in front of the scarecrow. This is the neck. The location of the arteries is here, and if the blood vessels here rupture, it will cause shock. Luyan took a few steps closer, trying his best to allow Xiaoyan to see clearly. While explaining, he pointed out specific places. The scarecrow's points were not clear, and Luyan would use himself as an example. This is where the average person's heart is. Of course, because of the protection of the ribs, you may not be able to hurt it, but you still have to remember, this large piece of the back is the spine. If you are a male, the most important weak point is here. The genitals, the location where it is located, can be attacked by fire, the liver, kidneys, and stomach. Although these places will not be fatal, they will still affect the enemy. For more than an hour, Luyan explained to Xiaoyan the weaknesses of the human body in detail. He didn't care whether Xiaoyan could understand or not. He said it all at once, which made Xiaoyan's head feel dizzy. Okay, that's all you need to pay attention to. I don't need you to remember them all, but at least you need to know what each part is. Now let's do the actual battle. Clap your hands to wake Xiaoyan up from the chaos. Xiaoyan looked at the scarecrow in front of him distressfully, feeling that this was not something he should remember at his age. It was still a baby. Neck. Luyan ordered directly without giving Xiaoyan much time to think. Practice is the best teacher. Xiaoyan stood on Luyan's shoulder. The moment Luyan gave the order, his eyes sharpened. He looked at the scarecrow one step away fiercely and stretched out his sharp claws. He kicked off his hind legs hard and rushed straight up. Meow. When white light flashed, and when Xiaoyan landed, a shallow scratch appeared on the straight stick used as the scarecrow's neck. Back. Xiaoyan had just landed and made a gorgeous turn on the spot, wiping his front paws across his chest. The fire flashed, and the flames burst into flames. With a gentle breath, the flames followed the wind and hit the scarecrow's back. If you look closely, you will find that there is a small pendant on the collar worn around Xiaoyan's neck. This is a gadget that Luyan specially went to the logistics department to apply for using his share. Its main function is to ignite a fire. It is similar to a lighter, but the triggering mechanism is relatively simple and only needs to be touched. Heart. Xiaoyan's eyes were fierce, flames attached to his front paws, his body bent down, his hind legs kicked off the ground, and the whole cat leaped into the sky. In midair, Xiaoyan was like a little man, pulling his right front paw back slightly to accumulate strength, and when he was about to touch the scarecrow, he shot out with one claw. Xiaoyan thrust his claws through the straw, and the flames on his claws directly scorched the surrounding straw. Meow meow meow. Due to the effect of inertia, Xiaoyan remained unabated and plunged into the scarecrow's body, leaving his limbs stuck outside and waving around wildly. Luyan held his forehead with one hand, but the scarecrow's simulation of actual combat was still somewhat lacking. A gust of wind blew up with his hand, sucking away the air around the scarecrow, forming a short-term vacuum environment. The flames on the scarecrow slowly weakened and extinguished. Walking behind the scarecrow, Luyan reached out and pulled out Xiaoyan. Meow. Xiaoyan looked at Luyan aggrievedly, looking pitiful. Okay, I don't blame you, just practice more. Luyan stretched out his hand to rub Xiaoyan's head and comforted him. Xiaoyan is still too small, and his physical strength is too weak. Humans can hold sharp blades to increase their attack power, but Xiaoyan only has claws. With Xiaoyan's current strength, he can only scratch the skin and forget about cutting through the muscles. As for the firepower, it is best to use it with sharp weapons before the 4th grade. It is just a simple flame burn, which is still almost meaningless. The enemy is not a wooden stake and will not stand there waiting for you to burn it. Therefore, Luyan still had to think carefully about how to improve Xiaoyan's combat power. Looking at Xiaoyan, who was waving his sharp claws at the scarecrow not far away, Luyan touched the fangs at the corner of his mouth and had an idea in his mind, but he still had to experiment a few times. I knew you were here. When Luyan and Xiaoyan were taking a break during training, Zhuang Fei walked over from the direction of the camp, waving his hand. Brother Fei, what's the matter? Lu Yin looked at the person with confusion. You have only been here for half a month. I forgot to tell you that our patrol time is not static. To prevent the other party from finding loopholes in the patrol, it will be changed every half month. Zhuang Fei walked closer and looked curiously at the scarecrow made by Lu Yin. At this time, there was not much straw left on the scarecrow's body, all of which had been burned away by Xiao Yin, leaving only a few bare poles. Then what time period should we change to? Although it was normal, this was the first time Lu Yin had heard of it. Our patrol location has not changed, but the time has been changed from 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. It's almost 6 p.m. now. You should also prepare. Okay, I get it. Lu Yin was stunned. He didn't expect that this defense change was quite humane. It was just 5 hours in advance and would not affect their rest. After Zhuang Fei left, Lu Yin took Xiao Yin back to the camp after cleaning up the debris. It's almost time to go back and tidy up and have dinner. Duh. Chapter 80. 1:41 minutes past midnight. Huh. Gao Lan yawned boredly and looked at the beach 200 meters away. Hey, I don't know when it will end every day. I really want to chop someone a few times. As he spoke, Gao Lan swung his long knife and struck the air in front of him several times. Sister Lan, how long have they been out? Fang Yingying sat on the wall, dangling her feet, and looked at Gao Lan, who was wielding a sword, with a smile. Gao Lan made a movement with his hand, sheathed his sword, and took out his cell phone to check the time. It seems like a long time. It's been 20 minutes, and you haven't come back yet. Gao Lan looked towards the direction where Lu Yin and the two left. Dee. At this moment, the cell phone in Gao Lan's hand rang in the silent night. 10 minutes ago, it was Lu Yin and Zhuang Fei's turn to patrol. The 2-kilometer range, if you patrol carefully, would take just over 10 minutes to go back and forth. Just when the two were about to turn back, Zhuang Fei's bladder tightened, and he needed to relieve himself. Lu Yin had no choice but to stand there and wait. I'll go, Xiaoyan. Come quickly, there's something big going on. As a result, Lu Yin didn't wait for 2 minutes before Zhuang Fei hurriedly ran out of the jungle behind him, anxious and a little excited. Lu Yin stepped forward in confusion. Brother Fei, what's going on? I just went to the toilet and heard something moving over there. Zhuang Fei whispered, with some excitement in his eyes. Lu Yin looked in the direction Zhuang Fei pointed and hesitated. Brother Fei, that side seems to be the defense zone of Shuangfeng City. It won't be easy for us to go there. It's okay, let's just go over and take a look, just in case there are any special circumstances. Zhuang Fei waved his hand and said it didn't matter. But Lu Yin was still hesitant and wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Zhuang Fei. It's nothing to worry about. Let's just go over and take a look. If nothing happens, we'll come back. It won't take more than 10 minutes. Don't worry, even if you are discovered, it won't be a big deal. After speaking, without waiting for Lu Yin to reply, Zhuang Fei turned around and looked in the direction where he had just urinated. Lu Yin breathed out helplessly and looked at the anxious seniors. He didn't know who the newcomer was for a moment. Lu Yin didn't dare to be lazy and hurriedly followed Zhuang Fei. Brother Fei, what exactly did you hear? It was the sound of someone speaking. I was too far away to hear the specific content, but I vaguely heard words such as tunnel, today, and completion. As soon as I heard it, I knew that it was not one of our people, and the other party must have evil intentions. Zhuang Fei quickly explained what he knew. Lu Yin frowned slightly after hearing this. Typical. Thinking about it, the two of them had already passed the place where Zhuang Fei had just relieved himself and looked for the direction where the sound came from. It should be right in front. The further he walked, the softer Zhuang Fei's voice became. After walking another 20 meters, Zhuang Fei looked around suspiciously. After checking all the hidden corners of the surrounding grass, he still found nothing. The sound I heard must be nearby. Why is there nothing? Could it be that you remembered the wrong direction? Lu Yin followed helplessly and searched around, but after searching for a long time, he still found nothing. Impossible. The sound I heard must be nearby. Zhuang Fei shook his head repeatedly and almost stamped his feet anxiously. Authentic, Xiaoyan. Do you think we are looking for it underground? As he said that, Zhuang Fei really stamped his feet and looked at the grass under his feet. He was considering whether to dig it up and take a look. Lu Yin looked at Zhuang Fei and realized what he was thinking, with dark lines on his face. How wide is a tunnel and how big is the land? Even if someone really digs a tunnel here, how long will it take them to find it? Not to mention, they don't know how deep they need to dig. Not realistic. Then what should we do? At this time, Zhuang Fei also realized that his idea was a bit ridiculous, but he just refused to give in. Xiaoyan, do you have any idea? Looking at Zhuang Fei's hopeful eyes, Lu Yin helplessly raised his forehead. It seemed that he was not the only one unwilling to be lonely. Okay, I'll look for it again. Lu Yin looked at the surrounding bushes, and while pretending to search seriously, he opened his lips slightly and started to launch. No, Luyan immediately closed his mouth and his eyes widened. If there is really someone digging a tunnel here, it is most likely the vampires hiding in Cloud Mountain City. By sending out ultrasound waves, you are not directly telling the other party that you are here. Luyan thought about these and began to search for any caves or other places nearby. Since Zhuang Fei could hear the sound, the tunnel must not have passed through here, but the entrance was nearby, otherwise the sound would not have been heard. After searching the surrounding area, no abnormality was found. Luyan did not give up directly, but continued searching along the original path, and finally returned to Zhuang Fei's Xiaojia. Looking at the bushes in front of him, Luyan frowned slightly, gently peeled back the bushes to reveal the vines underneath. Luyan opened the surrounding shrubs again, and found that there were vines mixed in the shrubs in this large area. Upon closer inspection, I found that the shrubs seemed to be entangled with vines, and the pattern of the vines was very familiar. Luyan raised his hand to signal to Zhuang Fei. Zhuang Fei approached and wanted to say something, but Luyan put his hand to his mouth first to signal to shut up. Then he pointed to the bushes at his feet. Then the two of them worked together to lift the shrub, and sure enough they found that the entire shrub did not have roots rooted to the ground, but was fixed to the ground by entangled vines. Under the shrub, there was also a large vine covering the ground. This is a big problem. The two looked at each other with uncontrollable excitement in their eyes. Zhuang Fei quietly took out the long knife and thrust it hard into the vines. As a result, the long knife sank smoothly into the gap between the vines until it reached the handle. This time it was completely confirmed that the bottom of the vine was empty, and it was most likely the so-called tunnel entrance. Pulling out the long knife, he wanted to continue chopping and entered the cave to check the situation. However, at the critical moment, Luyan stopped him. Under Zhuang Fei's puzzled gaze, Luyan pulled Zhuang Fei to the side and walked more than 10 meters away before speaking. "Brother Fei, don't worry. We don't know how many people are down there and what their strength is. It's very dangerous for just the two of us to go in." Oh, I'm worried." Zhuang Fei also realized that something was wrong with him, nodded repeatedly, and hurriedly took out his mobile phone to contact Gao Lan. "Hey, Captain, where have you been? Why haven't you come back yet?" Gao Lan's tone was a bit unkind. "Captain, we have a situation here." "Huh? What's going on over there?" Zhuang Fei immediately explained his findings, while Luyan carefully observed the situation at the cave entrance to prevent the other party from suddenly coming out. "Okay, I understand the situation. You stay where you are and wait for me." After speaking, Gao Lan hung up the call. Their mobile phones are not their own, but provided by the military. Each mobile phone has a location, and the captain has the right to retrieve the location of the team members. The two of them stood there and waited for 5 minutes, when they saw Gao Lan running towards the wall from a distance. Chapter 81. Is this here? At this time, the bushes had been cleared by Zhuang and Fei, leaving only the vines covering the ground. I tried and it was empty underneath. With that said, Zhuang Fei picked up the long knife, changed his position and stabbed under the vine again, successfully piercing it again. That's where I just stabbed. The cave should be quite big. The two punctum points are nearly 2 meters apart, and both are at the edge. In other words, the diameter of the cave is nearly 2 meters wide. What should I say? Zhuang Fei looked at Gao Lan, waiting for her to make a decision. Clear the vines and see what's going on. Gao Lan clicked quickly with his fingers. Taking advantage of this moment, a description of the action was edited, and the location was locked at the same time. Once the vines are cleared and the hole is revealed, she'll hit send. After receiving the order, Zhuang Fei and Luyan worked together to clear the entrance of the cave in less than 5 minutes. Looking through the probe, I found that the hole was 4 meters deep. Sure enough, I found a passage extending out in the direction of the seaside, with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. Cheer up, everyone. There should be someone down there. Click send, put away your phone, and unsheath your sword. Gao Lan took the lead and jumped into the pit first, followed by the other three. Looking into the passage, it was pitch black with no end in sight, but there was no fire. Even with a compass, it was impossible to dig a completely straight passage. He reached out and wiped a handful of dirt off the wall, put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. After rubbing it carefully a few times, Luyan said softly, "Captain, looking at the traces, it is indeed a recently excavated passage." Meow. Xiaoyan stood on Luyan's shoulder, sniffed lightly, stretched out his paws to pull at Luyan a few times. When Luyan looked over, he stretched out his little paws and pointed into the passage. It had been quiet all of a sudden, and the other 3 people looked over. What Xiaoyan means is that there is someone in the cave. Gao Lan nodded, took out a small flashlight from his pocket, and shined it on the wall in front of him on the right. He could barely see the way ahead with his peripheral vision, raised his head, and groped forward. The passage was very quiet, with only the footsteps of 4 people echoing in my ears. It didn't look like anyone was present at all. The 4 of them continued to explore forward step by step, but when they walked out 100 meters away, they found that they were not at the end yet. Luyan took out his mobile phone to check the location and found that the construction wall was right above their heads. At this time, Luyan had to lament the disadvantages. Under the lamp, Heibai finally figured it out. No wonder the vampire's attack has been tepid in the past half-month. It turns out that they are all waiting here. Tunneling is stupid, but it works. The underground environment is complex, and the area is large. It is difficult to find out the specific situation. What's more, if you have earth powers, the movement of digging a hole will be very small and easy. But to say it's easy is just a relative term. Look, it's been half a month and the other party hasn't figured it out yet. The 4 of them walked forward another 100 meters, and were surprised to find that the passage had reached the end. What's going on? There's no way out? It shouldn't be. Zhuangfei looked at the wall in front of him in disbelief, and even reached out and hammered it a few times. It was quite strong. Brother Fei, could the voice you heard be what the other party said when he left? Fang Yingying poked her head out from the back of the team. Meow. Before Zhuangfei said anything, Xiaoyan screamed first, shaking his head while shouting. No, I'm not saying that Xiaoyan made a mistake in your judgment. Fang Yingying hurriedly tried to appease Xiaoyan, but she didn't know what to do, and her face was full of anxiety. It was Lu Yin who reached out and touched Xiaoyan's cat head, and Xiaoyan calmed down. Xiaoyan probably made no mistake in judgment. The other party did not leave. Lu Yin sideways squeezed past the 2 of them and came to the front of the team. What's going on? Zhuangfei turned sideways and asked Lu Yin to stand at the front of the team. Just try and you will find out. When Lu Yin passed by Zhuangfei, he took out his knife. He waved his hand to signal the 3 of them to step back, held the handle of the knife, took a deep breath, and stabbed hard at the wall in front of them. The tip of the knife sank into the wall, inserting more than 10 centimeters. Lu Yin didn't believe in evil. He held the handle of the knife with his left hand, raised his right hand into a fist, and slammed the end of the handle down hard. The long knife was inserted into the wall again. A look of joy appeared on Lu Yan's face, and the blade was completely submerged into the wall, leaving only the handle exposed. Lu Yan just felt it clearly. There was still resistance on the handle of the knife at first, but in the second half it was unobstructed. This meant that there was a wall in front of him and an open space on the other side of the wall. Withdrawing the long knife, a beam of light shined from the hole in the wall and fell to the ground. Zhuangfei looked at the light in surprise and wanted to get closer and see what was happening on the other side through the hole. Seeing Zhuangfei's actions, Lu Yan's expression suddenly changed, and he stepped forward and kicked Zhuangfei back. Zhuangfei sat on the ground in confusion and looked at Lu Yan, who kicked him. He didn't know what was going on. Gao Lan and Fang Yingying looked at this scene in shock. Lu Yan signaled the 3 of them to shut up, stopped them, and took a few steps back again, holding a long knife and slowly covering the front of the hole. Seeing Lu Yan's actions, the 3 of them didn't know what was going on. The very next moment, the entrance to the cave was blocked. When a long sword passed through the hole, thrust straight out, hit the blade, made a sound of gold and iron, and bounced Lu Yan's long sword away. Looking at the sharp sword blade, Zhuangfei sat on the ground and quietly moved back a few steps. His back was unknowingly soaked with cold sweat. If he had stretched his head over just now to look, the person who was now pierced by the tip of the sword might be own. Zhuangfei glanced at Lu Yin gratefully. He was not sure he could avoid it. Unfortunately, Lu Yin was busy at the moment and didn't notice. Taking a step forward sideways, Lu Yin kicked the sword and stuck it in the hole. Feeling the force of the opponent's withdrawal, he put more weight on his feet to prevent the opponent from withdrawing. What should we do, Captain? Lu Yin looked at Gao Lan and asked for her opinion. There is a wall between the 2 parties. According to the test just now, the wall is at least 30 centimeters thick. This cannot be dug through in a short time. Even if it can be dug through, the passage is so narrow that it is impossible to use your hands and feet. At the same time, there is another problem. At this time, we are nearly 100 meters away from the wall and not far from the seaside. The overall terrain of the seaside is downward, and no one knows how long it will take for the other party to dig through. Depend on. With a low curse, Lu Yin kicked his foot on the wall, and with the help of the reaction force, he quickly took a few steps back and returned to Zhuangfei. The moment Lu Yin left, another long sword pierced the wall right where he had been standing. Exit first. This is not suitable for fighting. Seeing this scene, Gao Lan made a decision immediately after taking a position. There was nothing to hesitate, and the 4 of them immediately turned around and ran toward the exit. The 200-meter-long passage takes 5 minutes to enter and only half a minute to exit. Don't move. Hey, why did you come out? When the 4 people rushed out of the passage, their eyes were blurred. When they got used to the light in front of them, they found a row of long guns and short cannons pointing at the 4 people. Gaolan immediately took the lead and raised his hands to surrender. When he saw the person holding the gun clearly, he realized that he had called for support. A total of 8 people gathered around the entrance of the cave, and they were the 2 nearest patrol teams. Chapter 82. Don't get excited. I'm one of our own. Zhuang Fei raised his hand and looked at the people around him. Oh my God. It was so exciting when 4 or 5 machine guns were pressed against my head when I first came out. Why did you come out? At the signal of one of them, the 8 people blocking the entrance of the cave took back their weapons. The other party has blocked the entrance. There is no way to get in, and it is inconvenient to do anything down there. Gaolan took the lead in climbing out of the pothole and dusted himself off. What should we do? I have decided on a position, leaving one team to guard the entrance of the cave, and the remaining team will follow me to block them outside the wall. After confirming the people left behind, Gaolan led 8 people across the fence and ran 100 meters. It took him 2 minutes to confirm the specific location. This is where we were blocked. Looking at the map, Gaolan finally found the location. Then the opponent should be a few steps ahead. Gaolan took another 3 steps toward the coast, stood still, and stamped the ground beneath his feet. He raised his head to greet everyone, but Gaolan was startled. Although Cloud Mountain City is close to the sea, the terrain is unique and there are no famous beaches. The coastline is mostly cliffs, and there is only one place suitable for building a port. Therefore, Gaolan and his group were currently on a cliff by the sea, and she was standing very close to the edge of the cliff. If she walked 2 meters further, she would be able to jump off the cliff. He took a step back in fear and hurriedly called for the other people to gather. As expected, the opponent's position is right under my feet. Several people gathered together, thinking about what to do. The tunnel dug by the other party was about 4 meters deep underground. It was impossible to dig directly. How long would it take to dig? While several people were gathering around to study, Liu Yin had quietly touched the edge of the cliff. He lay on the edge of the cliff and looked down. At a height of more than 10 meters, there was the sea below. If there were no reefs, diving should be no problem. Liu Yin looked at the rough sea and analyzed the current situation. The other party dug a tunnel from inside the wall to outside the wall. The purpose must be to facilitate the vampires from outside to enter the defense line through the tunnel and disintegrate Cloud Mountain City's defense line from the inside. The tunnel entrance was chosen very cleverly. It is located in the middle of the defense zones of Cloud Mountain City and Shuangfeng City. The patrol visibility here is relatively weak. If Zhuang Fei hadn't drank too much water today and needed to urinate, no trace of them would have been found. With such a meticulous move, there is no reason why the other party would choose a place with an unobstructed view like a cliff for the exit. There is no vegetation around to block the view. As long as the other party digs upward, they will be immediately discovered by the patrols on the wall. So there is only one truth. Liu Yin looked at the cliff wall at his feet. The exit chosen by the opponent should be on the cliff. Coincidentally, just when Liu Yin looked at the cliff, a piece of gravel fell off and rolled down the cliff. A shovel suddenly grew out of the cliff. Before Liu Yin could see clearly, the shovel head retracted again. Liu Yin quickly called to the few people who were still discussing and asked them to come over and take a look. In just this moment, several shovels came in and out of the cliff. Without anyone noticing, a small hole as big as a human head appeared on the cliff. 8 heads were lying on the edge of the cliff in a row, looking at the cliff where there was movement. This should be the tunnel dug by the other party. Well, it's more than 200 meters in front and back. There are still many rocks on this side of the cliff, which makes it difficult for the other party. Gaolan nodded. Half a month, 200 meters, it's quite impressive, but I don't know what to do with the excavated soil. If the opponent has Earth-type powers, a 200-meter tunnel can actually be dug in less than half a month, but in a week. If the opponent has delayed digging until now, they may have wasted most of their time on clearing the wasteland. Reason. Liu Yin couldn't help but join in the discussion of several people. It should be, but I still don't know how the other party dealt with so much mud, and I didn't see any trucks entering the defense area. Maybe the other party will find a hole or undercurrent underneath. It's not impossible, but the other party even used it to dig tunnels. Even if you say that the other party crushed the mud and spread it evenly around, I believe it. Ha ha ha. After one of them expressed his opinion, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own whimsy. However, he found that except for him, no one else smiled, but looked at him with a strange expression. I was just kidding. This joke is not funny at all. However, the speaker has no intention of listening. Lu Yin recalled the situation when he searched the surrounding terrain. The color of the ground did seem a bit wrong. The other party couldn't really be so crazy. While a few people were chatting, the hole on the cliff became larger and larger, and now it has become a hole nearly 2 meters in diameter. The 8 people just lay on the cliff, consciously muting their voices. Fortunately, the roar of the sea wind was louder, covering up the conversation they just had. They just watched helplessly, watching as a head stuck out of the hole and looked towards the sea, and then the other person retracted into the tunnel. Seeing this scene, everyone focused their attention on Gao Lan. As the captain of Zhuang Fei, Gao Lan naturally became the decision-maker of the two teams. Gao Lan stretched out a hand to cover his mouth, indicating silence, and then made several internal gestures. The general meaning is that we should stay put for the time being and wait, and see what subsequent actions the other party will take. It also depends on what decisions the superior leaders will make. The main reason was the terrain restrictions. The people present were all third-grade superpowers. Firstly, there was no way to enter the cave safely, and secondly, there was no way to fight in the narrow cave. In the absence of resources, they were in the same predicament as the people in the tunnel, a dilemma. DDDD. Under such circumstances, the cell phones of Gao Lan and the captain of another team rang at the same time. The two of them took out their mobile phones to check the information, but after reading it, their faces turned ugly at the same time. "What's going on, Captain?" Noticing their expressions, several people also asked curiously. Gao Lan said worriedly, "Just 10 minutes ago, the vampires launched another attack. The offensive was so fierce that the opponent even sent a 5th-grade master to participate in the battle. News just came from the general command room. We can't squeeze out manpower for support at the moment. We don't ask for it. When we deal with the enemy, we must at least get the specific information." What a coincidence. This was the first reaction of several smart people. I just got some clues and sent out a message for help, and the vampires started to attack. Who would believe it if it wasn't an agreement? But these are not the focus. The focus now before the 8 people is how to solve the tunnel problem 3 meters from the top of the cliff without support. The two parties can't just confront each other here until the end of the war. How long will it take for our people to arrive? It's expected to be another 5 minutes. Okay, let's wait another 5 minutes. I didn't expect to be discovered at the last moment. It's unlucky. Lu Yan's ears twitched slightly, and 2 unharmonious but somewhat familiar sounds broke into his ears. Lu Yan immediately lay down on the edge of the cliff and looked down. Sure enough, he saw a head sticking out of the hole and looking into the dark sea. The other party felt something in his heart, and he happened to look up, and the two of them looked at each other in such a strange way. A hint of surprise appeared in the other person's eyes. He didn't expect to meet him here. The corners of his mouth rose, and he couldn't help but reveal a provocative smile. Lu Yan looked at the man condescendingly, the anger in his eyes almost bursting out of his eyes. If he hadn't been calm enough, he would have jumped down and beat him up right now. Chapter 83. Yang Long looked at Lu Yan lying on top of his head, stretched out his hand to wipe his neck, and raised the corners of his mouth with a cheeky smile, full of provocation. Looking at Lu Yan, who was gritting his teeth, his smile became even more unrestrained. However, when he saw Lu Yan pulling out a pistol, he still took his head back seriously. He didn't want to have multiple scars on his forehead. Fong Yingying, who was standing by silently, noticed Lu Yan drawing his gun and quietly pulled the corner of Gao Lan's clothes. Gao Lan looked up at Lu Yan, and the others also stopped to discuss, and came to the edge of the cliff curiously. "What's going on?" Gao Lan asked Lu Yan curiously. Lu Yan took a few deep breaths before suppressing his ups and downs of emotions and calming down again. The other party just stuck his head out to provoke, but it's a pity that he pulled back too quickly, otherwise I would have had to shoot him. Lu Yan put the gun back into his waist again. This time is different. The gun is loaded with silver bullets, which is extremely lethal to low-level vampires. "Oh, you're already a turtle in a jar, and you're still so arrogant." Zhuang Fei lowered his head and looked down the cliff, wanting to see if the other party was really that arrogant. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. "Captain, there is a situation that may require your attention." "Huh?" Gao Lan looked at Lu Yan in surprise. "Everyone has been acting together. Why do you still have private goods, little brother?" "I know the people below." Under the surprised gazes of several people, Lu Yan briefly explained the situation of Yang Long and the others. Before the others could finish digesting the information, Lu Yan continued to drop a bombshell. "I just heard the people below talking, saying that their support will arrive in 5 minutes." After speaking, Lu Yan lowered his head and looked at his phone. Nearly 4 minutes have passed now. There is still 1 minute left. "What? Why didn't you tell such important information earlier?" Everyone looked at Lu Yan in horror. My mind is still thinking about the identities of Yang Long and the others, and I was shocked that the other party blew up a factory, but you suddenly told us that the other party's support will arrive in 1 minute? No kidding. Look there. Fang Yingying raised her hand to cover her mouth and pointed into the distance as if she was seeing a ghost. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of her finger and saw a thick fog filling the dark sea surface and a light yellow light flashing continuously in the fog. The bright light slowly enlarged in the field of vision, and the other party quickly emerged from the thick fog. As expected, it was a yacht. After getting rid of the dense fog, the other party headed straight towards their direction with a very clear goal. There is no need to guess at this time. Everyone knows that this is the arrival of enemy reinforcements. Everyone is on alert. Seeing the reinforcements arriving, Gao Lan put away his expression and stared seriously at the yacht approaching from far away. After receiving Gao Lan's instructions, everyone took out their firearms, opened the safety, and loaded the bullets. 3 of them pointed at the entrance of the tunnel, and 4 of them aimed in the direction of the yacht. Gao Lan took out his mobile phone and started contacting all parties. The first is to report the known information to the headquarters to ask for help. The second is to exchange information with another team and ask them to guard the tunnel entrance to prevent the other party from escaping. According to Liu Yan's information, there may be 5 vampires in the tunnel, and it is unknown how many people are on the yacht. There are only 8 of them. If the tunnel that the other party dug with so much effort is destroyed by them, the other party may not be so willing to give up. After a conflict, they may not be able to withstand it. If there is a conflict, focus on defense. The headquarters has sent support and will arrive soon. Yes, everyone is ready, but what is supposed to come will eventually come. The yacht approached quickly, riding the wind and waves, and finally stopped slowly at the foot of the cliff, only 20 meters away from Gao Lan and the others. For rifles and pistols immediately aimed at the yacht, focusing on the door and deck of the yacht. Be sure to shoot as soon as the opponent appears in your field of vision. Unfortunately, the other party had obviously received the message and noticed their presence. The yacht had been docked for 5 minutes, but no one came out, as if it was an empty ship. Plop! Liu Yan's eyes moved slightly. When he heard the strange noise, he immediately looked at the sea around the yacht. Sure enough, he saw a piece of sea that was darker than the surroundings. This black shadow was still approaching the bottom of the cliff. Boom! Liu Yan didn't hesitate, quickly aimed at the shadow and fired. After shooting 1 shot, Liu Yan was about to shoot again, but found that the black shadow had disappeared on the black surface. What are you doing? Liu Yan's shot instantly tensed everyone's nerves. Several people almost pulled the trigger. Everyone looked at Liu Yan accusingly. Zhuang Fei was the first to seek an explanation. Someone on the other side is diving. Liu Yan explained. Without saying more, he continued to scan the sea with his gun, looking for the black figure. I don't know if the other party was shot, but the sea surface was not dyed red, so the other party should be safe and sound. The black shadow disappeared, and the other party may have dived deeper. Thinking of this, Liu Yan immediately took a step forward and stood completely on the edge of the cliff. Looking down, he saw a silhouette emerging from the sea, grabbing the protruding rocks of the cliff and barely standing firm against the erosion of the sea water. Everyone who was always paying attention to Liu Yan raised their guns and aimed at this person. Before they could shoot, the opponent made a move. The man slapped his palm on the cliff, and a ground thorn shot out, blocking the top of his head. In the next moment, he successfully withstood the hail of bullets. Damn, the peak of 3rd grade. Gao Lan exclaimed. The cliffs on the seaside are hit by waves all year round, and their tightness is no joke. It is not an easy task to control the formation of such a large thorn in an instant. After 1 round of shooting, everyone was amazed that the person below was the peak of 3rd grade. The opponent moved sideways and jumped out 2 meters from the ground. Everyone could only continue to shoot with their guns. Unfortunately, their speed was once again a step slower. The opponent slapped his palm on the wall and used a ground thorn to block the sweep. The opponent followed the same pattern and made 5 ground thorns at the bottom of the cliff. It was at this time that water splashed on the sea surface, and the sea surface below the ground thorn broke open one after another. 3 figures sprang out one after another, hiding under the ground thorn. Unexpectedly, the other party would take advantage of their attention to dive and swim close to the cliff. Before Liu Yan and the others had time to regret their carelessness, something unexpected happened again. Guoxing, the creator of the 5 ground thorns, jumped onto one of the ground thorns, and the 3rd round of fire came again. But this time it was different. A vine on the cliff broke out of the ground in time and grew rapidly at the same time. It blocked Guoxing and blocked him from the 3rd round of shooting. Taking advantage of the gap and shooting, Guoxing stepped on the vines, jumped more than a meter upwards, and struck the cliff with his palm to control two ground thorns arranged up and down in the shape of Lu. The drooping vine swung upwards in time to catch Guoxing, who was about to fall. When Guoxing stood still, his figure was just blocked by two ground thorns. Next, Gao Gao followed the same pattern and continued to arrange ground thorns upwards. Once one layer was arranged, the remaining three people would follow closely. After all, vines don't grow out of thin air and require the cooperation of another wood-type superpower. After 3 rounds of strafing failed to produce any results, Gao Lan ordered to stop strafing and instead fire in batches to ensure enough pressure on the opponent without excessive waste of bullets. Silver bullets are very expensive and the processing technology is complicated. The quantity they have been allocated is not large, so they cannot waste it all here. In 10 minutes, the 4 opponents approached the entrance of the cave. The closer the distance, the more cautious the opponent became. They would rather waste more spiritual energy to create ground thorns than appear in their field of vision. Until the opponent created a ground thorn above the tunnel to block it and entered the tunnel, they did not find any chance to seriously injure the opponent. Quick, collapsed the tunnel immediately. Seeing this scene, although Gao Lan was prepared, he was still a little anxious and immediately took out his mobile phone to contact the team guarding the entrance of the cave. Chapter 84. No, Captain Gao, why did it explode? You still have to ask? Isn't there another Earth-type superpower in your team? Block the first 50 meters of the passage for me. It doesn't have to be too tight. It doesn't matter what method you use to block it. Gao Lan was confused by the other party's question and almost cursed. Okay, I'm thinking of a way. Gao Lan hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to finish speaking. Now was not the time to be polite. Sister Lan, what should we do now? Ji Fong Yingying held the rifle and looked at Gao Lan timidly, completely unable to see the way she had just held the rifle and fired wildly. Gao Lan did not answer Fong Yingying's words immediately, but looked at the hole in the cliff and kept biting his fingernails. Fong Yingying knew that this was a manifestation of Gao Lan's thinking, and Gao Lan was thinking about a question at this time, whether to be reckless or not. Wait. Support is already on the way, and there is also a 4th-grade strongman with a lot of hot weapons. As long as the support arrives, everything will be basically stable. However, this place is more than 10 kilometers away from the camp, and it will take at least 15 minutes for support to arrive. There are too many variables during this period. We still don't know the opponent's strength. We only know that there is a 3rd-grade peak Earth type, and we don't know the strength of the others. It is also very likely that the other party will turn back and directly enter the city through the tunnel. The preparation in advance is still insufficient, and he did not expect that there would be a 3rd-grade peak Earth-type superpower. It's just a wall blocking the road, and it's effortless for the other party. Even if the passage is successfully blocked, I don't know if it can delay the other party's steps. Wait another 2 minutes. If there is no movement from the other party, then be ready. Let's go down and take a look. Gao Lan gritted his silver teeth and made a decision. They were soldiers and had long been prepared to sacrifice. They hesitated just because they were afraid of making useless sacrifices. Time passed by second, 2 minutes and 120 seconds was very short. In the tense atmosphere, time seemed to pass very slowly, and the numbers were beating much slower than usual. But this is just everyone's illusion. Time is still beating according to its own rhythm, neither too fast nor too slow. When the second hand jumped 115 times and everyone's nerves were tense to the extreme, new movement appeared under the cliff. Back off, Lu Yin shouted, opened his hands, and pressed the 7 people in the circle to retreat. After retreating for 7 or 8 meters in a row, Lu Yin stopped. When he stopped, there were 2 people who couldn't react in time. They had no time to offset the inertia and fell to the ground. However, the other people's attention was not on them, so the 2 of them were saved, being laughed at. Because just 2 seconds after Lu Yin pushed everyone away, the ground cracked and dented, and a large hole 3 meters in diameter appeared on the ground. I subconsciously want to write about moments, but there are so many coincidences and thrilling moments. With 8 people on guard, 9 people jumped out of the pit one after another. Lu Yin frowned when he saw the appearance of the 9 people. 5 plus 4, the number was right, but the personnel were wrong. He only knew 3 of the 9 people, and he had never seen any of the other 6 people. Except for the 4 people who got off the yacht, there were 2 more people he didn't recognize. Let's not forget these 2 people I don't know. Where are the other 2 people I should know? Lu Yin was puzzled. Aha, we meet again. Yang Lin, who was standing in the team, spoke first, staring at Lu Yin. At this time, Yang Long could still see a hint of gloom, but his face was filled with the joy of having his revenge avenged, as well as a little bit of pride. Lu Yan's teeth itched at the sight, But this time he didn't let his anger ignite and tried his best to keep a normal mind. Stop talking nonsense and just do it. A man standing at the front glared at Yang Long and sprinted towards Lu Yin and others. With a wave of one hand, a vine came out of the ground and was held by him. The long whip struck everyone. Zhang Tianyuan, 7th generation, Huamu, the peak of 3rd grade. I'll do it. Gao Lan took a step forward, unsheathed his long sword, and slashed at the attacking vines. The vines flexibly changed their positions in the air, and the heavy bombardment bounced off the side of the sword. The reaction force caused Gao Lan to be pulled back again. Very strong. He pressed the trembling sword with his left hand, and his attention to Zhang Tianyuan rose to a new level again. The first confrontation between the two seemed to be a signal, and the battle was about to break out. The 9 vampires were like hungry wolves seeing food, and they charged towards Lu Yin and the 8 others crazily. Disperse. Gao Lan gave an order, and the 8 people dispersed in all directions. The 9 vampires who followed them naturally also dispersed, each pursuing their own targets. However, the 8 people in Gao Lan are not vegetarians. Since they knew in advance that the tunnel was dug by Yang Long and the others, they naturally knew that Yang Long and his party were a 3rd grader and 4 2nd graders. Although the results are different, the cultivation level has not changed. There are still 4 2nd graders. In this case, the opponent will have 5 3rd graders and 4 2nd graders. Under such circumstances, they had already arranged a general strategy and each had a plan for which enemy they would deal with. After completing the battlefield in style, the first thing Lu Yin and the others did was to constantly change positions and exchange opponents at the same time, making sure that everyone faced an opponent of equal strength. No vulnerabilities will appear that snowball to the enemy's increasing advantage. Lu Yan's opponent was none other than Yang Long, and Yang Long was also happy to see the results. He immediately identified Lu Yin as his opponent, and the two of them went in both directions. Do you still like the gift I gave you? After blocking Lu Yan's attack, Yang Long couldn't help but speak to provoke Lu Yan's nerves. I heard that your little girlfriend hasn't woken up yet. It's a pity that such a beautiful girl will have a chance to wake up again in the future. After saying that, Yang Long shook his head with a regretful look on his face. He looked like he deserved a beating. Lu Yan took a deep breath. The anger in his eyes seemed to be turning into substance, but his heart was extremely calm. The more times like this, the less he could be chaotic. You tell me, why are you staying in the Superpower Bureau? You might as well. Flames jumped in Lu Yan's eyes, and 10 flying swords rose into the air and flew out, aiming directly at Yang Long's throat. Yang Long didn't say the next words, and hurriedly shut up and waited. A vine shot up from the ground and stood in front of Yang Long. Puff puff. The flying swords kept inserting into the vines. Compared to Zhang Tianyuan, Yang Long was still a little inferior. The summoned vines were not thick enough. The 2 flying swords penetrated the vines. The flying swords did not lose their force, leaving 2 holes on both sides of Yang Long's neck. Traces of Tao. Try to find. As soon as Yang Long spoke, Lu Yin was already approaching. He raised his long sword high and swung it down hard, directly cutting off the roots of the vines he controlled. The broken vines quickly lost their vitality after falling to the ground and turned into a withered vine. With a thought, the flying sword with its handle embedded in the vines jumped up from the dead vines. Chapter 85. Seeing Lu Yan's posture, Yang Long didn't dare to retreat and quickly distanced himself. Raising his hand, the rich water element in the air gathered. Hundreds of water arrows gathered above his head. With Yang Long pointing with one hand, he shot straight towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin tapped his feet lightly and flew up. 10 flying swords quickly shuttled in front of him, crushing the attacks in front of him one after another, but the opponent's attacks were too intensive. Even if Lu Yin increased the speed of the flying sword to the limit, he could not completely prevent it. More than a dozen water arrows passed through the flying sword's defense. Lu Yan's eyes rolled, and his thoughts changed rapidly. But his hands were faster than his brain. He held the long sword and turned his wrist to draw a perfect arc. He blocked half of the attacks again, and the remaining 6 bombarded Lu Yan's body. Being attacked, Lu Yan staggered 5 or 6 steps, fell to one knee on the ground, and gasped for air. At this time, being located at the seaside, water-type superpowers have more obvious advantages than other types of superpowers, and their attacks have become more powerful. Yang Long looked at Lu Yan, who was kneeling on the ground with strange eyes, and looked at his hands in disbelief. Is his attack so strong? Yang Long looked around blankly and suddenly realized when he saw the people of Tianxian Kingdom fighting with his own side. This guy is playing me here. Yang Long's face turned gloomy at first, feeling that he had been underestimated. But then he thought about it and turned gloomy again. I really didn't expect that you. Yang Long leaned back slightly, and a flying sword shot out from the side and passed in front of his throat. He stood up again and touched his cold neck. When he met Lu Yan's gloomy gaze, Yang Long smiled instead of angry. If you don't let me say it, I have to say it. You are a fifth generation. As soon as he spoke a few words, Yang Long stepped sideways to avoid the attack of a flying sword from the front, and a vine rose from behind to block the attack of a flying sword from behind. His feet accelerated and changed, he adjusted his position, and narrowly avoided several subsequent attacks. However, although he was unharmed, he could not find the breath to finish this sentence. After all, each of these 10 flying swords is aimed at his own throat. As long as he speaks, he will inevitably be distracted and the consequences will be needless to say. Lu Yan got up from the ground, kept dancing with his fingers, and looked at Yang Long, who was dancing with a dark face. The last time he revealed his vampire identity in front of 5 people, but didn't leave the other party behind. He knew that such a day would come, but he didn't expect that it would come so quickly. Maybe he was holding a trace of luck in his heart, thinking that the other party was also a vampire, and it was too late to protect himself, so he couldn't go to the Superpower Bureau to report him. From the corner of his eye, he scanned the entire audience and looked at the battle circle where Yao Hui and Bai Ying were. These 3 people were all people who knew their identities. He didn't know whether the 3 people had reported their information or whether the other vampires present knew his information, but he had no choice. In this situation, you can't expect him to run away directly. That's not just asking for help. He will be a wanted criminal in the country at dawn. So Lu Yan could only take a gamble and see if he could kill 3 people here, at least the damn guy in front of him. To threaten him directly with this matter is just out of impatience. Standing there, Lu Yan looked at Yang Long with evil eyes, constantly controlling the flying sword to attack him, trying not to give him a chance to breathe, for fear that if he was negligent, the other party would say something he shouldn't have said. Xian Minling, an 8th-generation vampire, with dual elements of gold and water, the pinnacle of 3rd grade. She was currently confronting Li Cheng, the patrol leader of another team. The two were evenly matched for the time being, but she still had the upper hand due to her strong recovery ability and no fear of injury. She was the closest person to Lu Yan and the 2 of them at this time. Her superiors had ordered that Yang Long and his team must be brought back safely, so she had been paying attention to Yang Long's battle. It turned out that Yang Long was actually being suppressed and beaten by the opponent. Frowning slightly, the disgust in his eyes flashed away, but he still had to do what he had to do. He used a little more strength on his hands, temporarily forcing Li Cheng back at the cost of a scratch on his arm. The left hand pointed together to form a sword, and 10 20-centimeter-long water arrows condensed and formed in midair. He threw out his right hand, and 10 steel needles flew up, merged into the water arrows, and stayed at the arrow position. Seeing this, Li Cheng felt like he was facing a formidable enemy, so he stayed where he was and was fully alert, making a defensive posture. As a result, when Xian Minling pointed out the arrow changed direction and shot out at Yang Long's position. Li Cheng's brain went blank for a moment. This was a severe blow to his teammate. Ding 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 ding. 10 soft sounds in a row spread around, and the water arrow instantly appeared around Yang Long across a distance of tens of meters, accurately hitting the 10 flying swords controlled by Lu Yan, knocking it away more than 10 meters, and the water arrow shattered. The steel needle flew out, hit the target again, and was knocked back more than 10 meters. Xian Minling's joining was unexpected by Lu Yan. He suppressed the impact from the flying sword. If they were allowed to fly like this and escape from his control, it would be difficult to recall them again. Out of danger, Yang Long took a quick breath of fresh air, stepped back a dozen steps, and distanced himself from Lu Yan. Holding his knees, sweating profusely, he looked at Lu Yan bitterly. He didn't expect that when he only used one power, he was completely unable to fight back under Lu Yan's hands. Yang Long knew that he still underestimated the opponent's strength, but unfortunately, the opponent's good days were about to end here. Hu ho ho, Lu Yan, ho ho ho, you bloody. Lu Yan didn't expect that he was going to pant like a dog, but Yang Long still didn't give up on revealing his identity. Listening to his words, drops of cold sweat fell from his forehead, and a chill spread throughout his body. At this time, Lu Yan was still looking at the flying sword that had been knocked away. All his attention was focused on Yang Long, looking at him fiercely, wishing he could flash in front of him and tear his mouth apart. But he couldn't do it. The current crisis couldn't be solved with the strength he showed, unless he used all his firepower to solve Yang Long in a short time. But this way he will also be exposed. What is the difference between that and letting Yang Long speak out? Lu Yan seemed to accept his fate. His mind was empty, and he stared at Yang Long, his whole body exuding hostility towards him. You bloody. Just when Yang Long was about to say the key words, he paused, holding his knees with both hands, and his voice became hoarse until he could no longer make a sound. Yang Long slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Yin with frightened eyes, as if he saw some terrible monster. His lips trembled, but he couldn't say a word. Boom! His knees softened, and Yang Long knelt down heavily on one knee. The impact of his kneecaps on the ground stirred up a cloud of dust. Yang Long's face was in pain, and he gritted his teeth, which showed how real this kneeling was. Originally, I planned to write the character kneeling on one knee to show the protagonist cheating. However, considering that it was too eye-catching and would not attract other people's attention, I couldn't explain it when asked afterwards, so I wrote the character kneeling on one knee. As long as you know the protagonist cheating, that's fine. Lu Yin, who had all his attention on Yang Long, saw the whole process and his mind went blank for a moment. He didn't understand why Yang Long suddenly gave such a gift. But soon, Lu Yin realized that the reason might be his own body. He was so excited just now, and something inexplicable seemed to be emanating from his body. It was this thing that made Yang Long become what he is now. Chapter 86. Clenching his hands into fists, he looked back at Yang Long, who was kneeling on one knee, and felt the power under his control. The form of existence is somewhat similar to mental power, but it seems to be a little different. This power seems to be unable to do much and can only put pressure on people. It's a bit like the legendary momentum and coercion. And this energy gave him a feeling of being able to move his fingers, as if it were his instinct. But this doesn't make sense. If it's instinctive, why didn't I know it before? Shaking his head, now is not the time to think about these things. It is better to solve the immediate crisis. Focusing on Yang Long, Lu Yin watched Yang Long constantly adjust his emotions. A bang sounded in Yang Long's head. If Yang Long was hit hard, he staggered. He pressed down a little more, and his hands slipped down to support the ground. Dizziness, blurred eyes, cold sweats, and great pressure. These are what Yang Long really feels now. His condition has plummeted. His intuition told him that the person in front of him was a great terror to him. He was someone he couldn't afford to offend. He shouldn't provoke him, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Regret. Yang Long regretted very much. Regretted why he took on this mission. Regretted why he wanted to retaliate against the other party afterwards, and regretted why he provoked the other party. But it is a pity that there is no regret medicine in the world. Lu Yin quickly approached Yang Long with his sword in hand, and soon stood in front of Yang Long looking at the person in front of him who had no power to fight back. Lu Yin felt ridiculous. Before it was ridiculous, he really wanted to cut the other person into pieces with 1,000 knives. But when the other person really knelt down in front of him, he felt nothing. Lu Yin raised his sword high, ready to drop it at any time. After Li Cheng found out that he had been tricked, he was very angry. He fought with himself, but he still had time to pay attention to others. He even went to the extent of helping, and succeeded. Li Cheng felt this was an insult to him. The two fought together again, and Li Cheng tried his best to increase his offensive, but after all, there was a gap in strength between the two, which could not be filled by anger. Facing Li Cheng's crazy attack, Xie Minling was still able to deal with it with some effort, but not as easily as before. She could even rely on her position to observe Yang Long's situation. As a result, I saw Yang Long kneeling down with his whole body shaking like he was suffering from epilepsy. He kneeled down as soon as he saved him with his front foot. Why did I go to such great lengths to save you when you were kneeling down so simply? But when she saw Lu Yin walking up to Yang Long and raising his sword to swing it down, she was still anxious. Yang Long couldn't die, at least not in front of her. Parrying Li Cheng's attack, he adjusted the angle, and twirling his fingers with his left hand, a steel needle appeared on his fingertips at some unknown moment. The steel needle popped out quickly, passed through Li Cheng's armpit, and headed towards Lu Yin. Ding! The steel needle barely arrived when the long sword fell, accurately hitting the side of the sword blade, knocking it off its original trajectory. Lu Yin struck the ground beside Yang Long heavily with his sword. Lu Yin was shocked. This was the second time. Lu Yin turned his head to look at Xie Minling, glared at her, and subconsciously expressed his power. Xie Minling was originally unafraid and looked at Lu Yin contentedly, as if you can't stand me but can't kill me. But when she really looked at Lu Yin, looking at his lion-like eyes, she felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her whole body went limp, and she staggered back a few steps. Li Cheng's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know why, Meng was right. He stepped forward quickly, thrust out his sword, and took advantage of Xie Minling's daze to pierce Xie Minling's abdomen. You must know that their weapons are all silver-plated, which is extremely effective for vampires. Pain came from her abdomen, and her whole body was on fire. Only then did Xia Minling come to her senses and slapped out a palm, hitting Li Cheng's shoulder and pushing him out. With a muffled groan, the sword was pulled out, causing a second injury and widening the wound. She fell to the ground, clutching her abdominal wound, not caring about Li Cheng, who was injured by herself. Xia Minling looked at Lu Yin in horror as she raised her sword again. She didn't understand what happened just now, why she suddenly lost the ability to resist, and what the method was. She felt that she would never forget the powerlessness she felt just now. Lu Yin glanced at Xia Minling and saw that he was stabbed by Li Cheng. He stopped caring about her and raised his sword again, looking at Yang Long, who was still kneeling on the ground, doubting his life. It's time to end. Lu Yin raised his foot and hit Yang Long's chin, kicking him up from the ground. He struck Yang Long's chest with his long sword and slashed from his left shoulder to his waist. The intense pain finally pulled Yang Long out of his own world. He screamed and stared at Lu Yin like he was seeing a ghost, with no fighting spirit in his eyes. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Yin thrust his sword out and penetrated Yang Long's left shoulder, only 5 centimeters away from his heart. He slowly turned the hilt of the sword, pulled out the tip of the sword, and kicked Yang Long in the abdomen, sending him flying 2 meters. After rolling twice on the ground, Yang Long spit out a mouthful of blood. The silver-plated weapon showed that the wound was purple-black and difficult to heal. The toxins slowly spread throughout the body through the blood circulation system, and he fell into a weak state. Yang Long climbed up from the ground with difficulty and sat on the ground with a purple face. He looked down at the ground and dug at the ground with great resentment, but he did not dare to raise his head and look directly at Lu Yin. Snort. Lu Yin snorted. His senses were fully activated, and his control range quietly expanded. He scanned the whole place and found that his own personnel had no time to pay attention to him. So he raised his hand and made a move. 10 flying swords scattered around jumped up and gathered at Lu Yin again. Top of head. The palm fell, and 9 flying swords accurately hit Yang Long's limbs, nailing him to the ground. The back of his head came into close contact with the ground, and he fell into a brief coma. The remaining flying sword avoided various vital points and accurately cut off Yang Long's vocal cords, rendering him unable to speak. This might be difficult for others, but it was indeed Lu Yin's specialty. Although Yang Long must die today, he doesn't want any accidents to happen. Xiaoyan, Lu Yin called softly. Meow, a dark shadow burst out from the surrounding grass and came to Lu Yin's side in a few steps. He lifted up Lu Yin's trousers and moved up, successfully standing on Lu Yin's shoulder. Long before the battle started, Lu Yin asked Xiao Yin to wait aside. He was not qualified for a battle at the peak of 3rd grade. Lu Yin turned his head, gestured in Yang Long's direction, and pursed his lips. Xiaoyan pursed his lips, looking reluctant. Lu Yin reached out and flicked Xiaoyan's little melon seeds, and Xiaoyan nodded reluctantly. Xiaoyan bowed and looked at Yang Long fiercely. His sharp claws popped out and shone with silver light under the moonlight, making them look very sharp. Xiaoyan took advantage of Lu Yin's shoulder, jumped up 1 meter high, and landed on Yang Long's chest. With the help of his falling, Xiaoyan slapped Yang Long's left chest wound hard with his palm. A palm inserted into the wound. The sharp claws broke through the flesh and blood and stabbed Yang Long's heart. Yang Long opened his mouth wide and roared silently. Xiaoyan explored the wound for a while, successfully found the location of the heart, and pierced it with a claw. Pulling out his claw, Xiaoyan shook it in disgust. Unfortunately, blood stained the hair, so it wasn't that easy. This afternoon, Lu Yin has been thinking about how to increase Xiaoyan's attack power, especially his ability to kill enemies. He can think of several methods, but they all require careful preparation. There is only one method for which he currently has the materials on hand. So Lu Yin coated Xiaoyan's little claws with a layer of silver before the patrol started. The silver poison entered his body and went straight to his heart. Yang Long's aura gradually faded. His life passed rapidly, and he felt his eyes getting heavier and heavier. Yang Long used his last strength to raise his head with difficulty, wanting to open his eyes and look at Lu Yin again, but he couldn't open his eyes. Finally, he lost the last bit of strength and his head fell back to the ground again. The heart is an important organ for any living thing. The vampires can rely on their strong recovery power to repair the heart as soon as possible after it is damaged. Therefore, the importance of the heart to them has dropped by 1 level. However, one of the most important effects of silver poison on vampires, especially low-level vampires, is that it affects the recovery ability of vampires. Wounds cut by silverware will recover very slowly. The heart was stabbed by silverware and could not recover for a long time, which was equally fatal to the vampires. At this time, Yang Long has fallen into a state of suspended animation. If he can get effective treatment, he can still live, blood transformation throughout the body, and the toxins are discharged, but it is a pity that Lu Yin will not give him this chance. Chapter 87. Xiao Yin jumped up, stretched out his claws to touch his chest, sparks ignited, and blew a breath. The fire instantly increased and enveloped Yang Long lying on the ground in the blink of an eye. Being burned by the flames, Yang Long was in pain, and when he regained consciousness, he opened his mouth wide and screamed silently. The burning flames penetrated Yang Long's open mouth and rushed into his body, burning his internal organs. The excellent recovery ability was like deadly poison at this time, allowing Yang Long to clearly feel the pain of being burned in his body, but he was unable to die immediately. The eyeballs shrank, the flames entered the brain along the eye sockets, and the brain was damaged. Yang Long breathed his last breath unwillingly. Lu Yin put his left hand behind his back, a smile appeared on his lips, and Xiao Yan rushed back to Lu Yan's shoulder again. Well done. Lu Yan reached out and touched Xiao Yan's head and gave a simple compliment. But Xiao Yan was as happy as if he had eaten honey, and kept nudging Lu Yan's palm with his head. Now 8 versus 8, equal numbers. The opponent has 4 third graders and 4 second graders. Although our own side has 8 third graders, there is only 1 peak third grader, so the overall combat strength is still slightly inferior. However, after learning new skills, these 8 vampires were just trash in Lu Yan's eyes. Yang Long, the 10th generation blood clan in the middle of 3rd grade, was unable to fight back under his pressure. Xia Minling, who was at the peak of 3rd grade, had the door wide open with just a look from him. Lu Yan was confident that he could destroy this group of people. Unfortunately, after Yang Long's death, Lu Yan calmed down and quickly took over the high ground with his IQ. He had an intuition that it was best to use this ability sparingly, especially when there was no way to kill the opponent. He shouldn't have used it on Xia Minling just now. This kind of self-awareness is unclear. He has been dormant for 7 years and hidden his strength. These actions are all guided by his self-consciousness. Of course, this is also because Lu Yan's character is like this, so he follows his intuition so much. Lu Yan turned around and looked at the battlefield between Xia Minling and Li Cheng. After each of them recovered, they began to attack each other. However, Xia Minling was seriously injured and Li Cheng had the upper hand. Lu Yan had only used the ability just now on these 2 people. Yang Long was already dead, so she was the only one left. As long as she was dead, no one would discover his secret. But the 3rd grade peak is not so easy to kill. Captain Li, let me help you. Lu Yan shouted, and under Xia Minling's horrified eyes, he approached the battlefield between the 2. Li Cheng adjusted his position after hearing this, and his eyes lit up when he saw the burning corpse behind Lu Yan. Good boy, it's okay. I've eliminated my opponent so quickly, but I can still hold on here. You go and help Deng Jingwei. He's about to die. After hearing Li Cheng's words, Lu Yan paused in his steps, and a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes. The overall strength of Li Cheng's team is much stronger than that of Gao Lan's team. Captain Li Cheng is at the 3rd grade peak, team members Deng Jingwei and Wen Tianming are at the 3rd grade late stage, and Ma Feng is at the mid-3rd grade stage. The current battlefield segmentation situation is not complicated. There are still 2 reasons why Gao Lan can become the captain of the team. She faced Zhang Tianyuan, who is at the top of 3rd grade. Deng Jingwei also used his late-stage power to face Guixing, who is at the top of 3rd grade. Wen Tianming stopped Luo Xian, who is at 3rd grade late stage. Ma Feng, Fang Yingying, and Zhuang Fei barely suppressed the Shiming 2nd grade blood clan. Guixing, 10th generation, Earth 3rd grade peak. Zhang Tianyuan, 7th generation, would fire, 3rd grade peak. Luo Xian, 9th generation, gold fire, 3rd grade late stage. The rest of the people were still barely able to cope, but Deng Jingwei was already in danger. If he was not careful, he might be taken away by Guixing. Xia Minling has been seriously injured and will not recover for a while. Li Cheng has no pressure at all. As long as they wait until rescue arrives, they can win. Therefore, his suggestion was very pertinent. If Lu Yan disobeyed and insisted on joining forces with him to kill Xia Minling first, it would be too deliberate. If Deng Jingwei dies during this process, he may be sued in a military court afterwards, and the gain outweighs the loss. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Yan sighed helplessly, glanced at Xia Minling with pity, and without stopping, bypassed the Li Cheng battlefield and rushed towards where Deng Jingwei was. Walking on the road, Lu Yan felt empty in his heart, as if he had won 5 million in a lottery ticket, only to have your mother tell you the next day that the lottery ticket was washed with your clothes. With a move of his hand, the hands and feet of Yang Long's charred corpse exploded, and 10 flying swords flew out, shaking off the residue on his body and guarding Lu Yan. "Brother Deng, let me help you." Pressing his arm down, the flying sword flew out and hit the armor on Guoxing's chest one after another, forcing him to retreat. Deng Jingwei took the opportunity to break away from the battle and quickly ran to Lu Yan's side. "Someone has come to help me. This guy is a tortoise, right? Such thick earthen armor can't be broken through even a long time of cutting." Deng Jingwei put one hand on Lu Yan's shoulder and breathed in fresh air, but he was exhausted. At this time, Guoxing's whole body was covered with a thick layer of mud. The mud condensed into a strong armor. His whole body had grown several times. His original height of 1.9 meters was now at least 2.1 meters. Lu Yan's lips twitched slightly. If the 10-centimeter thick armor was so exaggerated, he didn't know how Guoxing could move freely after wearing it. How to fight this? Farewell. Lu Yan slapped Deng Jingwei's hand away and wanted to turn around and leave. To beat this turtle shell, I might as well help solve the 4-second grades. No, brother, please don't. I need your help. If I keep fighting like this, I will be beaten to death. Deng Jingwei immediately took Lu Yan's arm and looked at him pleadingly, almost kneeling down and calling his father. Lu Yan tried to pull his hand out of Deng Jingwei's arms, but unfortunately he failed. "I'll go, please let go." Lu Yan's tone was a little urgent. "I won't unless you help me." Deng Jingwei held on tightly and refused to let go. "Damn it, look behind you. The other party is coming. Don't let go yet." Seeing Guoxing walking towards him step by step, Lu Yan was a little anxious. If he wasn't concerned about his comradeship, he would have just kicked him. In other words, Guoxing couldn't walk fast in such thick armor. Otherwise, if Deng Jingwei did this, both of them would be dead. Oh. Deng Jingwei let go of Lu Yan in a daze, turned around, and found that Guoxing was already standing 5 meters away. If he took 2 steps forward, he could be slapped on the ear. "I'll go." Deng Jingwei immediately pulled out the long knife, and the flame ignited spontaneously, completing the enchantment of the blade in an instant. Lu Yan scolded his mother in his heart, and now he wanted to be beaten even if he didn't want to. At this time, Guoxing had already come closer, and a fist the size of a human had hit the two of them heavily. If this punch was hit hard, it would not kill them but also cripple them. As if they had an agreement, Lu Yan and Deng Jingwei jumped to both sides to avoid Guoxing's attack. After dodging sideways, they waved their weapons at the same time and slashed Guoxing's neck with one sword and one sword. It's a pity that the defense was not broken. I only cut in 3 or 4 centimeters and then couldn't get any further. Guoxing punched the ground, creating a big crater. Stones flew and hit the two of them, and the wind from the fist followed closely, giving the two more boost and blowing them to both sides. After the two landed, they ran quickly, gathered behind Guoxing, looked at each other, and rushed forward before Guoxing turned around. Chapter 88. The two of them kept the same speed, appeared behind Guoxing at the same time, and slashed with their swords at the same time, slashing on Guoxing's back, leaving 2 3-centimeter deep cracks. Deng Jingwei's blade exploded with flames, and he launched a second attack. The crack expanded again. Unfortunately, when it expanded to 8 centimeters deep, he could no longer move forward. The two of them retreated immediately after failing to hit the target, successfully dodging Guoxing's arm that turned around and swung back. Guoxing punched the ground beside him, creating a big crater again. The two of them looked at it intently. In just a short while, the cracks in the armor on Guoxing's back had begun to close. It was expected that it would be intact within a minute. How can this clay giant fight with such a thick shield? Forget about killing them. Take turns attacking and delaying time. Scanning the remaining 4 battlefields, Zhuang Fei's 3 men had the absolute upper hand against the 4-second graders. Li Cheng was evenly matched against the seriously injured Xian Minling for the time being. Only Gao Lan and Wen Tianming were at a disadvantage, but they could still manage to save their lives for the time being. So as long as they hold on for a few more minutes, support will arrive. The strong men of 4th grade will arrive, and they may be able to keep them all. Lu Yan took the lead and took a step forward, raising his sword, and facing off against Guoxing Xiao, Yan held Lu Yan's shoulders tightly, carefully avoiding being scratched by Guoxing, and from time to time, he would spit out a small flame to target Guoxing's eyes. Although he didn't succeed once, it distracted him a lot. After 10 rounds of fighting, Lu Yan gradually felt that he was invincible and shouted. Deng Jingwei intervened strongly and took Lu Yan's place to confront Guoxing. Because Guoxing's speed was too slow, no matter how angry he was, he could only watch them make substitutions and had no choice. The two of them just couldn't fight Guoxing for more than a dozen moves before switching players, stalling for time, and successfully resisting for more than 3 minutes. Gao Lan and others were surprised to find that a dazzling light lit up on the horizon in the direction of the camp. As time went by, the brightness became brighter and brighter. They knew that this was the arrival of fourth-grade support, and they would be on the scene in 1 minute at the latest. Retreat. Before a few people could be surprised, a loud voice suddenly spread throughout the audience. Everyone subconsciously stopped moving. Lu Yin and the other 8 people all looked in the direction of the sound. Above the yacht staying on the sea, I saw a man standing in midair with his arms crossed, quietly watching all the battles on the top of the cliff, his eyes calm. Apparently, it was him who just said it. Lu Yin and the others were shocked, feeling chills from head to toe. When did the other party appear? Where did it come from? Flying through the void, a strong 5th grade? It was easy for the other party to kill 8 people. It was just a slap in the face. At most, they had more people and needed a few more slaps. But after they reacted, they were also puzzled as to why the other party didn't take action and just retreated. This was unreasonable. At the moment when the 8 people were stunned, the 8 vampires retreated. The 8 people came back to their senses and wanted to pursue them, but found that the 8 people had reached the edge of the cliff. It is worth mentioning that Guoxing first broke his armor into pieces before escaping. They watched helplessly as 8 people stepped on the protruding stone thorns and jumped off the cliff. When the 8 people climbed to the edge of the cliff, the 8 people had already landed on the sea. Zhang Tianyuan and Guoxing, each carrying a 2nd grade and 4 3rd grades, rode the waves. After a while, the 8 of them successfully returned to the yacht. The man glanced at the top of the cliff, turned around, fell back to the deck, and entered the yacht. Lu Yin was startled, and a chill ran from head to toe. He had an intuition that the last person he looked at was either someone else or him. Lu Yin didn't know why the other party acted like this. Was it because he killed Yang Long? Or was it because his method of suppressing Yang Long was discovered by the other party? Lu Yin didn't know what the other party thought, but what was certain was that he was noticed by the other party. Unexpectedly, I had been keeping a low profile for 7 years, but one mistake would lead to disaster. The yacht did not know when it had successfully turned around. When the yacht started to accelerate, a minute passed, and our support finally arrived. A figure whose whole body was wrapped in electric light left a glowing line on the ground. Before everyone could see clearly, the light source was already in front of everyone. This brightness was completely impossible to look at directly, and everyone quickly covered their eyes to block the light source. The person who came also knew that something was wrong and hurriedly removed his power. Only then could everyone open their eyes and see the person clearly. The most attractive thing is the other person's hair, which is nearly 30 centimeters long and reaches the sky. For some reason, everyone's first impression is of a broom. Sin, offended. What's the situation now? As soon as the visitor spoke, he saw the yacht on the sea. I'm going. What do you mean? I came here after a long journey. What's going on? Run away? Wokeo, F***ku. Brood, why did I come all the way here? Listening to the visitors yelling and cursing, the 8 of them were ashamed. Except for the others, the scolding was really too unpleasant. Sir, Zhang Jun, Sir Zhang. Gao Lan called the other party several times, but ignored him. Unfortunately, Gao Lan could only call him by his first name, which made Zhang Jun stop outputting. What are you doing? Zhang Jun looked at Gao Lan with an unhappy expression. There seems to be a 5th grade master on the opposite side. The expression on Zhang Jun's face froze, and he pursed his lips. The expression on his face changed for a while, and finally returned to calm. Come on, tell me what's going on. Zhang Jun looked at Gao Lan with a serious face, completely unable to see the shrewish look he just had. The corner of Gao Lan's mouth kept twitching, wondering if there was no one in the general command room. So how could Zhang Jun be sent here? Zhang Jun, from the Thunder System, is in the middle of 4th grade. People give him the nickname King of Words. He has never won a fight or lost an argument. Of course, this does not mean that Zhang Jun is not strong, but he personally prefers challenges. The challenge targets are always people with a higher level than him, so he has never won. Gao Lan suppressed his desire to complain and briefly summarized the situation from when Zhuang Fei heard the voice to when he arrived. The specific details of the action will be handed over in writing when the time comes. After listening to Gao Lan's explanation, Zhang Jun looked at the corpse on the ground in surprise, and then at Lu Yin, who remained calm. You can do it, little guy. Just after breaking through to the early stage of 3rd grade, you can kill a 3rd grade vampire independently. It's really awesome. Zhang Jun couldn't help but want to applaud Lu Yin. Sir Zhang is so complimentary. It's not just me who is able to kill the opponent. Xiaoyan also contributed a lot. Lu Yin lowered his head and spoke softly, like an embarrassed big boy. In sharp contrast to him was Xiaoyan, standing on Lu Yan's shoulders, looking up at Zhang Jun proudly. "Oh, you did a good job, little guy." Zhang Jun had seen Xiaoyan a long time ago and didn't pay attention to it before. Luyan mentioned it and smiled without saying anything. He wanted to reach out and touch Xiaoyan, but he tilted his head and avoided it. Zhang Jun glanced at Lu Yin with a smile and said nothing. 5 minutes later, follow-up support arrived, but Zhang Jun could not catch up, let alone them. This group of combatants was forced by Zhang Jun to clean up the battlefield, especially the soil spurs on the cliffs, and at the same time fill in the tunnels. This is a big project and cannot be completed in a short time. All Earth-type superpowers present were requisitioned and thrown into digging the soil. 5 or 6 people worked together and spent an entire night to fill up the tunnel. Yang Long's half-month's efforts were ended in a few hours, and he didn't know what to say about him. Chapter 89. What's going on with this corpse? Looking at the charred corpse on the operating table in front of him, Zhou couldn't help but take a breath. Generally, corpses that are burned to death will be in a curled shape, but the one in front of you is different. It is actually in a large shape, which is very rare. Where did this body come from? Whose handiwork? Zhou asked Assistant Wang Xinyan while walking around the operating table, viewing the body from all angles. The assistant immediately looked through the information in his hand and then replied, "Professor, this body was sent over by Commander Zhang this morning. It seems that it was killed by a new member of the patrol named Lu Yin. No, to be precise. His spirit beast was killed by a fire black cat." "Huh? Lu Yin?" Zhou, who was staring at the eyes of the corpse, looked up at Assistant Wang in confusion. "Yes, her name is Lu Yin." Assistant Wang nodded. "How to write?" Zhou straightened up. Oh. Xuanke Lu, classical Huxia. If you have detailed information, show it to me." Zhou stretched out his hand to take the document from his assistant. "Professor, there is no detailed information in the document, only a photo." Assistant Wang flipped the document to one of the pages and then handed the document to Zhou. In the photo, a handsome short-haired boy with a black cat standing on his shoulders looks at the camera with a smile, a standard image of a sunny and cheerful boy. Although his hair has become shorter, Zhou can still recognize it. So it's this guy? Closing the document and handing it to Assistant Wang again, Zhou came to the sink and started washing his hands. "Go to Zhang Jun and tell Lu Yin to come find me later." After shaking off the remaining water stains on his hands and drying them, Zhou came to the operating room, put on gloves, and picked up the scalpel. "Okay, I understand, Professor." Assistant Wang left the laboratory without asking any further questions and went to find Zhang Jun of his own accord. Is someone looking for me? Deputy Director Wang. Lu Yin looked at Gao Lan in confusion. "As soon as I got up, I was told that someone was looking for me." "No, it's the people from the researchers who are looking for you. It seems that there is something wrong with the corpse you killed, and you need to go there." Gao Lan was also confused. Vampire corpses appear in every war, and they are all sent to the laboratory for research. I have never heard of the researchers looking for the killer. Lu Yin's heart thumped, and he panicked a little. During the previous wars, Lu Yin saw someone cleaning the battlefield. He was curious and asked what would happen to the corpses of the vampires. After all, these were the resources he had coveted for a long time. Zhuang Fei told him that his corpse would be cremated and sent back to his family, and the vampire's corpse would be put into the research institute for researchers to study. Now that there are researchers looking for me, they won't find anything. With a heavy heart, Lu Yin came to the area behind the military camp. It is said to be in a military camp, but in fact it is located in a seaside town. The entire town was cleared by the military before the war, and the research area is within the town. Its predecessor was a research institute located in the capital, funded by the state, specializing in the study of vampires. When Lingjiang State launched its first attack a few months ago, the entire research institute moved to this small town and occupied a large area and transformed it into a laboratory. Specializing in vampire research, the only goal is to study the weaknesses of the vampires and then develop effective killing weapons or combat strategies based on the weaknesses. Many of silver weapons, silver alloys, holy water, etc. were developed from its predecessors. Walking in the research area, Lu Yin looked at the laboratories around him with some envy. He was very envious. If they could have so many vampire corpses to study, he would think that his projects would make new progress. Unfortunately, the only bad thing is that the vampires sent into the research area are all corpses, with almost no living bodies, and there are too many restrictions. Tuck, tuck, tuck. He knocked gently on the laboratory door, and after a while, a young man in his 20s or 19 came to open the door. "Hello, is this Laboratory 110? "Yes, this is Laboratory 110. You must be Lu Yin. The professor has been waiting for you for a while. Come in quickly." Assistant Wang stepped aside to let Lu Yin enter. It is said to be a laboratory, but it is actually a whole building with several rooms. Each room has different functions and can basically meet the needs of experiments. There are only a handful of professors in the entire testing area who can possess this configuration. Professor Zhou, Lu Yin is here. He led Lu Yin into one of the rooms and placed an operating table under a huge shadowless lamp in the middle of the room. At this time, a figure with gray hair stood in front of the operating table with his back to the door. Lu Yin was very familiar with the corpse on the operating table. After all, he had watched it take shape with his own eyes. Oh, come on, Xiao Wang. Take Xiao Yin to change clothes, disinfect, and help me. Hearing the professor's voice, Lu Yan's eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. Professor Zhou? Well, it's me. Professor Zhou turned around and looked at Lu Yin with a smile. Looking at the person in front of him whom he had not seen for nearly 4 months, Lu Yin had a complicated expression. He did not expect to meet him here. Zhou is a professor of biology at the University of Montreal, and Lu Yin is his graduate student. During the summer vacation, he claimed to be on a business trip, but he didn't come back until the new semester started. Lu Yin didn't expect to meet the professor here. Soon, Lu Yin, led by Wang Xinyan, put on a white coat, disinfected his whole body, and returned to the laboratory. Why did you appear in the military camp? Zhou asked Lu Yin as if he were chatting with family members after cutting open the abdominal cavity of the corpse and examining the internal structure. Lu Yin had been working under Professor Zhou for many years, and the two had some tacit understanding. They silently took the tool from Professor Zhou's hand and handed him a small clip. I joined the Superpower Bureau and was sent on a mission to Cloud Mountain City some time ago. By chance, I met Deputy Director Wang Lan. With her help, I entered the military camp. As he spoke, Lu Yin picked up a small pliers and arranged the various organs in order. Many organs were burned dry and shifted during transportation. When Xiaowen told me, I was surprised for a while. I didn't expect you to have been awakened for more than 4 years. I didn't find out after all these years that you are hiding very deep. He looked up at Lu Yin, then lowered his head to examine his heart carefully. There was a patch of color on his heart that was different from other places. According to his experience, it should be caused by silver poison. Professor, you are the same, and you didn't tell me that you are responsible for such exciting research. Lu Yin rolled his eyes at Zhou Wen. Haha. Zhou Wen chuckled a few times. If you had told me that you were a superpower, I wouldn't have let you join earlier, so it's still your problem. Wang Xinyan looked at the two people chatting happily. The corners of his mouth kept twitching, and he felt a little ashamed. From their conversation, it is not difficult to guess that they have a master-student relationship, and they have a good relationship. But you are dissecting a corpse and chatting at the same time. Isn't it good? Can you respect the person lying on the operating table? Duh. Chapter 90. Xiaoyan, I heard that you killed this body. Zhou Wen opened Yang Long's mouth and looked inside. To be precise, I just controlled the enemy. In the end, it was my spirit beast Xiaoyan who killed him. It was still young and couldn't control its strength well. Returning the tools to the tray, Lu Yin carefully observed Yang Long's abdominal cavity. He had only seen one vampire corpse, and this was the second one. He didn't notice any difference between the body and ordinary people. Oh, then your spirit beast is not simple. It has endless potential. At the second grade level, the power of fire can actually reach such a level. Zhou Wen said casually, but the speaker has no intention and the listener has the intention. Lu Yin knew that he was wearing a mask and smacking his lips, so he didn't answer. Well, the flame control is also good. You see, the attack is obviously concentrated on these key points. Zhou Wen pointed at Yang Long's mouth and 2 empty eye sockets. You can directly see the back of Yang Long's head through his eye sockets. His brain has completely shrunk into a small piece, lying quietly in the corner. Well, I found that Xiaoyan's IQ improved a lot after awakening, which is equivalent to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. So I briefly taught it spiritual power control and the vital points of the human body. Lu Yin admitted it generously and took the initiative to reveal some information. After all, Xiaoyan was only in the middle of the 2nd grade. Killing a vampire in the middle of the 3rd grade could be said to be shocking. Oh, the IQ of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Unfortunately, I still have many experiments on hand that need to be verified, otherwise I would have to borrow it from you for research. If you are interested, Professor, I can share my experimental data with you. Lu Yin frowned slightly, then relaxed it quickly. It was impossible to borrow Xiaoyan, not even from the professor. Zhou Wen took off his gloves and threw them into the trash can. After washing his hands, he walked to the side of the desk and sat down. Lu Yin took off his equipment and sat down opposite him at Zhou Wen's signal. You applied to stay in school during the summer vacation, and you said you had something in mind. Did the experiment show any results during the 3 months I was away? Pick up the teacup and take a sip of tea. Wang Xinyan was very discerning and immediately poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Lu Yin. After thanking Wang Xinyan, Lu Yin said, "After experiments, I have achieved the effect I want, but if I want to apply it in practice, more research and practice are needed." Oh, Zhou Wen's eyes lit up. He had learned about Lu Yan's research project. If it succeeds, it can change many things. If used well, it can even change the world structure. It's a pity that Lu Yan's learning ability is too strong, and his ability and knowledge are not much weaker than his own. He has long been able to independently research projects, so he did not participate in this project. How far can it be achieved now? Zhou Wen leaned forward, his thirst for knowledge clearly written on his face. Lu Yan deliberated for a few seconds, seemingly structuring his words, but actually analyzing his own situation. He was about to start paving the way for his future. I used to think that Zhou Wen was just an ordinary old man, a professor at Mengqing University with some knowledge. I just found out today that Zhou Wen was actually able to enter the country's research institute responsible for studying vampires, and he seems to be one of the most capable and powerful people. It didn't matter if he didn't have any connections before, but with the ready-made connections in front of him, he had nothing to hesitate. The problem of output and input has been solved, but the data is too huge to perform both steps at the same time and needs to be streamlined. The next step is to study shielding. If this step can be solved, my project will be completed 9 times out of 10. Pick up the teacup, blow lightly to scatter the tea leaves around the cup, and take a sip. During this process, Lu Yan reorganized the information in his mind. Many topics that had been thrown into the trash were also dug up by Lu Yan to see if they could maximize their benefits. What? Have you cracked it? Zhou Wen almost spit out the sip of tea he just drank. He picked his ears and wondered if he heard wrongly. Ahem. Zhou Wen wiped the tea from the corner of his mouth and stared at Lu Yan, as if looking at a monster. Wang Xinyan was confused as he listened nearby, wondering what kind of riddle the two were playing. At the same time, he was also very curious about what could make Professor Zhou Wen lose his temper. It's pretty close. Lu Yan laughed, not denying it, but not fully admitting it either. After hearing Lu Yan's words, Zhou Wen's eyes gradually turned resentful. His curiosity was piqued by Lu Yan's words, and he wanted to know how far Lu Yan had gone in his research. After taking several deep breaths, Zhou Wen finally calmed down and stopped worrying about this matter. Are you serving in the patrol team now? Zhou Wen chose to change the topic. Well, it was arranged by Director Wang Lan. Although the tasks of the patrol team do not require going to the battlefield, they are relatively boring. How about you come to the research area and help me? Zhou Wen quietly extended an olive branch. The joy in his eyes flashed away. Lu Yan thought carefully and finally shook his head. I may disappoint you, Professor. In order to enter the front line, I had issued a military order with Director Wang in advance. It is really unjustifiable to join the research area now. It's okay. I'll talk to Wang Lan, so you don't have to take it to heart. Zhou Wen still didn't give up. Lu Yan also wanted to stay, but it was a pity. Professor, no one can stand without faith. I have my own persistence. Zhou Wen curled his lips, feeling that Lu Yan was not doing his job properly. It's all because when Lin lured his good student into the Superpower Bureau, and now it's so difficult to call him back. Forget it. Since you insist, I won't force it. But as far as I know, your patrol time is only 8 hours, so come and find me in your free time. After speaking, before Lu Yan could speak, Zhou Wen opened the drawer and took out a magnetic card and threw it to Lu Yan. You take this card and just swipe it when entering or exiting the door. The research area is the most important area in the military camp. It is very tightly guarded and no ordinary soldiers can approach it without permission. Holding the magnetic card, Lu Yan hesitated for a few seconds before putting it into his pocket. He had no choice but to do so. So many vampire corpses were really too tempting. Okay, that's it for today. Remember to restrain yourself next time. These corpses are rare resources. Waving his hand, Zhou Wen began to see off the guests, and in the end couldn't help but glance at Bai Luyan. After an afternoon of inspection, Yanglong's body was so completely destroyed that it completely lost its research value. I'll pay attention next time. Lu Yan, who had been helping for a long time, also knew what Zhou Wen was talking about, so he touched his nose in embarrassment and left the laboratory. After Lu Yan left, Wang Xinyan couldn't help but say, Teacher, have you known each other for a long time? He is a graduate student I taught at the University of Montreal. He is very talented. Zhou Wen replied casually. He is still thinking about the information brought by Lu Yan in his mind. Alas, Lu Yan actually figured it out. His future life is terrifying. Teacher, what were you talking about just now? Why can't I understand? Wang Xinyan asked carefully. Zhou shook his head. This is his secret, so don't ask. Go and do your business. If this was just a topic, Zhou could say it openly, but now that there has been a historic breakthrough, it cannot be said casually. Wang Xinyan scratched his head and went about his business with a lot of doubts. Chapter 91. In the largest conference room of the Lingjiang warship, Julie and Su Yuan were sitting at the top. Sister, I brought this person back to you. No one arrived before they arrived. The next second, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and a man walked in, followed by 8 people. The 8 people were none other than Xie Minling. The man in the lead knew without guessing that he was the last one to respond to them. Brother Su is here too. When he saw Su Yuan sitting next to Julie, the man froze in his steps, quickly restrained his attitude, and sat obediently in the first place under Julie. Zhu Wan, a third-generation vampire, the pinnacle of 4th grade, and Julie's cousin. Zhang Tianyuan and 4 others who followed Zhu Wan to the rescue sat down next to Zhu Wan. At Zhang Tianyuan's signal, the 4 of them, Yao Hui and Bai Ying, sat down at Su Yuan's head with some restraint. Although they were directly responsible for Julie for these actions, to be honest, they were not qualified to contact Julie before this. Now facing his immediate boss, the leader of the race, it is inevitable that he will be a little nervous and scared, especially if the task has not been completed. Julie waited for everyone to sit down, and then slowly opened her eyes, glanced at Bai Ying and the other 4, and frowned slightly. Where are the Yonglong people? Dead. Zhu Wan spread his hands and looked unconcerned. Dead. Julie's face didn't change much, but her voice raised a level. How did you die? Zhu Wan looked at Xie Minling, who was sitting at the bottom seat on his right, with a smile. Julie and Su Yuan also focused their attention on Xie Minling. Under the gaze of the 2 bosses, Xie Minling sweated on her forehead and felt extremely stressed. Zhu Wan was paying attention to the battlefield situation throughout the whole process. She was sure that Zhu Wan knew the process of Yonglong's death, but he still kicked the ball to herself. Holding on to the pressure, Xie Minling said, I don't know. I have obviously helped Yonglong out of the siege, but I don't know why he suddenly stood still and allowed himself to be slaughtered. I wanted to save him, but there was no opponent. The look in his eyes froze me in place, unable to move. Ahem, cough, cough. Before she finished speaking, Xie Minling couldn't help but cough a few times. The silver poison entered her body. A few hours later, although the wound had healed, some of the silver poison still remained in her body, which affected her condition and required a blood transformation afterwards to heal. After Xie Minling finished speaking, Yao Hui weakly raised a hand. Say. Julie looked over and uttered one word. We know the person who killed Yonglong. He is the vampire who reported to you some time ago. After saying this, Yao Hui shrank his neck. Lu Yin? That 5th-generation vampire. Yao Hui nodded repeatedly, and Bai Ying, who was sitting aside, also nodded to testify for her. Interesting. When Julie heard that the murderer was Lu Yin, she smiled instead of angry, and looked at Xie Minling again. Tell me carefully how you felt at that time. Su Yuan, who didn't care at first and just came to join in the fun, felt Julie's emotional changes and his curiosity was aroused. It is very strange that Tianxian Kingdom was actually mixed into the army by a 5th-generation vampire. Sir, I can't explain the exact feelings, but I feel as if I'm being targeted by some kind of terrifying existence. I'm scared, my hands and feet are cold, and for a moment I feel like I'm going to die. Subconsciously recalling her feelings at that time, Xie Minling couldn't help but shudder. Her pupils dilated, fear almost burst out of her eyes, her words lost their logic, and she began to talk nonsense. Is that so? Julie's eyes changed as she stared at Xie Minling, her back straightened, and a pressure radiated from her body, suppressing the entire conference room, and the air seemed to solidify at this moment. The 4 of them, Bai Ying and Yao Hui, were only at the 2nd grade level, so they couldn't bear it. They couldn't exert any strength, and they slipped from their chairs and fell to the ground. Zhang Tianyuan, Luo Xian, and Guoxing were better, but they were slumped in their seats and unable to exert any strength. Zhu Wan didn't look abnormal in the position he was sitting in, but his brows were slightly furrowed and he felt a little depressed. Perhaps Su Yuan was the only one in the audience who didn't feel anything. And Xie Minling, who was the main target of Jolie's attack, she was sitting quietly, looking like nothing was wrong, but if you look closely, you will find that she sat without any movement, and her body did not rise or fall at all. His eyes were dull, and he wasn't even breathing. The atmosphere lasted for half a minute before Julie looked away, and the power in the conference room dissipated like a tide. Xie Minling seemed to be coming back to life, panting heavily, breathing in the air greedily, trying hard to absorb oxygen to supply the body's functions. She glanced at Julie sitting in the front seat with fear, and then quickly looked away. In just half a minute, she really felt the threat of death. You can obviously see everything around you, but you can't even move your eyes. Bai Ying and the other two trembled with their legs, pulled up the chairs, and stood up tremblingly to sit down. Guoxing and the others leaned back in their chairs with lingering fear. Comparing the two, how do you feel about the other person? Julie picked up the teacup and took a sip of the scarlet liquid in the cup as if nothing happened. "Oh, sir, it's almost the same, but the other person just glanced at me. The time was too short, and I can't confirm it." Xia Minling looked at the table in front of her, not daring to raise her head, and her tone was a little uncertain. "What did you say?" Su Yuan's expression changed drastically. He stood up from his seat excitedly and looked at Xia Minling, and then looked at Julie in disbelief, with questions in his eyes. "You didn't tell me about such a big thing. What exactly did you want to hide from me?" Su Yuan almost shouted. Seeing that the two top leaders were about to quarrel, each one wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. This was what they could see, but unfortunately they did not get permission, so they could only try to reduce their sense of presence. Even Zhu Wen was a little scared and sat far away silently. "I didn't hide it from you. I didn't know it beforehand. And now it's just a guess. It's not confirmed yet." Julie put down the cup indifferently, glanced at Su Yuan, and explained briefly, then looked at the others. "You go back and write a detailed report on this operation and hand it in. Everything is detailed. Bai Ying, please write a report and hand it in on what you have done during this period. Go down and rest first." "Yes." Zhang Tianyuan and others immediately stood up and prepared to leave the conference room. Xia Minling weakly held Zhang Tianyuan's sleeves. Her legs were weak and she couldn't stand up. After Xia Minling left the conference room with the support of several people, Su Yuan and Julie were left alone in the conference room. Su Yuan could no longer control his emotions. "Julie, did you go too far this time?" Su Yuan punched the table, making a big hole. "I'll say it again, I didn't hide it from you. I only just found out about it." Julie slammed her cup on the table, the sound echoing in the empty conference room. "You think I will believe it? Let me tell you, why didn't you launch a general attack earlier? It turns out you were waiting here. This is your plan. Okay, you are fine." After saying this, Su Yuan didn't want to listen to Julie's explanation anymore, pushed open the conference room door, closed it heavily, and walked away. Julie looked at Su Yuan, who smashed the door and left, chuckled lightly, and didn't care. He can't make much trouble. Duh. Chapter 92. Back in the office, the more Su Yuan thought about it, the more something was wrong. He always felt that something was wrong. Su Yuan, who couldn't figure it out, went online briefly and called up Yang Long's action report from the system. Only then did they realize that more than half a month ago, Yang Long and the others met the vampire named Lu Yan. During the operation, I also encountered 2 second-grade vampires, who seemed to be wild. My descendant Su Run was killed by them. The first action report showed that Lu Yan's bloodline was from the 5th generation. Vampires assess their class based on bloodline, and higher vampires can rely on bloodline to suppress lower vampires. The gap between 1 and 2 generations will not be obvious, but if the gap between the two is too large, this bloodline suppression will be reflected. It's like the 6th generation vampire can be neither humble nor arrogant in front of the 5th generation, but if it is the 1st generation vampire who offends, they will have no power to fight back under the pressure. Not directly related, Xia Minling is an 8th generation vampire. If Lu Yan is really a 5th generation vampire, the suppression cannot be so strong. It is impossible for Xia Minling not to have the courage to resist. Julie must have discovered the abnormality long ago, and this operation is likely to be another test for her. Zhu Wen was sent out, but Yang Long still died, so Zhu Wen definitely didn't take action. Among the several patrol teams, up to the peak of 3rd grade, which one would be his opponent? Su Yuan was so angry that he was led by Julie throughout his actions and had no idea of her plan. The more Su Yuan thought about it, the angrier he became. Finally, he was so angry that he stepped onto the splint and rose into the sky, flying towards Lingjiang Kingdom. Looking at Su Yuan leaving, Julie chuckled. Of course he knew what Su Yuan was going to do, but she didn't stop him, knowing that he, Su Yuan, would come back. Turning his head to look at the coast of Tianxian Kingdom, his eyes were deep. Damn, what is the purpose of Julie and the others? Why did they go crazy last night? Hiss, Wang Lan leaned back on the chair with tired eyes, and was the first to curse out of anger, pulling at the wound, and took a deep breath. In the battle in the early morning, Su Yuan finally took action. Shao Qi was already ready to avenge his past humiliation, but considering that there was another Julie, he finally decided to let Wang Lan play, and Shao Qi took over. The result was that Wang Lan was injured twice, but Su Yuan was fine. This time the vampires almost came out in full force. There were more than 1,000 vampires attacking. 80% of the vampires were above the 3rd grade. The scene was so spectacular, it put huge pressure on them. It took 3,000 people to barely control the situation. Don't think that there are few people. These 3,000 people are at least in the early stage of 3rd grade. After more than an hour of bloody fighting, the situation was still unfavorable, so some high-yield thermal weapons had to be used to control the battle damage within an acceptable range. Take a look. This happened in the south early this morning. Zhang Wen sat at the main seat and arranged for his assistant to distribute documents one by one to everyone present. Zhang Jun, please explain. Zhang Wen looked at his brother. Yeah. Without any courtesy, Zhang Jun spoke directly while everyone was reading the documents. In the early hours of the morning, Zhuang Fei, the Gaolan team responsible for patrolling the southernmost part of the camp, noticed the sound of someone talking while taking a laxative. After a search by him and another member, Lu Yin, they discovered a tunnel. Afterwards, we discovered that the location of the tunnel was very hidden, and it was in a blind spot between our camp and the Zhujiang City camp. Exploration methods such as thermal imaging and seismographs were limited in scope and did not cover this location. This allowed the other party to get through. For half a month, the other party dug for half a month and still didn't find out what they were doing to eat. Ochifei quickly flipped through the documents and was furious. As a 4th grade Earth element user, he was responsible for frontline security measures. This was a flaw in their department. How big of a flaw must this be to allow the enemy to dig a tunnel of more than 200 meters? He has an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. Don't embarrass yourself here. Shirgu rolled his eyes at Ochifei. They are both old-fashioned. No one knows who is who. Ochifei got the head start. Didn't he just want to reduce the punishment? I'm going to launch such a large-scale attack just to cover this tunnel? Are you sick? Wang Lan also quickly scanned the report, feeling that the wounds on his body hurt even more. Just for a tunnel, nearly 1,000 people were killed or injured. So what? It's not too much. Xiaoqi also read the report. If we hadn't discovered it at the last moment and allowed this tunnel to exist, the other party might have appeared behind us and attacked us from both sides, which would be very detrimental to us. Xiaoqi almost said that we would lose. This time is also a reminder to us that there are still loopholes in our defense. In the next period of time, my eyes will shine brightly on me and I will eliminate other loopholes as soon as possible. This cannot happen again. When Zhang Wen said this, he looked at Ochifei. This was the task he was responsible for. What else could Ochifei say? He could only nod. Sir, the latest news. Just when Zhang Wen was about to move on to the next topic, the assistant pushed open the door of the conference room and walked quickly to Zhang Wen. What's going on? Everyone's eyes were attracted to the assistant. Just now, our satellite captured a photo. The assistant handed over a photo as he spoke. The other party's 5th grade master Su Yuan left the warship and headed towards Lingjiang Kingdom. The warships of the Lingjiang Kingdom were the focus of their observation. It was impossible for Su Yuan to leave so blatantly without being discovered by them. Zhang Wen looked at the photo in confusion and found that it was exactly what his assistant said. He turned his head and looked at Wang Lan. Did you hurt him yesterday? How is that possible? How can I be so capable? He recovered from his minor injury on the spot. Wang Lan was also surprised and grabbed the photo directly from Zhang Wen's hand. This shouldn't be the case. After thinking about it, Wang Lan's eyes lit up. So the other party only has one 5th grade on board now. Lao Zhang, do you want to be rash? Wang Lan put down the photo and began to encourage Zhang Wen. Regarding Wang Lan's suggestion, to be honest, Zhang Wen was moved for a moment. Passive defense is not a long-term solution after all. Zhang Wen looked at Xiaoqi. If this person nodded, he might really be able to take a gamble. It's a pity that Xiaoqi shook his head silently. I don't recommend doing this. Even if this is not the opponent's trap, Julie is not easy to deal with. It's a life and death battle. 6 and 4 are open, and she is 6. If you can still exert your full strength, you can give it a try. Wang Lan choked on her words. She really couldn't exert much fighting power now. The troops in the remaining 3 theaters will be assembled in 2 days and will arrive within a week. That will be the time for us to launch a general offensive. To be on the safe side, I do not recommend taking action now. The headquarters began to mobilize troops half a month ago, but there are already few superpowers, and all war zones have been short of people. Asking them to mobilize people is cutting their flesh. If it weren't for the heavy pressure from the Lingjiang Kingdom, the meat wouldn't have been cut off. The 3 war zones barely managed to gather 1,200 3rd grade superpowers in half a month, plus 12 4th grade combatants. The addition of this effective force gave Xiaoqi some confidence. The issue about Su Yuan passed quickly, and then many issues about the camp were discussed. After a whole day of discussion, various issues were barely resolved. Chapter 93. It was a calm day, and at noon the next day, the satellite captured photos of Su Yuan's return. Zhang Wen and others couldn't help but sigh. They suspected that this was a trap by the other party. Su Yuan probably didn't go far just to lure them to take the initiative. When the time comes, Su Yuan would return and catch them off guard. Fortunately, they were more skilled and were not fooled. After the war, the conspiracy and trap failed again. It is expected that the other party will be stable for a while, so that they will have enough time to deploy manpower. The decisive battle is not far away. Cloud Mountain City, First People's Hospital, VIP room on the 8th floor of the inpatient department. Xiao Hoqian came back from having lunch. She has been staying here for half a month, during which time Su Yangyang has not woken up and has been diagnosed as a vegetative state. It is said that people in a vegetative state are not unresponsive to the outside world and can also hear sounds from the outside world. In the past half-month, Xiao Hoqian has been guarding the window and constantly talking to her, but unfortunately she did not wake up. Because Wang Lan found the 4th-grade wood-type superpower, they stayed in Cloud Mountain City for an extra half-month. Recently, Xiao Hoqian has been busy going through the transfer procedures. Su Yangyang's parents came to see her some time ago. They were very sad and hoped that Su Yangyang could be returned to Mengsheng for treatment so that they could take care of her. After procrastinating for half a month, I really have to go back recently. After lunch, she returned to the hospital. Xiao Hoqian opened the ward door tiredly. Yangyang, I'm back. Hello. Xiao Hoqian just said hello out of habit, without any hope of getting a response from anyone. But someone actually responded to her just now. Xiao Hoqian's eyes widened, and the fatigue disappeared from her eyes. She was 3 parts surprised, 3 parts panicked, 3 parts at a loss, and 1 part sluggish as she looked up into the ward. In the bright ward, the girl leaned on the bedside and looked out the window quietly. The sunlight shone on the girl's face, forming a beautiful scene. The girl slowly turned her head. A smile slowly appeared on her fair face, quiet and peaceful, but the girl's face was still a little pale. Yangyang, you're awake. Xiao Hoqian looked at the girl on the hospital bed and couldn't help but scream. She was so excited that the plastic bag she was holding fell to the ground. Fortunately, it contained the medicine Su Yangyang needed, and it was packaged, so it wouldn't matter if it fell to the ground. Xiao Hoqian ran to the hospital bed in a few steps, lay on the bed, and bumped into Su Yangyang's arms, unable to help crying. I thought you would never wake up again. Su Yangyang looked at her best friend helplessly, stretched out her hand, and patted her back gently. Okay, I'm awake now. Su Yangyang woke up an hour ago, and her brain was down for more than 10 minutes. Only later did she realize that she had been unconscious for half a month. I was still a little confused, so I didn't ring the bell to call the nurse, and just stared out the window in a daze. After getting a response, she cried in Su Yangyang's arms for another minute to make sure that she was not dreaming. Xiao Hoqian suddenly realized that Su Yangyang was still sick, and it was not good for her to do this. She got up from Su Yangyang's arms anxiously. I'm sorry, I was so excited. Su Yangyang smiled sweetly. It's okay, I'm almost healed. The two chatted for a while, and then the doctor and nurse came in to check and confirm that there was nothing wrong. Xiao Hoqian's mood stabilized. Tell me, what happened in the past half-month? Why didn't you see Xiaoyan? Su Yangyang's eyebrows were a little worried. Su Yangyang's last memory was of the factory explosion. Lu Yin was still at the center of such a large-scale explosion. In addition, it had been more than 2 hours since she woke up and she hadn't seen him. She was afraid of hearing bad news. You don't know how miserable you were when you were sent to the hospital. Your hands were broken, your legs were shattered, and your brain was damaged. You didn't look like a human being. Although Xiao Hoqian did not see the first scene, it did not prevent her from exaggerating her description. Sure enough, after hearing Xiao Hoqian's description, Su Yangyang couldn't help but shudder. She quietly reached out and touched her legs under the quilt. She could still feel the sensation, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, her little movements did not escape Xiao Hoqian's eyes, and she secretly chuckled. You know Deputy Director Wang Lan? Fortunately, she is here. The day after you were sent to the hospital, the Deputy Director brought a 4th-grade wood-type psychic to treat you. Most of the injuries, especially on both legs, were recover under her treatment. Otherwise you will be in trouble and will be in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. Deputy Director Wang Lan? Oh, I remember. His mind was still a little unclear, and it took Su Yangyang a while to realize who Xiao Hoqian was talking about. Unknowingly, I owed a huge favor. Where's Xiaoyan? Is he injured too? After learning about his situation, Su Yangyang asked Lu Yin again. Lu Yin. Xiao Hoqian's eyes flickered a little, and she didn't dare to look into Su Yangyang's eyes. Su Yangyang's heart tightened. Her lips trembled and turned white again. Did something happen to Xiaoyan? When Su Yangyang said these words, it was as if all her strength had been drained from her body, and she lay limply on the hospital bed. Seeing this scene, Xia Hoqian was shocked and didn't care about anything else. She quickly explained, No, Lu Yin is fine. He was not injured at all. Hearing that Lu Yin was fine, Su Yangyang felt relieved and her face looked better. She leaned back and stared at Xia Hoqian, waiting for her follow-up. Xia Hoqian looked at Su Yangyang strangely and briefly told what happened that day. Yangyang, there can't be anything between you two. I didn't react that day. I just figured it out in the past few days. Lu Yin, he went the front line, is not here to avenge you. After all, it was not a good thing to go to the front line. Xia Hoqian was hesitant to tell Su Yangyang before, but now that she has said it, she doesn't care about it. Being teased by Xia Hoqian, Su Yangyang blushed and hesitated in her words. Don't talk nonsense. We have nothing to do. Nothing will help you fight the enemy on the dangerous front line. Xia Hoqian looked at the shy Yangyang and couldn't help but continue teasing, in order to divert Su Yangyang's attention. Humph, I won't talk to you anymore. Su Yangyang's face became increasingly red, and she lay back on the bed with her back to Xia Hoqian. But where Xia Hoqian couldn't see her, she couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth slightly, feeling sweet in her heart. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. You are awake now. The doctor told you to rest for a while. How about we go back to Mengxing tomorrow? The procedures have been completed, so it would be better to ask Su Yangyang. Go back. Hearing that he was going back, Su Yangyang opened the cup with a surprised look on her face. Everyone is very worried about you. I hope you can go back to recuperate. I have already completed the surgery and was planning to go back in the afternoon. Xia Hoqian began to increase the pressure. But Su Yangyang kept struggling in her heart. Your parents also know about your situation. Auntie is worried about you every day and calls you to ask about your situation. Xia Hoqian took out the Wangjia. It was also a coincidence that Xia Hoqian's cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Su Yangyang's mother. Xia Hoqian handed the phone to Su Yangyang with an innocent look. Su Yangyang answered the phone with some guilt. Hey mom. Yangyang. The two exchanged pleasantries before Su Yangyang ended the call. Xia Hoqian looked at Su Yangyang while holding back a smile. Okay, I'll go back with you tomorrow. Su Yangyang had no choice but to compromise. Chapter 94. How's the investigation going? In a night bar in Mengxing, Lu Man pushed open the office door and barged in with an unhappy expression. When Jeline, who was processing documents, saw the person coming, closed the door with her hand, stood up and poured 2 glasses of scarlet drinks. After being raided by the Superpower Bureau last time, the other party hid deeper and didn't find anything useful. Putting the drink in front of Lu Man, when Jeline shook her head, Lu Man had not forgotten the last time he was ambushed. After a long investigation, he found the other party, only to find that the other party's hideout had been taken away by the Superpower Bureau. Originally, the matter would have ended here, but during this period, another force appeared under Mengxing, opposing them everywhere and occupying part of their market. An in-depth investigation revealed that the other party was in the same group as the group of people who were killed in the last supernatural power round. The person who attacked him last time was in the other party's team. However, after such a long investigation, the whereabouts of the opponent's core members have been confusing, and they are always lost. In the past half-month, they have been fighting each other. The other party has quietly occupied 10% of their territory, and many businesses have been won by the other party. If the forces headed by Lu Man are Greay, then the other party is purely black. They accept any business and have no bottom line at all. The good living environment in Mengxing has been polluted by them. Where did these people come from? And your brother doesn't care about them. Lu Man frowned, looking to see if he could break the situation from other directions. Too clean. When Jeline shook her head, the other party's territory is not large, the control is very strict, and the hands and feet are clean. We can't find any evidence. TCH, Lu Man curled her lips speechlessly. This is the official fault. You know clearly that the other person is not a good person, but you still have to present evidence and focus on procedural justice before you can arrest someone. No, we can't let the other side develop like this. If we continue with the current momentum, our years of hard work will be slowly swallowed up by the other side sooner or later. By then, there will be no place for us in Mengxing. There are many entertainment venues across Montreal that are owned by them, involving many industries. A huge net covers the sky above Montreal. Yizbar is only an industry approved by the government. No, to be precise, it is a cooperation with Wenlin. They maintain the stability of the underground world, and Wenlin promises them the right to operate the contact point in the supernatural world. Everyone benefits from each other. But now a foreign force has entered and occupied 10% of their market in just half a month, which shows how powerful the other party is. Calm down, it's just that we were caught off guard. It's not easy to eat us. Luman was still too young to be angry. Luman wanted to say something else, but didn't know what to say, so he picked up the cup and drank it all. She couldn't allow others to overwhelm her own prestige because a small boss on the other side was in the third-grade realm, so she felt a lot of pressure. And after Luyan left, she always felt a little uneasy when encountering this kind of thing. Okay, I haven't seen any big winds or waves in so many years. Don't worry. Go back and have a good sleep. Take a rest. You see you have dark circles under your eyes. When Jillian reached out and touched Su Yanyan's eye bags, feeling a little distressed in her eyes. Tuck, tuck, tuck. In such a harmonious situation, there was a gentle knock on the door. When Jillian frowned slightly and took back her hand, looking a little unhappy. Who? What's the matter? Boss, someone is looking for you outside. The waiter's voice sounded outside the door. Who is the other party? The other party claimed to be from the Star Society and said he was here to help you solve your trouble. Shingshin Club? When Jilin and Lu Man looked at each other, and they had some guesses. Take people to the conference room. I'll be there shortly. Okay. The sound at the door disappeared. The person who came here is not a good person. When Jilin took a deep breath and drank the contents of the cup in one gulp. What should I say? The other party has come to visit us. Let's go and meet him. Lu Man frowned slightly. The two briefly exchanged a few words, looked at each other, and walked toward the conference room. Normally, Lu Man wouldn't come forward for this kind of meeting, leaving it to Wen Jilin, but this time it was different. The other party had already investigated her, and there was no point in hiding it any longer. Pushing open the door of the conference room, there were 3 people sitting in the conference room. Lu Man actually knew one of them, the person who assassinated him that day. Seeing this man, Lu Man's fist hardened, and he had the urge to beat him to death. This must be the boss behind Yizbar, Boss Lu Man. I'm glad to meet you. I'm Luo Ming, the person in charge of Star Club Mengqing. The 3 of them got up from their seats. One of them was a middle-aged man in his 30s. Uncle Nyin took a step forward, stretched out his hand, and greeted warmly. Lu Man and Wen Jilin turned a deaf ear to his outstretched hand and passed by him directly to sit on the throne. Luo Ming stiffened, resentment flashed in his eyes, and when he turned around, he put on a smile. I didn't expect Boss Lu to be so young and promising, and to be able to control the underground forces in Mengqing at such a young age. Luo Ming took the other 2 people back to the conference table with a smile on his face. What are you doing here today? Facing the enemy, Lu Man asked directly without any politeness. I think Boss Lu and Boss Wen have already seen the strength of our Star Club. Luo Ming didn't care about Lu Man's tone. He had been mentally prepared for it. He was not a vegetarian. Sure enough, after hearing Luo Ming's words, Wen Jilin and Lu Man's faces darkened. What do you mean? Lu Man looked at Luo Ming with a gloomy face, ready to see off guests at any time. If it weren't for the special status of the night bar, it would be that they would take action if they disagreed with each other. Don't get me wrong. We don't have any bad intentions when we come here this time. We just want to cooperate with Boss Lu. This is our sincerity. Luo Ming took a document from his assistant and pushed it in front of Lu Man. Lu Man opened the document, and the further he turned, the darker his face became. Snapped. Lu Man threw the document on the table. That's your sincerity. Provocation, naked provocation. The contents in the document were none other than the property they had occupied in the past half-month, which originally belonged to them. Taking something you snatched from their hands, giving it to them as a gift, and saying it was your sincerity, these are several meanings. Lu Man believed that the other party came to fight. Haha, don't get excited, Boss Lu. I told you we don't mean any harm. Luo Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and kept smiling. Boss Lu must have seen our capabilities in the past half-month. These things are now returned to their original owners, which is a stepping stone for us. Luo Ming pushed the document in front of Lu Man, and as he spoke, he kicked a man who had been standing behind him. Why don't you apologize to Boss Lu quickly? The person who was kicked was the person who attacked Lu Man that day. I'm sorry, Boss Lu. The man bowed at 90 degrees. Chapter 95. Sorry. Looking at the person in front of them who bowed at 90 degrees, Lu Man and Wen Jilin looked at each other, wondering what the other person was up to. I'm sorry, Boss Lu. My subordinate, Jiang Ming, offended you some time ago. I hope you can forgive me. Luo Ming bent slightly to apologize. Lu Man looked at the 2 people show with disgust. Don't be so pretentious. Talk about something if you have something to say. I just said that we are here to seek cooperation with Boss Lu. Luo Ming emphasized again. Cooperation? How to cooperate? Lu Man squinted at the documents on the table. You 2 are the undisputed and uncrowned kings of Mengqing's underground world. We, the Xingqian Association, want to cooperate with you to develop Mengqing better. Luo Ming's mouth curve continued to rise, making himself look more sincere. How to cooperate? When Jillian glanced lightly, and her tone was equally unkind. We have a lot of resources, channels, and manpower for you to use. Accordingly, we want 30% of the profits. Kicking away the man who was still bent over, Luo Ming took another document from his assistant and pushed it in front of Wen Jilin. He had investigated in advance, and Wen Jilin was responsible for all matters related to interests. Wen Jilin took the document and looked through it. She didn't know what to look at. She was shocked when she saw it. Even if she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but gasp. After all, Montreal is a city. It is impossible for night bars to occupy all the entertainment venues. There must be some left to feed others. The two of them own about 80% of the entire Mingqing's land resources, and the remaining 20% are divided up by retail investors. But now, these places all appear in this document. She naturally knew how difficult it would be to integrate the remaining 20%, but Luo Ming did it. This is just the appetizer. The further you read, the more shocking the resources it contains are. Many officially controlled resources are available, and they are also resources used by people with superpowers. The so-called manpower should not be underestimated either. There were several pages of personnel information, all of which were from mid-second grade to above. There were also 2 early-stage third-grade superpowers among them. According to Luo Ming, as long as the 2 of them nod and agree to cooperate, they can use these things at a cost of only 30% of the profit. It's hard not to be tempted by the benefits. He took a deep breath and handed the document to Lu Man. After reading it, Lu Man was also shocked by the other party's generosity. You only want 30% of the profit? Lu Man looked at Luo Ming suspiciously. She knew that the other party must have more than these goals. After paying so much and only getting 30% of the profit, even a fool would not be able to do such a thing. Of course, this second gift should make you feel our sincerity. Luo Ming placed his hands on the table, and the smile on his face never disappeared. Ding, ding, ding. His fingers kept tapping on the table, and he opened the 2 documents again. The other party's intention was very obvious. Hit him with a stick and give him a sweet date. It has to be said that the other party really caught them off guard. They originally thought that the other party only occupied 10% of their territory, but they did not expect that they would also occupy 20% of Mingqing's market without any notice. They had not received any news. Leave your contact information. We still need to consider it, and we'll give you a reply later. After thinking for a long time, Lu Man still felt that it was not appropriate to make a decision so early and issue an eviction order. After Lu Man finished speaking, his eyes passed from Luo Ming to Jiang Ming, who was standing behind him with his head lowered. Okay, this is my business card. I hope to receive a reply from Boss Lu tomorrow. Luo Ming stood up, took out a business card with a smile, and pushed it in front of Lu Man. After standing up straight, he kicked back and hit Jiang Ming in the abdomen behind him. Jiang Ming was kicked away, hit the wall hard, and fell to the ground, leaving a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This shows how real this kick is. Don't worry, Boss Lu, you won't see him in Mingqing again in the future. After speaking, Luo Ming straightened his clothes, turned, and walked towards the door. His assistant Gu Shouxing, who had been following him silently, stepped forward and, like another dead dog, lifted Jiang Ming up to keep up with Luo Ming. After walking out of the night bar, Luo Ming got into the passenger seat. Gu Shouxing threw Jiang Ming into the back seat and got into the driver's seat. Boss, the other party is a third-rate force. We have to pay such a high price to reach this point. Gu Shouxing looked through the rearview mirror at Jiang Ming, who was still holding his stomach. The boss was cruel. Mingqing is just a third-tier small city. It's not worth mentioning. It doesn't matter anywhere else. The main thing is the night bar and these 2 beautiful owners. Luo Ming opened the storage compartment in front of the passenger seat, took out a paper bag, and threw it into the back seat. There is healing medicine in it. Take it. You will go back to the headquarters tomorrow. The rest has nothing to do with you. Thank you, boss. After opening the paper bag and taking the pills, Jiang Ming's face looked much better, and he was able to sit still in his seat. Isn't Night Bar just an officially recognized gathering place for superpowers? It's not easy to get it with our ability. That Lu Man just became 3rd grade, so it's no big deal. Gu Shouxing's tone while driving was still full of disdain. Oh, a woman who can defeat Jiang Ming in 2nd grade is not a simple person. I asked you to read more information, but you won't read it. Glancing at the younger brother who was driving, Luo Ming shook his head helplessly. LV Man and Wen Jilin were terminally ill 4 years ago. They met in the hospital half a year after being hospitalized. When Lu Man was critically ill, he suddenly recovered for unknown reasons. A month later, when Jeline was discharged from the hospital and also recovered. After that, the two became active in the underground world of Mengqing. Half a year ago, the two of them cleared most of the gray areas in Mengqing and occupied 80% of the various industries in the gray areas of Mengqing. Luo Ming didn't bother to answer, so Jiang Ming could only explain it for him. In 2 years, from having nothing to mastering the entire city of Mengqing, do you think it will be easy for these two women? Luo Ming continued to add, I just got the news today that when Lin, the captain of the Mengqing Superpower Bureau, who took office a year ago, is Wen Jiline's biological brother. Roll down the window, take out a cigarette and light it. Look at the night view outside the window and slowly blow out a smoke ring. I'll go, there is collusion between government and businessmen. No wonder we only got 10% of it in half a month. Gu Shouxing held the steering wheel with a surprised look on his face. What's so surprising? No one is the same. Otherwise, you would think that when Jeline could get the right to operate the night bar so easily. But they are also smart and tidied up very cleanly. There is no evidence. We are also because of the relationship between the two. It's just speculation about the relationship. But boss, what move did you make today? Why can't we understand it? Do you think they will agree to my proposal today? Luo Ming chuckled. I think so. The conditions you gave are so generous, and you are giving away resources and people. There is no reason for the other party to disagree. Gu Shouxing asked doubtfully. Oh, you are too stupid. The other party will not agree. After taking the last puff of his cigarette, Luo Ming threw the cigarette, but out of the window. The car happened to pass by a trash can, and the cigarette, but fell accurately into the trash can. Chapter 96. What do you think of this thing? Lu Man pointed to the documents on the table. The person who comes here is evil and ambitious. When Jeline admitted that for a moment, she was almost carried away by the benefits, but when Lu Man saw off the guests, she calmed down. Oh, 30% profit, what a big deal. Lu Man snapped his fingers, and the first report spontaneously ignited and burned to ashes in a short time. If we really agree to their cooperation, within half a year, we won't know who has the final say in Mengqing. With a chuckle, Lu Man picked up the second document again and opened it to the page of the personnel list. What are we going to do next? When Jeline saw part of the other party's power, and to be honest, she was a little scared. In recent years, they have also been interested in wooing Mengqing's superpowers, but the effect in Mengqiang is not good. Most of them are in the first grade realm, with a few second graders. Only Lu Man, the third grader, only broke through half a month ago. If you look at the other party, you can see that they can use superpowers as a trading condition. The strengths of both sides are not at the same level at all. Look for someone. The people in these documents should all be in Mengqing. Find them first. Lu Man focused on the initial information of the two third graders. The other party was very cautious, and the information they gave did not include photos, only introductions, but this did not trouble them. As long as these people entered Mengqing City, they could find them. Really going to start a war? When Jeline was still a little worried. It's okay. Tianquan's domestic anti-crime efforts are still very strong. When the highest combat power ceiling in the country is only 3 5th grades, the highest combat power of the national gang-related forces will not exceed the 4th grade. In other words, our enemies can only have a maximum of 3 5th graders. The peak of 3rd grade. We are a blood clan, and we are still a high-level vampire, so there is nothing to worry about if we go to the peak of 3rd grade with all our strength. Lu Man was telling the truth. Since the establishment of superpower bureaus across the country, they have been committed to cracking down on gangs and evil. The country will be raided every 5 years, and those forces with 3rd grade superpowers are the focus of attention. Those with 4th grade will be persuaded to surrender first, and those who do not obey will be directly killed without any evidence, so that there will be basically no evil forces with 4th grade powers in the country. This is why the captains of the Special Abilities Bureau in most cities only have 3rd grade combat capabilities. There was just a cleaning a year ago, so Lu Man was so confident. The above information was kindly provided by Wen Lin, captain of the Mengqing City Supernatural Powers Bureau. As a side note, theoretically there are no wild 4th grade superpowers in Tianxian Kingdom. All registered superpowers will experience a friendly conversation after their abilities reach the 3rd grade level. The Superpower Bureau will recommend jobs for them, including various career options in various scientific research institutes, superpower bureaus, the military, etc., and is committed to allowing every superpower to find their own social position. More than 60% of these superpowers will enter the army, 20% will enter the superpower bureaus of various cities, and 20% will enter major research institutes. Of course, with the excellent benefits, there are still some people who are unwilling to change jobs, but most of them are persuaded, and those who really can't be persuaded will sign an agreement, and after the 4th grade, they will become the guests of the Special Ability Bureau. Thanks to multiple policies, modern society is so peaceful and the secrets of superpowers are not discovered by ordinary people. In a city, there are very few 3rd grade superpowers among Sanrin, and almost no 4th grade superpowers. Therefore, no matter how big the Xingqian Club is, Lu Man does not think that the opponent will have 4th grade superpowers. As long as it's not 4th grade, she's not afraid. At noon the next day, Lu Man responded to the other party based on the contact information left by Luo Ming. What she didn't expect was that Luo Ming could still respond with a smile on the phone even when she said yes. That night, she knew why the other party could still laugh. Everyone was making trouble everywhere, and the troublemakers were all superpowers. The security guards were no match for them. Since they didn't use their superpowers, the Superpower Bureau couldn't control them. In other places, someone called the police to report drug trafficking. When the police arrived, they actually found a small amount of drugs. Even though the other party spent a lot of money and 2 places were reported for trading and smuggling spiritual objects, when Lin personally led a team to seize them. In public, he could not bend the law for personal gain and could only handle business affairs. 10 locations in a row, all had accidents. Lu Man knew that the other party's attack had begun. She was not someone who was willing to stand and be beaten. In one day, her subordinates found 11 of the 20 people listed in the file. One of them is in the early stages of 3rd grade. Lu Man decided to choose one of the 5 people to kill Ji Qi. She hadn't thought about the possibility that these 20 people were baits, but 20 baits were too many, and they couldn't all be traps. Lu Man first eliminated 3rd grade, who was most likely to be the bait. So Lu Man randomly selected one of the other 10 people as the target of this operation. She didn't believe that she was so unlucky that anyone she chose would be the opponent's bait. The selected target happened to be one of the people who caused trouble in their territory this time, named Zhuge and Lu Man, and when Jeline directly blocked the other party's way out based on the intelligence. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, he blocked the other party in a small alley with no surveillance and no one. There are 3 people in total, headed by the 2nd grade peak, which is their goal this time. Who are you? Zhuge and looked at the 2 people blocking him with vigilance. You are making trouble in my shop and you ask who we are? Didn't your master tell you? Lu Man leaned on the wall and looked at the 3 of them fiercely. The 3 of them were forced by her momentum and took a step back unconsciously. Are you boss Lu Manlu? Zhuge and the 3 of them looked at each other. Under Zhuge An's eyes, the younger brother standing in the middle hid between the 2 of them and quietly pressed the button on the phone. Are these your last words? The villain died because he talked too much, and Lu Man knew that he was not a decent person. Raising his hand, 6 steel balls flew up and slowly deformed in the air, turning into 6 sharp blades. No, Boss Lu, we just made a fuss, but it didn't have much impact on you. It's not really a big deal. After quietly swallowing, Zhuge waved his hands. It seems you have nothing to say. Following Lu Man's wave, the blade spun out and hit the vital points of the 3 people. Damn, you don't have martial ethics. Zhuge raised his hand, and an earth wall rose from the ground, barely blocking the front. Unfortunately, he was too weak and could only block 1/3 of an acre of land in front of him, failing to take care of the other 2 companions. The blade struck directly at the carotid arteries of the 2 men. The 2 tried their best to dodge, but their shoulders were still scratched. If there was only one enemy, the 2 of them might still be alive, but unfortunately they were blocked by Wen Jilin behind them. The moment Lu Man launched his attack, Wen Jilin also moved, charging forward with a flaming sword in her left and right hands. Avoiding the flying blades, he appeared behind the 2 younger brothers in a few steps, slashing them to the ground one by one. Chapter 97. When Jilin dodged and appeared in front of one of the younger brothers, she charged up a knife and pierced it directly through his abdomen. The flames of the blade exploded and instantly covered the younger brother's body. Within 2 seconds of the flames burning, the younger brother lost his breath and became a charred corpse. At this time, Zhuge heard the movement behind him, turned around, and saw his younger brother being killed in front of his eyes, furious. There's still time to worry about others. Lu Man took a quick step and leaped onto the earth wall built by Zhuge. He looked down at Zhuge, pulled his hands, and the blade whirled back and forth. Zhuge was shocked when he heard the sound. He clapped his hands on the ground and immediately raised the earth wall to distance himself from Lu Man in disguise. It's a pity that Lu Man is not a wooden person. The moment the earth wall moved, he leaped down and came behind Zhuge, raising his hand to catch the long knife thrown by Wen Jilin. At this time, Zhuge discovered that Lu Man's landing point was actually in front of another younger brother. He saw Lu Man stepping on the younger brother's body and stabbing the younger brother's heart with a knife. After twisting the blade, the younger brother breathed his last without even letting out a scream. Pull out the blade, throw out a blade, and fly away the remaining blood on the blade. Lu Man and Wen Jilin stood together and looked at Zhuge. Even though the two people looked at each other calmly, Zhuge couldn't help but feel frightened. It had only been 2 minutes since the attack, and his two younger brothers had been killed by the other party. Both of them had mid-second grade strength, but they were unable to fight back. If you tell me where your stronghold in Mengqing is, I will spare your life. Lu Man raised his long sword and pointed it directly at Zhuge and ahem. If you have something to say, please say it. Don't kill people easily. This will have a bad impact. Zhuge knew that he would definitely not be able to defeat the other two, so he simply raised his hands. The younger brother had already sent a signal, and he could only hope to delay time and wait for rescue. Stop talking nonsense and speak quickly. Lu Man took a few steps forward and put the knife directly on Zhuge's neck. Sister, I can't tell you what you want me to say. How about I take you there? Zhuge stared closely into Lu Man's eyes and carefully stretched out his hand to push away some of the sword blades that were placed around his neck. The knife was held too close, and there was a blood mark on his neck. Zhuge was afraid that if he moved too much, his head and body would be separated. Suddenly, Zhuge's expression changed slightly, and he looked behind Lu Man anxiously. Unfortunately, Lu Man's knife was still on his neck, so he could only watch. Noticing Zhuge's movement, Lu Man tilted his head slightly and realized that Wen Jilin had made a move. Wen Jilin walked up to the younger brother who was killed by Lu Man, reached out and groped him, and after a while she took out a mobile phone from his pocket. With the little brother's fingers, he unlocked the phone easily. Looking at the information on the phone interface, Wen Jilin's face darkened. He walked to Lu Man, handed her the phone, and at the same time raised the knife and put it on the other side of Zhuge's neck. Wen Jilin, I still have some last words. I can lead the way. Zhuge had a premonition of something bad happening when he saw Wen Jilin's actions, but unfortunately the knife was already placed on his neck, and he couldn't do anything he wanted to do. Oh, I'll kill you, even if I wait here. Lu Man dropped the phone and trampled it to pieces. The intensity made Zhuge's eyes twitch. Sister, please don't. I'm still valuable. Zhuge still wanted to struggle. It's a pity that Lu Man didn't give him a chance. He raised the blade slightly and cut towards Zhuge's artery. Ding, ding. At the critical moment, 2 utility knife blades flew out from the side and behind, accurately hitting the blades held by Lu Man and Wen Jilin, knocking the 2 long knives away. With the force on the blade, Lu Man spun around in a circle. Before Zhuge saw the opportunity to escape, he grabbed his throat with his other hand and pressed him against the earth wall behind him. Lu Man and Wen Jilin looked at the alleyway warily. They didn't expect the other party to come so quickly. Zhuge was grabbed by fate's throat. He couldn't use any strength in his whole body, but he still laughed from between his teeth. I'm laughing at you. Wen Jilin was wary of the alley entrance and cut back with her backhand knife, inserting it straight into Zhuge's abdomen. Lu Man exerted a little force on his hand, but Zhuge didn't make a sound and lost his breath in less than a minute. So far, Zhuge and the 3 others were all dead, and no one was spared. Tap, 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 tap. TSK, TSK, TSK. That's really cruel. Luo Ming led the 2 of them and walked into the alley on leather shoes. They passed by 2 corpses and slapped their noses with his hands, looking disgusted. Thinking of the other side, 2 people also walked out, a total of 5 people, blocking both sides and surrounding Lu Man and the other 2. 5. Lu Man looked at the 5 people and measured the combat strength of both sides. Lu Man, in September 3036, he was infected with the ancient bat virus. In October of the same year, he was cured, but he was diagnosed with acute leukemia, and the treatment was ineffective. In April 3037, he became seriously ill and died soon. But in May of the same year, you were supposed to have died, but was suddenly discharged from the hospital and enrolled in school normally in September. Luo Ming didn't look at Zhuge and looked at Lu Man with a smile as he said this. Lu Man's face slowly turned gloomy as he spoke. After Luo Ming finished speaking, he looked at Wen Jilin who killed Zhuge and continued. Wen Jilin has suffered from severe heart disease since she was a child. She was hospitalized for observation many times. In November 3036, her condition worsened again and she was hospitalized for observation. In the next 6 months, she was discharged several times and then hospitalized again for worsening condition. During her hospitalization, she was always in the same ward as Lu Man. In 3037, I was discharged from the hospital in June, and there are no records of examinations or hospitalizations until now. Seeing the increasingly ugly faces of the 2 of them, Luo Ming's smile became more and more unrestrained. So you too. Can you tell me how you recovered from your illness? After Luo Ming's words, Lu Man and Lu Man's faces became extremely gloomy, and they suddenly launched an attack, one of them charging forward. Lu Man suddenly appeared in front of Luo Ming and struck with his sword. TCH, I thought you could keep your composure. Luo Ming shook his head sadly. The two people behind him also moved at the moment Lu Man moved. They drew out their long knives from behind and ducked in front of Luo Ming. One of them blocked Lu Man's attack, and the other slashed at Lu Man's lower body with a knife. With quick eyes and quick feet, Lu Man stepped on the blade and slammed it to the ground. With the help of the opponent's strength, Lu Man retreated, back to back with Wenjilin, who also retreated. The two people on the other side also forced Wenjilin back. Don't worry, I haven't finished speaking yet. Luo Ming shook his head and continued. 20 days ago, Jiang Ming arrived in Meng City, attacked and killed you, and escaped from you at the cost of a human life. Of course, this was all a trivial matter. The point is, Jiang Ming told me that when he was escaping, he found that the water element under his control broke away from his control at a certain moment. I wonder if Boss Lu can explain to me what is the reason for this. Luo Ming stood behind the two of them, looking at Lu Man, who stared at him fiercely. Chapter 98. Haha, what's the explanation? You should go find Jiang Ming. Who can blame you for your poor control? Lu Man chuckled, but kept looking at the three people in front of him. Luo Ming knew without guessing that it must be third grade. The one who just blocked his attack should also be third grade. With promotion, spiritual power will nourish the physical body at the same time, but this is not an exaggeration. Tisk, Boss Lu really doesn't cry until he sees the coffin. Luo Ming chuckled. After Jiang Ming reported this situation, we tried several possibilities. Guess what? Lu Man clenched the handle of the knife in his hand and stared at Luo Ming closely. We found a third-grade late-stage water power user and asked him to control the water flow gathered by Jiang Ming. The result. Just as Luo Ming was speaking, Lu and Man rushed out again and aimed their swords at the two people in front of Luo Ming. At the same time, 6 blades flew out from behind Luo Ming, focusing their fire on Luo Ming. Chao Xuanji and Feng Xia stood in front of Luo Ming. Chao Xuanji rushed to meet Lu Man first. Their weapons clashed with each other. Chao Xuanji's shoulders sank, and he was unexpectedly defeated by Lu Man. Putting the back of the knife on his shoulder, he struggled to block Lu Man's attack. Seeing this, Feng Xia rushed forward, hurriedly raised her sword, swung away Lu Man's attack, and rescued Chao Xuanji. Ding 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 ding. With 6 sounds in a row, Luo Ming also took out a long knife, and the sword flew into the air, accurately hitting the blade that was attacking him without missing anything. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I will continue talking? Luo Ming flicked his long knife, and the flames clung to him. He held a long flaming knife in his hand. Under the light of the fire, the entire lane became a little brighter. Snort. Lu Man snorted coldly and tapped the back of the knife with his fingers. With a crisp knocking sound, the blade instantly shattered, and a long knife shattered into hundreds of pieces. Scattered fragments flew in front of her and swung down with the handle of the knife she held. Hundreds of blades flew out, covering the 3 people in all directions. Between the lightning and flint, Feng Xia raised her knife, and vines burst out from the ground, blocking the 3 of them. All the blades were shot into the vines. Perhaps because the force was dispersed, the vines were not penetrated. The 3 of them hid behind the vine wall and were safe and sound. Fire, Lu Man said softly. The moment she finished speaking, the vine wall rose up naturally. In the blink of an eye, the entire front wall was ignited, and the firelight completely illuminated the dark alleyway. Miraculously, there was not a trace of smoke coming out of such a huge flame. Tisk, TSK, I can't hold myself back. I was just going to say that the situation Jiang Ming encountered would only happen when people with the same attribute and superpower seize control. 2 blades of light flashed past, a gap was cut in the middle of the vine wall, and Luo Ming walked out with a knife. So, counting the water element used in the confrontation with Jiang Ming, the fire element just now, and the metal element used to attack me, can Boss Lu tell me how you can use these 3 powers? Chao Xuanji clapped his hands, and dust flew up, covering the burning vines and extinguishing the flames. Dead people don't need to know that much. Lu Man raised his hand and made a move, and the fragments flew back. Unfortunately, Chao Xuanji had already made preparations and erected an earth wall behind them to block all the debris attacking from behind. Lu Man could only control them to fly back around the earth wall. The fragments are on the handle and reassembled into a complete long knife. The 3 of them were all mid-3rd grade masters and above. Lu Man knew that he would not be able to solve the problem if he did not show some real skills today. Oh, since Boss Lu doesn't want to say it, let me do it. Luo Ming flicked one hand, and the high temperature around him was slowly dissipated. It was only 15 years ago that the recovery of spiritual energy began. Human beings began to awaken their powers. Spirit beasts also began to awaken their powers. Each person or beast can only awaken one kind of powers. There are many kinds of powers, such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, thunder, etc., but no one I have awakened two powers, without exception. At this point Luo Ming paused, because Lu Man attacked again, but unfortunately he was stopped by Chao Xuanji and Feng Xiao, and the three of them temporarily fought together. But there is a kind of creature that is special, a creature that is born out of human beings. Vampires, which are vampires. You should be familiar with them. Since the revival of spiritual energy, there have been vampire activities all over the world. They also awaken superpowers, but the number of superpowers awakened by each vampire is different. The higher the bloodline of a vampire, the more superpowers it awakens. Boss Lu, who can use 3 types of superpowers, how many generations of vampires do you have? In other words, you can use more abilities? Flames erupted from the long sword, successfully forcing Chao Xuanji and the two men back. Lu Man looked at Luo Ming fiercely. To be honest, Luo Ming was shocked for a moment, but he calmed down again after thinking of his trump card. Okay, that's pretty much it. It's time to talk about our purpose of ambushing Boss Lu this time. After all, I am a kind person. Luo Ming pretended to be calm and put a smile on his face again. Our boss is very interested in the vampires. We hope that Boss Lu can cooperate and come back with us. Dream. Then there is no other way. We can only ask Boss Lu to go back in another way. Luo Ming rushed forward with his sword in hand, seized the gap between the 3 attacks, plunged straight into the battlefield, and stabbed Lu Man in the thigh with his sword. It is said that vampires have strong recovery ability, and he really wants to see it. But unexpectedly, when the old power was gone and the new power was not reborn, Lu Man flew directly into the sky and stood 2 meters above the ground in midair. Luo Ming slid the knife under her feet. Luo Ming looked at Lu Man floating in the air and was not surprised but happy. There are 4 types of spiritual system. Lu Man said no more, jumped directly from the air, accelerated with the help of gravity, and struck Luo Ming. Luo Ming hurriedly parried. Boom! Luo Ming was overwhelmed, his knees bent, and he fell to the ground on one knee. The back of the knife had sunk into his shoulder. In the vampire clan, those who can use 3 kinds of powers are the 4th and 5th generations, and those who can use 4 kinds of powers. Lu Man raised his long sword and slashed it down again. Luo Ming's figure sank a little again. 3 generations. Blood was already flowing from the corner of Luo Ming's mouth. At this time, Feng Xia and Chao Xuanji also rushed over, and they slashed at Lu Man from behind with their swords. Using the intersection of the 2 swords as a fulcrum, Lu Man jumped behind Luo Ming and kicked Luo Ming on the back. Luo Ming fell to the ground. The face came into close contact with the ground. Chao Xuanji saw that Lu Man was avoiding Lu Man and hurt Luo Ming, so they hurriedly braked and stopped in front of Luo Ming. The 2 of them helped Luo Ming get up. Since Boss Lu is a vampire, there is no way that Boss One will be spared. The corners of his nose and mouth were bleeding. Even in this situation, Luo Ming could still keep smiling. I wonder if he had any obsession with this expression, but now it seems a bit eye-catching. Unexpectedly, Lu Man ignored the 3 of them, and while they were helping others, Lu Man turned around and headed towards the battle circle where Wenjilin was. Chapter 99. The 2 people Wenjilin faced were Bu He, a water power user, and Ji Kuei, a metal power user. They were both 3rd grade power users. Although Wenjilin is currently only 2nd grade late stage, she is still able to compete with the 2, but she has already used 3 powers. Lu Man and Wenjilin cooperated very well. Seeing Lu Man's arrival, Wenjilin increased her strength on her hand, and the flames broke out, forcing the 2 of them back one after another. Taking advantage of the brief period of stiffness, Lu Man crossed Wenjilin and struck at Ji Kuei with his knife. Ji Kuei looked at Lu Man, who was getting closer and closer, and quickly raised his sword to block, but Lu Man's charged attack was not so easy to catch, and Ji Kuei was directly knocked away by Lu Man. After sliding 4 or 5 meters, it stopped relying on friction. Seeing this, Bu He wanted to attack Lu Man instead, but was stopped by Wenjilin. He was able to keep up with 1-on-2, let alone now 1-on-1. Bu He was completely unable to break through Wenjilin's blockage. Now that he has been exposed, Lu Man simply stopped pretending. Water arrows gathered above Lu Man's head. In the blink of an eye, cold air rose. The water arrows condensed into ice arrows in midair and shot down towards Jikuei. Swinging the long knife, Jikuei tried his best to smash the ice arrows, but there were too many, and eventually they were sparse. When the first ice arrow broke through his defense, he was out of control. Under the impact of the ice arrows, Jikuei staggered, his hands moved, more ice arrows hit him, and he made more mistakes. In the end, Jikuei was shot by more than a dozen ice arrows one after another, and much of his exposed skin was already bruised. As the cold air entered his body, Jikuei's movements became a little stiff. Lu Man took advantage of the situation and advanced, slashing at Jikuei from the side with his knife. Jikuei hurriedly raised his knife to block, but was almost in position before Lu Man's attack came. But something he didn't expect happened. The moment Lu Man's knife collided with his, it shattered into hundreds of blades. Under Jikuei's disbelieving gaze, the sword light flashed. Like a meteor shower, hundreds of blades came along and inserted into Jikuei's body. It wasn't over yet. Jikuei hit with all his strength without any point of force and continued to rush forward according to the inertia. Lu Man took a step forward, and Jikuei just fell into her arms. He held the handle of the knife and thrust it directly into Jikuei's abdomen. Unexpectedly, Lu Man still had a blade left in the handle. Lu Man reached out and touched the blade inserted into Jikuei's forehead. The blade penetrated 3 points further, and the whole body was covered with blades. Jikuei, who had become a hedgehog, fell backwards. Jikuei's eyes widened, and he refused to close his eyes. A person with metal superpowers who is killed by metal can be considered a worthy death. It's a long story, but from Lu Man's support to Wenjelin to Jikuei's death, it only lasts about half a minute. Lu Man turned around, looked at Luo Ming and the other three who were chasing after him, and smiled for the first time. Don't worry, come one by one, very quickly. The blade inserted into Jikuei's body flew up, returned to Lu Man's right hand, and converged into a blood-stained long knife at the handle. The ability of third-grade metal superpowers to decompose and reshape metal was finally understood by Lu Man. He raised the knife and swung it. The blood stained on the blade flew out. The blade returned to white light, and the blade was once again covered in flames. Luo Ming looked solemnly at Jikuei's body lying behind Lu Man unexpectedly. In a 3-on-1 situation, Lu Man still found the opportunity. He had to admit that he was careless. At Luo Ming's signal, Feng Xia and Chao Xuanji walked around Lu Man and stood behind her. The three of them surrounded Lu Man, cutting off the possibility of her escaping again. Chao Xuanji half knelt on the ground, supporting the ground with one hand, closing his eyes and feeling carefully. Lu Man noticed Chao Xuanji's movements. Although she didn't know what he was doing, her intuition told her to just interrupt. Unfortunately, Lu Man's attack was blocked by Feng Xia. Before Lu Man could force Feng Xia back, Luo Ming attacked with a sword. Lu Man could only give up and attack Luo Ming instead. Chao Xuanji felt it for nearly a minute, then suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly. A 3-meter-high earth wall was erected behind him. The entire earth wall blocked the entire alleyway, completely separating the battlefields on both sides and cutting off the possibility of Lu Man supporting Wenjelin. Looking at the earthen wall blocking the alleyway, Lu Man chuckled. One blow knocked Feng Xia and Luo Ming flying. Fall. Turning over the heads of several people, the ice arrows condensed at some point. Following Lu Man's movements, hundreds of ice arrows were shot out quickly, with no accuracy, and struck in all directions. Fire. Seeing this, Luo Ming waved his long knife, and flames shot out, covering the sky above to form a fire cloud. The ice arrow passed through the fire cloud and melted before it hit the ground. Hail turns to heavy rain. How could Luo Ming not guard against the ice power used by Lu Man when he killed Jikuei? The advantages and disadvantages of multi-type superpowers are obvious. The disadvantage is that there are too many types of superpowers to choose from, and it is difficult to specialize. However, the advantages are also obvious. There are many choices, the same number of tactics can be used, and they are flexible and changeable. The rain falls, the ground is moist and water accumulates in many places, and the air is moist. Lu Man held the knife in both hands, and when the blade was inserted into the ground, the cold and heat alternated. The long knife that was steaming just now suddenly became cold. The cold air spread quickly to the surroundings, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Luo Ming felt bad when he saw this, and the three of them rushed towards Lu Man. But just after taking a few steps, the three of them stumbled at the same time and almost fell to the ground. They relied on their strong balance ability to barely stand still. Looking down, I didn't know when the water on the ground had condensed into ice. No wonder it was so slippery. Seeing the embarrassed look of the three of them, Lu Man didn't waste any time, drew out his long sword, and quickly appeared in front of Feng Xia. Several people were surprised that Lu Man didn't slip when he stepped on the ice. Looking carefully, they discovered that Lu Man was not stepping on flat ground, but floating 5 centimeters in the air. Maybe it was because Lu Man was too short that he didn't notice the abnormality at the first time. Looking at Lu Man in front of her, Feng Xia was shocked. She stabbed the knife on the ice, barely supported her body, and drew her left hand from the small bag at her waist. Unfortunately, Lu Man was one step faster, and the sword flashed across him. Snapped. A severed hand fell to the ice, and a stream of blood fell, dyeing the ice red. The severed hand lost control, opened slightly, and a small green seed rolled out of the palm. Third-grade wood-type superpowers cannot yet create something out of nothing. They can only quickly spawn and control plants. If they want to use their superpowers, they need to carry seeds that have been warmed in advance. After all, in modern society, cities are all made of steel and concrete, and green belts are not everywhere. Moreover, third grade cannot change the mentality of plants. No matter how many plants grow, they are not suitable as a means of attack. Ah woo, the pain of being cut into her palm hit her. Feng Xia couldn't bear the pain and wanted to scream. As soon as she made a sound, her mouth was covered by Lu Man, who was close at hand. Shoot, don't scream. Lu Man grinned, showing 2 sharp fangs, and whispered into Feng Xia's ear. Woo! Lu Man bit Feng Xia's neck, and her 2 fangs accurately pierced the aorta, causing streams of blood to gush out. The paralyzing toxin was secreted and took effect quickly after entering Feng Xia's body. Almost at the moment of penetration, Feng Xia fell into paralysis, lost control of her body, and could only be at the mercy of Lu Man. Chapter 100. Streams of blood poured into Lu Man's mouth through the straws in his mouth and canines. Lu Man swallowed quickly. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Man swallowed a liter of blood. Letting go of Feng Xia, Lu Man looked up to the sky and exhaled a breath of hot air. Feng Xia lost too much blood and went into shock. If she didn't receive timely treatment, she might still be able to catch up with Ji Kuei. Lu Man let go of her hand, and Feng Xia collapsed to the ground unconsciously. The severed hand was still bleeding drop by drop. You're too hasty. There's no way you can recover from this situation. Lu Man turned around, revealing 2 rows of blood-stained teeth, and looked at Luo Ming and the others. I said, come one by one. Don't be in a hurry. Who's next? Luo Ming could no longer keep the smile on his face, and his face was filled with gloom. 5 third-graders surrounded and suppressed 2 people, and 2 of them had already died, one more miserable than the other. Just as Luo Ming was struggling in his heart, he noticed from the corner of his eye that Wenjeline was standing on the earth wall at some point. Wenjeline's clothes were cut open many times, but there was not a single scar on her skin. Through the cracked corners of her mouth, she could see her mouth full of blood. The most important thing is that Wenjeline is holding a round thing in her left hand. Under Luo Ming's shocked gaze, Wenjeline grinned, raised her hand, and threw the thing in her hand. A parabola slid down, and the object rolled accurately to Luo Ming's feet. Looking closely, he saw that it was a head, right side up, and he saw Buhi staring at him with frightened eyes. Luo Ming saw this face instantly, and Luo Ming subconsciously took a step back. After reacting, he felt humiliated and looked up at the wall angrily. When Jeline was already standing next to Lu Man and Lu Man exchanged glances, and Lu Man showed a confident smile. 2 against 2, what would she lose? Have you 2 decided how to die? Lu Man raised his knife and pointed it at Luo Ming, exchanging priorities. Hearing Lu Man's voice, Luo Ming's whole body trembled, and he whispered softly, "Why don't you just surrender and catch me? Why are you doing this? What did you say?" Although Luo Ming's voice was very soft, Lu Man could still hear it, and looked at Luo Ming with a puzzled face. Could it be that the other party had some backup plan? Something changed later. When Lu Man, who had already digested the blood, was about to pursue the victory, something unexpected happened. Luo Ming looked up to the sky and shouted, "Mr. Sun, help me." Luo Ming's voice echoed in the alley for a long time. Lu Man heard Luo Ming shouting and knew that the other party had reinforcements. He looked around vigilantly, not knowing where the reinforcements would appear from. It's a useless thing. It can't even be beaten 5 against 2, and 3 people were killed in return. When Luo Ming's echo disappeared, a cold snort sounded, and no one heard it before he saw it. Lu Man and Wen Jeline were back to back and alert to their surroundings. Flames suddenly shot down from the sky, covering the entire alleyway. The 5 people hurriedly showed their divine abilities. Fortunately, the flames were not specifically aimed at the 5 people. They dealt with it easily and were not burned. After 5 seconds, the flames dissipated quietly. Lu-Man looked at herself and Wen-Jilin, who were safe and sound, still wondering why the other party was doing this. After noticing that Luo Ming and the 2 could stand on the ground freely, they discovered that the other party's attack actually melted the ice on the ground and evaporated it into water vapor. The ground returns to normal. Lu-Man felt something in her heart. She looked up and saw a figure jumping between the walls on both sides of the alley. After a few jumps, she landed firmly on the ground. The person who came here was quite old and looked to be at least 50 years old. Half of his hair was already white, but his face did not look wrinkled. He was dressed in formal clothes and looked very energetic. This is probably the kind of person the person with crane hair and boyish face is talking about. If it weren't for his hair, he might look younger. Mr. Sunday. Seeing the visitor, Luo Ming quickly bent down and saluted. Trash. Sun Pingnan didn't appreciate it and glared at him fiercely. Stay aside. Luo Ming was not angry even after being scolded, as he deserved it. He immediately led Chao Xuanji back with quick hands and feet, and did not stop until he reached the entrance of the alley. With 4 powers, the little doll is at least a 3rd-generation vampire. Not bad. Sun Pingnan looked at Lu Man and nodded, looking satisfied. Little baby, it's better to go back with me voluntarily, so as not to suffer the physical pain again. Lu Man felt the malice in the old man's eyes and couldn't help feeling a chill. Old man, don't have such wishful thinking. If you want to catch your aunt and me, I won't be afraid of breaking your big teeth. Humph, if you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with a drink. Sun Pingnan snorted coldly, and a raging flame rushed out from behind him. He held his right hand empty, and the flames gathered to form a long knife completely condensed by flames. With a flick of the long knife, a blazing sword energy flew out and attacked the 2 of them. Lu Man and Lu Man struck each other with palms and pushed to both sides. The flaming sword energy struck the place where the 2 of them were fighting, creating a small crater in the ground. 4th grade. Lu Man's face changed slightly, and he looked at Sun Pingnan in surprise. The power of this flame is definitely not something 3rd grade can achieve. Sun Pingnan, 4th grade late stage, a fire-based superpower. Sun Pingnan held a flaming sword behind his back with one hand and swung it at the 2 of them with the other hand. The flaming sword energy flew out one after another and continuously attacked the landing point of the 2 people. The sword energy was very fast, and the 2 of them could only dodge it with difficulty. But if you defend for a long time, you will lose. Wen-Jilin made a mistake and was injured first by the sword energy. The sword energy rubbed against the outside of Wen-Jilin's thigh, and her thigh was instantly burned. Under the pain of eating, the rhythm of my feet was disordered, and my speed dropped immediately. Seeing this opportunity, how could Sun Pingnan miss it? He quickly swung his knife and attacked Wen-Jilin with 2 attacks at the same time, blocking her escape direction. Looking at the enlarging attacks in her eyes, Wen-Jilin once again felt the threat of death, and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. Seeing Wen-Jilin's life hanging by a thread, Lu Man gritted his teeth and put his hands on the ground. Following her movements, an earthen wall stood up in front of Wen-Jilin, and 2 sword beams struck the earthen wall one after another. Dust stirred up, and the earth wall shattered to pieces. Sun Pingnan turned his head to look at Lu Man in surprise, his eyes so bright that they could almost be used as a flashlight. Earth element. 5 kinds. 2nd-generation vampire. Only 1 wood element is missing. How many surprises do you have for me to discover? Sun Pingnan kept moving his hands and once again swung a blade in Wen-Jilin's direction. Unfortunately, in just a short time, Wen-Jilin's injury on her thigh had healed, and she successfully dodged Sun Pingnan's attack. Looking at the excited Sun Pingnan, Lu Man really felt itchy with hatred. The best way to deal with fire is of course water, but Lu Man has been condensing the moisture in the air since Sun Pingnan appeared. However, the temperature in the tunnel is too high, and the water is scarce, and it evaporates very quickly. It often evaporates under the high temperature just after a few drops have condensed, and it is impossible to form an effective attack at all. The alleyway is only so big. After dodging another attack, Lu Man and Wen-Jilin met up. At this time, the ground around them was full of pits, and there were not many intact places left.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.